every time in a different account. So,
Hi, Nadia.
Hi.
How's it going? You look lovely as always.
Phew. Well, thank you. I'm feeling the heat or whatever. Actually, literally, there's some kind of thing where it's kind of a warm thing in the middle of January or February or whatever it is.
It's
Yeah.
California.
Yeah, it's like 70 degrees during the day, and they're still running the boilers.
Yeah, I really wish I was home right now. I miss California, but I'll be back in August. So that'll be awesome.
New York.
Let's see what the temperature outside was. I know I had the flu over the weekend. And so I was like freezing cold. So it didn't matter how cold it was outside. But right now it's actually 50 degrees. It's warmer than it usually is.
Yeah.
But it's like 30 degrees where my boyfriend is, so that sucks.
If I were in New York, it wouldn't matter what temperature was outside.
I'm hoping once you get all of your packages from Amazon, we can at least keep you warm tonight. There's a woman named Nicole. Do you have like someone at the desk?
Yep. She's yeah.
Oh, good. Well, you'll have your pillows and your sheets, but I think your comforter's going to take a day or two more, as I had told you. But at least you got good sheets and some really nice pillows for tonight.
I got a pretty thin blankie from the hospital, so that much is well, it's something to tide me over.
Good.
Nadia, do you can use the...
God bless you, Michael Ann.
Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. Please, you've thanked me enough, dear.
I wish I could help out, but I'm a student, so I don't really have any means to help out. But I will be back in California later this year. Maybe I can go visit you, give you a big hug.
It's Californication.
Yeah, I'm a California girl. So is Nadia. We're the best types of girls.
No, I wasn't, but I am now, I guess.
You are a woman and you always have been. Yes. However you wanted to find yourself to be.
I was in New York.
Oh, are you from New York?
Look at her initials, NYC, Nadia Yvette Chambers. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's so cool. Oh, come on, Palm. West Coast is the best coast.
Am I typing actually getting to people? I just realized. Am I typing getting to people?
Are you typing in the side chat?
Not in the side chat.
I don't know. I'm just waiting for my boyfriend because we're gonna have a Skype date tonight. Yay.
Okay. I just filled it with transsexual, utilitarianism, veganism, vegetarianism, and zombies. As far as my tags go, or hashtags go, I mean, actual YouTube video. My tags are too long.
I can't believe you were asleep through all the mess that happened in the last hangout. Oh man.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Ugh. It was crazy.
Yeah,
I'm
poisoning
still
the kids is awesome. It's awesome.
What happened?
What happened? I missed it. What happened?
Yeah.
Basically a passionate, heated anti-vax discussion.
Oh,
Oh, and you know for a fact they're good for you, right, Jackie?
What is anti-vax or vaccines?
Vaccines are good for you. You know for a fact they're good for you, right?
I suppose they are.
Well, very good.
Yeah, I mean, I was vaccinated and all my friends were vaccinated and we turned out just fine. Most people are just...
You're young yet, Jackie. Give yourself a little time, honey.
I mean, I haven't contracted anything. And
Oh wait, so you don't support vaccinations, Michael Ann?
Not for animals, not for humans, not for anything, anytime, anywhere. That's what you have an immune system for. Live it, love it, learn it, own your immune system. You don't need a toxic swamp at the end of a syringe to think you're going to be protected from anything.
I don't think that an individual vaccine is enough. Of course, like, one person getting vaccinated isn't going to be effective. That's why people encourage a lot of people to get vaccinated, because it really only works when you have herd immunity, when you have a lot of people who are resistant against these diseases. And I think also,
You're I know, but you're not qualified to speak on the topic, with all due respect.
I mean, just because I'm not claiming to be an authority. It's just from my understanding what I have read, and I'm welcome to people proving me wrong. I'm welcome for people giving me articles that counter what I currently know about it. I would
encourage you then to go back and listen to the last 4 hours of the previous hangout, and you're going to get all the information you can choke down.
Okay, I will sometime.
Breast milk is the best vaccine.
But there's some, even if that were the case, there's some kids who can't be breastfed.
Right, and do you think it's okay for mothers to feed formula which is filled with sugar, which destroys your fucking immune system, to the babies?
But how else would you keep
Vaughn said it. Vaughn said it. Vitamin D milk. That's all you need.
yeah.
I don't know what I was fed as a baby. I hope it was something healthy. I don't know too much about formula or anything, so that's not something I mean, that's something I would have to look into. You don't have to convince me of anything regarding that.
Go to a grocery store and look at formula and look at the sugar content. kills the immune system. Really bad shit.
Mhm. I mean,
What if
I
Oh, let's get ready to
hold on, hold
rumble.
on.
Here we
Hold on, hold
Here
on.
we go.
Hold on, please calm down. Please calm down. I did want to say, the reason why I wasn't breastfed was because I have cleft palate, and I couldn't, and that was on my part, it wasn't on my mom's part. Even if she, pumped or anything, I still couldn't, latch on it to anything. We had to do a special procedure for me to be getting the nutrition I needed. And I wish I knew what that consisted of. I'll
Sugar is
have
bad.
to.
Sugar fucks up your immune system big time. It's bad.
Well,
shit. Formula's bad. Formula's bad. Milk?
You know what breast has in it?
Yeah, our buddy Mark is back, so I'm going to give you guys about 5 minutes before he launches into me. Let's see how long you can laugh.
I think
I'm
we can have
trying to incite violence here.
I think we can have a civil conversation.
Yeah.
I really think so.
Wasn't my intention to launch into anybody. I've only spoken to you twice, Michael Ann. So this idea that
Oh, please. You've been witnessed by everybody in the room, okay? Spare us. Your kabuki theater of events.
no, I've just said I've spoken to you twice. That's all, and that today was the second time. This is the third.
Wait, really?
I got my.
So this
I got my-
idea that I mean earlier you asked me to look at your website.
I
Then
told
what-
you
then
guys
what-
it wouldn't last long, didn't I? Didn't I tell you it wouldn't last long? I gave you 5
He's
minutes.
talking to you
And it
politely.
wasn't even. Do you hear what his words say? Okay? It's not about how he says it. It's what he's saying.
Well,
Okay?
I'll try and speak again before you interrupt.
Well, do me a favor, Mark. Pick another topic, will you? Because you've exhausted this one. You need to find somebody else to beat up. Because this little girlie ain't taking it no mo.
Right.
You got
You're
me?
making-
You
Have
got
you
me? You just spent an hour and a half.
That's not vegan, Nadia.
Spent
Pastrami?
an hour and a half lambasting me in the last one. Do you want to continue that?
you're going to allow me to answer?
No. Because there's
Okay.
no need for a troll like you to answer.
Okay.
You
Okay.
just don't get it.
Okay. Finish now?
Not unless you start to speak my name or about me. Then I'm going to launch again. So pick your topic wisely.
No? Well, no, you made accusations as soon as I left the room, you made lots
No
of
kidding.
accusations.
Who wouldn't? And guess what? I got confirmation about your little attitude towards others. Okay, I'm not the
What,
first.
from Veckel?
No, from others. Keep
Who?
going.
I
There's
was
a
watching.
long list, my friend.
I was watching. Where's this long
Do me a
list?
favor, go back and review the tape.
Where's
You
the long
missed
list?
a few. You missed a
Where's,
few.
I'm just asking you where the long list is. That's all.
You missed a few. Go back and review the tape.
No, I watched it.
No, you didn't.
I watched it from the moment I left the previous hangout because I
you
like
did.
Nadia's hangouts.
From
So
this
right, so you said no, I didn't. All I'm
You're a
saying
liar.
is,
You're a liar.
what?
From this interaction alone, I think
We're not going to have to hear from you again, are we? What are you, the hangout police? Jackie,
okay.
do yourself a favor. Sit on the bench, honey.
Wow.
I just don't think if
Then do me a favor.
we're here to have a discussion that you should be jumping to assumptions that he's gonna come in with a hostile nature.
Yeah,
Well-
I haven't. I didn't before.
Oh, please.
But that's just my opinion. I'll
Mr.
sit back.
Soft Voice.
I'll sit back.
Not cute. You're not fooling anybody there, Tootsie.
Have you finished with the condescension now? Can we have a discussion?
Not as it pertains to you. As you can guess, I've about had it with you.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
figure out how to put yourself in line.
Well, you shouldn't ask people to look at your website for evidence and then
I
they make
didn't
you out
ask-
to be
I
the
didn't
liar
ask
that you are.
I made you look
said, look at my
my
website, and I did.
Because
And then you called me a stalker for looking at it.
You-
Then you
and
said it
did you
didn't
bring it
contain
up?
the word
Did you bring
cure
it
or
up?
cancer.
No, you didn't. You just want to piss around and be dick breath.
And I
Okay,
screen shared your website and
nothing
showed
But a
that
troll.
you lied.
And we all know you for
Look at
what
the
you
comments on the last
are.
thing.
And we know you for who you are, okay? You're as obvious
don't.
as the day is long. You present yourself as something other than what would be required in a
You're a
hangout
dear
or a
Michael
debate.
Ann.
Well, you picked the wrong one, sister.
Okay,
Sister.
now you want to go back. If you want to, you can go into the back lot.
Come on, you've got the popcorn. Brilliant.
Yeah, Michael Ann, listen. Mark did prove it, okay? The
Yeah,
word
I
cure,
did.
the word cure is on there. So perhaps you
Yeah.
would want to explain it?
The word cure is in the description of if the American Cancer Society is looking at vitamin C as a cancer cure, shouldn't you? Okay, it's a
Right.
question, kids.
And that was the phrase that you
Anywhere
denied was even on there, and you got shown to be a
But
liar.
that's not a statement of
That's-
declaration, dick breath. Okay?
Oh.
It's not a statement of declaration.
Michael Ann, dick
It's a
breath stuff,
question.
that's not a good way to go. Let's have a discussion.
Go and look at the comments on the previous hangout.
I'm fucking tired of his shit, and I ain't taking it.
Well, yeah,
And
you're
I'm
going to
gonna
have to,
stand my
because you got
ground
made
and
out to be a
I'll
liar and you don't
call
like it.
my damn
So then
well,
you made up a
please.
lot of other stuff
Fuck
afterwards.
you and the horse you came in on, asshole.
Michael
Hey,
Ann,
what a
no.
charming lady you are. You're
right.
a man-hater, we know that.
Michael Ann,
What's wrong, dick breath?
God. I would love to see a discussion go on here.
You haven't got a chance with her in a room.
Michael Ann, Mark, I would love to see a discussion take place.
Yes, so would I. That's what I started off
I'm
doing.
not
but,
talking to him about shit.
You're not allowed to
I
have one.
don't know. I think there might be a personality clash here.
Oh, geez,
Yeah, she needs to go and get one.
Captain Obvious.
I wish I could see a discussion happening.
Careful, Jackie,
but-
you'll get accused of being the hangout police again.
No, you'll be accused of
Um,
curing people, Jackie. Please, if you give out information, you could cure somebody. God forbid.
I should probably just shut up.
I think we all do need to. Just let Michael talk to herself for a couple of hours.
You're an idiot.
I'd just promote that you go and see the comments in the previous hangout because they were quite good.
Oh, great. Isn't that wonderful?
Well, other people, I mean.
Cut and paste them. Let's see. We could all read them.
Someone was offended by the autism comment.
Oh, Jack, get over it, will you, for God's sake?
When you suggested that autistic people were retarded.
I'm just
Guess
saying
what?
that
There's more
someone
than
was
one use for
offended.
the word retarded, okay? There's more than one use, kids. So your little, political correctness bullshit you can take home with you.
No, it wasn't me. I just pointed out that autistic
I don't
people
give a shit.
are you gonna
deal.
autistic people
fucking deal.
commented that they were insulted by your
Big
remarks.
fucking deal. I'm gonna go home and cry, Mark. It's gonna ruin my fucking
It
day.
wasn't me. It was autistic people
You
that.
think oh, sure. I'm sure every autistic person on the planet is watching this and chimed in.
That's not
You're
what
an
I
idiot.
said.
You're an idiot.
I said there were some autistic people in the comments.
I think I'm
mentioned they
talking
were
to one,
insulted by
Mark. I think I'm talking to one because you don't
Wow.
get it. You've clearly been vaccinated.
Wow.
Oh, well. Jeez, Mark. Can you handle it?
No, what?
You might want to sit down, buddy.
Really? A failed nurse
Come on, put your
who
pants on.
promotes woo-woo crackery doesn't bother me in the
Yeah,
slightest.
me neither. Me neither.
Mark, why would you say she's a failed nurse?
Because he's jealous that I own my own business and I rule my own world, and he does nothing for his day, has nothing to contribute to but to be an asshole.
If you say so, Michael.
And I do.
And Ermine has the picture of Michael Jackson chomping on popcorn. That's basically what this is. I mean,
This is entertainment at its finest.
Yeah, I used to just shout at the guy on the TV. Now he can shout back. I like that element to Google Hangout.
I'm thinking of getting rid of the internet. I think we should just put it up for sale because obviously Michael now knows everything and we no longer need it.
You're an asshole. What a waste of time you are.
Hmm.
Got anything else you want to bring up there?
No, I can preview to be.
I think so. You're pretty
Again, if you
limited.
like.
You're really limited on your discussion capacity. I see that.
Okay, we can mention the comments in the other hangout where you kept insisting that cancer cure wasn't mentioned on your website. When it's showing you were, you suddenly had connection issues.
Assassination a full-time fucking habit for you? Or are you just an asshole today
You're
as a
just
special
really such an angry person,
Are you
aren't
an
you?
asshole every day?
What's happened to you in your life that's made you so angry?
You asshole. You. Only you. About an hour and a half ago.
When you mentioned that it was all the other Brits and Europeans.
You. It's you. It's you. It's always been you. It's just you. You can't come into a room if I'm in it and speak about
now I can get a fucking word in with you, can they?
What's fucking wrong with you that you cannot enter a room that I'm in it that you can't launch a character assassination?
I've only spoken to you twice.
Problem?
Well, 3 times including now.
And what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing here? Why are you in this room? We were having a perfectly fine conversation till you jumped in for more character assassination.
I don't know.
What is the fucking deal? That's why we need to have you go look at yourself there, Chief. Check your shit in the mirror. You bring nothing to this discussion. You have brought nothing for the past 2 hours.
Well, I've seen you in lots of hangouts where you tell everyone else how wrong they are, that you're right about everything, that everything you do and say, we have to hear about your wondrous life and how everything you've ever done is right. All the men are wrong. And you've told every doctor that they're wrong about everything they've ever done.
Party of one,
better
please.
than doctors, you know better than science.
Can we get a table for Mark? He's having a party of one.
I've heard you berate Nadia time and time again.
No, I did it once.
About her nutrition, more than once.
You heard it
I've
once.
seen lots of people take you on. Many people. Do you think there would be
Mark, ask what else I've done for Nadia.
There's a pattern here, I think.
Ask what else I've done for Nadia. Any chance you want to check in?
Well, no, I'm sure you'll tell us 5 or 6 times in a hangout. You normally do.
No. Have you heard it?
Yeah, I've heard it once in this hangout already.
Then what did we do?
And about 6 or 7 times in the previous one.
So then what did we do?
Sorry?
What did I do?
About the things you sent to Nadia, the good you've done for Nadia.
What have I?
Which is great.
What did I do?
Amazon packages.
Okay, but was
it cushions and pillows before?
What is it? What is it that I did?
You just said.
And let me ask you a question. What have you done?
I'm not going to brag about what I've done.
What have you done? Step up to the plate, big boy. Go get those big boy panties out.
I have helped, but I'm not going to brag about it.
No, please. St. Mark.
What?
You only like to tell the part of the story that you think benefits making you look good, and what you don't understand, sir, it only makes you look like an idiot. You contribute nothing but the defamation of the character of an individual that you happen to be obsessed with. That's what's coming out here.
What way? I've spoken to you 3 times, including today.
You can't fucking get off me.
I wouldn't get on, love.
Fucking get off me. There's an obsession pattern here.
No, I'm just not going to let people spout bullshit sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not letting you spout bullshit either. Okay, so we're having a dueling match here, sister. Lock up.
What's this shit? What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, so Mark, you know for a fact that vitamin C doesn't cure anything.
Yeah. Oh, we already agreed that.
Do your homework, kids. It cures a lot of things. 1949, it cured
cures. This is the problem, you see. When you said your website didn't say cure for cancer, and when it was shown that it did, you suddenly had connection problems. And then when all quiet, you were shown to be a liar.
Look it up, Dick Breath. You're shown to be an asshole.
People like you are dangerous in curing what you offer cures diseases.
Dr. Klenner, K-L-E-N-N-E-R, 1949, polio, high-dose vitamin C. Get back to me, sweetie. Get back to me, my little one. You got your homework. You've got your homework assignment before you spill any more bullshit.
Why do we bother with medicine anymore? We could just take.
Why do we fucking bother with you?
Just come and see you and get you stick a needle in.
Why do we fucking bother with you?
It seems like nutrition would be a good supplement to modern medicine. You know, nutrition.
No kidding. And what are you supposed to do for people that can't take a vaccine or they can't take an antibiotic? What are they supposed to do? Just lay down and fucking die? You people are idiots.
Amen.
But no one ever said that. there
Exactly.
shouldn't be anything done.
Okay, Jackie, Mark's been saying it for 2.5 hours. Are you listening?
No, I didn't say that at all. I said I agree that
Say anything
nutrition
but what you
and
say.
hydration
Shut
are,
the
are,
hell
are.
up. You got nothing to bring to the table.
I agreed
Shut
that
up.
nutrition
Bear
and
me la bouche, you're an idiot. You're an
I
idiot.
agreed
You're
that
an
nutrition
idiot.
and hydration are a good
Okay,
thing.
well, that's what I do, numbnuts.
But
Okay, do you get it? Do you get it?
when your website promotes massive high doses of
Well,
vitamin C,
I happen to work at the
but
order
don't-
of a physician,
they mention
Dick,
cancer
which the
cures,
last time I checked, you weren't one. You're not even close. What did you
God.
tell people? You're an auto mechanic? Is that what I'm
No,
dealing with here?
that was art. Art's
Okay, well, what do you do?
That's none of your business.
No
His
shit.
last name is Battle. He's a police officer.
He doesn't do dick. Trust me. He's got
Police
nothing to do
officer. Mark's
all
a
day
police
long
officer.
but troll and defame people.
That's Robbie.
Police officer.
He's an asshole. He's not a police officer.
Michael Ann doesn't like police officers. He doesn't like any sort of
I don't like
authority
anything.
at all.
I don't like anything. I don't like a damn fucking thing. Big whoop-de-fucking do. You can't assassinate my character. You could try all day long, honey bunny.
I'm not interested in your character.
Well, that's all you've been doing for 2 fucking hours.
Where did she get the police officer? Robbie's not a police officer.
No, you are, Mark.
I'm not a police officer. Where did I say I was a police officer?
That's what you told the internet.
No, I've never said I'm a police officer.
Oh.
He's a troll. He couldn't tell you what he does because he doesn't do anything.
Oh, yeah. Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, I got a 30-year business, sweetie pie. I don't see you with dick.
What are you? How would you even know?
I can tell by your just.
Oh, you can tell.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. It's really
How funny.
No, it has nothing to do with the conversation itself. It's just the way that Michael is saying, like, honey bunny and sister and all that. It's cute. It's funny.
For somebody who's only spoken to me twice, he sure seems to know a whole lot about me, doesn't he?
I've only known what you've mentioned in the previous hangout where you gave me links to your website.
Fuck up, will you? Do you got another topic?
You shut the fuck up, you stupid old bag.
You stupid old bag.
Yo, whoa!
Listen, you got low-hanging balls. I'm feeling much worse for you than I
You haven't shut up. You haven't seen a pair of balls in 25 years.
How do you
You
know?
asked me to look at your website. I looked at your website and then saw.
There's the button. There's the button. There's the button. Watch
Alright, I think, no, I'm not gonna police. Nope. I'm do that.
Robbie's a police officer, apparently.
I was gonna make a suggestion, but I don't want that to be perceived as
No,
policing.
you carry on. You can talk to your opinion.
My opinion is perhaps you two don't get along, so
Well,
maybe you guys shouldn't talk to each
I
other.
don't know Michael Ann enough
I was here first.
You probably were. Yeah, I mean, Michael Ann simply said, look at my website, here's my evidence. And then when I went and looked at it and mentioned something on it, she then calls me a stalker.
Okay, well, it
odd,
doesn't
and
say
then I
that you
proved
were
her wrong,
the
which
answer.
is a
That
bit
was
weird.
a question that was posed.
Well,
The
we were just
national-
talking about vaccinations,
Shut
and that's
the
all.
fuck up.
And you said the vaccinations don't work, and we're all being poisoned, and we
Well,
shouldn't.
I didn't say they didn't work. I said I don't approve of them.
Okay, you say you
Okay.
don't approve. So what?
That's all I
Don't tell
said.
other people that they're being poisoned, like you were
Fucking
earlier.
ass.
That we're all being
They talk
poisoned.
my fucking ass. Then don't tell people they're not being. Where's your evidence, sister?
Well, the fact that most of us that have been vaccinated are still alive.
Okay, well, we haven't seen you get through old age yet with dementia, so the jury's still out there, sister.
Isn't dementia a genetic thing? Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
But not according to Michael Ann, it's because we were vaccinated. That means we're all going to die a horrible death at some point.
Well, I like to put words in my mouth. It must be a real,
So what's your problem with vaccinations then, Michael Ann? This is what the contention's been about.
What you fucking think.
I asked what you think. Are you deaf?
But I don't give a flying fuck to tell you. I need you to move on, sister, and you don't seem to want to do it.
I'm not going to let you get away with bullshit.
I'm not letting you get away with bullshit.
Oh,
So let's just fuck the bullshit around all day long.
I just think vaccinations are fine.
Vaccinations are. No, walk on, dick breath.
Mark, I've heard you say on many occasions that you are a cop. You're not a cop?
Well, if you're going to say I've said...
is there a liar?
I don't think it's relevant.
I think Revelation asked me a question.
Did you?
Revelation asked me a question. I'm not a cop, and I've never said I was.
I've only ever heard Mark say he works in a police station.
I work in a police station. It doesn't make me a cop.
Here's where the nuanced lying comes in at.
You're a PI, right?
What did I tell you?
No, I used to be many years ago.
Busted!
Busted on what? On what?
Okay, no.
Yes. Whenever he
busted,
Mark, because you always use that as a point of knowing the law. You say, "I'm a cop. I know the law."
No, I've never said I'm a cop, Hermione. Never. Never.
Busted.
All right. So Mark, you work in a police station. So what do you do?
I work in a police station.
Stolen valor.
I work in the legal industry.
Stolen valor.
I'm not a police officer. Okay.
What do you do there, brother?
What do you mean? What do I do?
Well, you work in a police station. What do you do?
Sweeps the floor.
Oh shit, Michael Land, come on. No.
Yeah, Mike Land, that's wrong, man.
No, what do you do, Mark? Because I have heard that you work in a police station. So
now he works himself out of this one. Pay very close attention to the language.
Work myself out of what? What am I working myself out of?
Well, I fight authority always wins.
Well, I'm working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside.
I don't hear anything.
I need to stop interrupting with my laugh. Sorry.
Oh, don't stop.
What do you do there, Mark?
None of your business.
All right, cool.
We can just remember this hangout. The next time Mark tries to use the "I know the law" because I'm a police officer.
You don't have to be just a police officer to know the law, Hermione.
Well, you've used the police officer tag.
No, I have never said I was a police officer. Never. I work in a police station. It's a very large building, but it's primarily a police station. I have never said I'm a police officer. Never. If you think I have, go and find it. Let me know.
I have to say, that is all I've ever heard you say, man.
Because I have nothing better to do, Mark, than to look.
I've always been quite mystified.
You're making an accusation that I've said I'm a police officer. It's an offence to say you're a police officer if you're not.
People have
No, you're mistaken.
And Jem all have heard you say that.
No, I have never said I'm a police officer. Never.
Well, if I could get that video, I would love it.
Then go and find it. And I bet you $50 to your favourite charity that you're wrong.
He implied through inference.
That's right.
No, I said I work in a police station. It is a police station. That's where I work. The building I work in is a police station. That's his primary purpose.
But you don't work in the police station?
No, this is slippery language. Okay, he's the janitor.
Okay, if I said I worked in a hospital, does that make me a doctor?
No.
Right then. So what the fuck does
working
in a police station doesn't mean I'm saying I'm a police officer?
Oh my lord.
Well, Mark, from my perception, it certainly seems like you were coming from a certain point of view that you were trying to imply.
I still work in a certain profession that could be said to be attached to law enforcement, but I'm not a police officer.
Okay.
Exactly.
There's so many skid marks in that statement, it would take a police lineup.
Well, you'd have to know exactly what I do for a living and why and where it is
You're the
to make such
janitor.
silly accusations,
I
wouldn't you?
obviously understand why you don't want to disclose you're the janitor.
If I was the janitor, I'd say so. Nothing wrong with being a janitor.
I agree with that.
To be fair, like, no one should be pressured to give up personal information.
Well, exactly.
Actually, janitors make pretty damn good money, from what I understand.
Bobby's got the right idea in the side chat to a certain degree.
Okay, it's called chain of command, okay? It's not a personal dispersion on janitors. You people really are just a little too easily offended, okay? You got to stop with this political correctness, for crying out loud.
No one said they were offended. I said there's nothing wrong with being a janitor. You're the one making out that, oh, he's just a janitor, he sweeps the floor.
You're not
it's a
interested
bad
in
thing.
telling us. And
You're the one that's making out that that job is a bad thing, no one else.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I'm just saying that of all the jobs...
The way you spoke about it was if it was he's just a janitor. So shut up, Michael Ann.
Of all the jobs
this passive-aggressive bollocks is not impressing anyone except you. You're only trying to impress yourself.
Hold on. Michael,
let me ask you a question. What is all of the types of positions that are available in a building that's sort of like a police building? It's very big and police activity goes on, but I'm not exactly a policeman, but I tell people I'm a policeman when I cite the law.
No, I've never told anyone I'm a policeman. Never.
How's that working? Can you help me?
I've never told anyone I'm a policeman.
Can you help me with that one, sister?
I've never told anyone.
Let me help you out a bit here. In our police service now, they have privatised or...
Okay, you're either a cop or you're not. And apparently
to me.
you're not
You're not going to listen. She's not going to listen
You might
to you.
learn something. But they have privatised a lot of roles within the police service. So in order to put more, bobbies on the beat is the phrase that we use here. So a lot of jobs that used to be done by police are now done by civilians. But beyond that, there's all sorts of roles in police stations. Things like probation officers can be attached to police stations, and
I mentioned it to you.
Parking cop.
Bail bondsman.
No.
Bail bondsman.
Gem Panda. I mean, I was Gem Panda. Know what I'm saying when I mentioned local government.
You carry weapons?
I'm not going to answer questions from you.
I didn't
whether I carry weapons or not.
Guys,
goes one way with you, right?
They don't carry weapons in the UK anyway.
Yeah, generally, they don't carry weapons.
Yeah, listen, this isn't cool. Mark, listen. It just seems like sometimes when you get in chats, it seems like you're coming from the authority of an officer. That's the only reason I brought it up.
I have worked in law enforcement and the legal profession for the last 30 years.
Okay.
Oh, are you a barrister?
No, I'm not a barrister, no.
I just like saying that name.
I just think that perhaps maybe
he's a bail bondsman.
Maybe he's under like a non-disclosure thing.
Right.
I just don't think
he
that.
Absolutely would be.
I'm quite sure that's the reason.
And this has become bad form. I mean, okay, it was fair enough to sort of start this questioning, but I think, you know what I mean? This is what we normally do to people on Google Hangouts. We allow them the level of privacy that they want, don't we?
Exactly. I mean, I think we should respect Mark's privacy.
Right. It's cool. It's fine. I'm just, if I was a police officer, I'd say I was a police officer, but I'm not, and I never have. If I was a janitor, I'd be happy and proud to say I was a janitor.
I don't think you ever have, because I've always wondered what it is that you do. You know what I mean? Because I've heard you say...
There are people on Google Plus that know what I do from friends.
Yeah, I thought he obviously isn't a police officer, but he obviously does work in a police station. So I was always a bit intrigued by it. But...
Oh, someone's pointed out to me that we should read the YouTube comments. I haven't had a chance to look at them yet.
Oh, no. I'm not going to read them in case someone
Alright,
actually hates them about me.
I mean, who left you, Kane, to decide we needed to read the comments in the chat room?
I didn't say you had to. I said someone has just suggested to me that we maybe would like to have a look at them.
Trust me, people could come up with that on their own without being encouraged by you.
Someone has asked me to point it out, that's all.
So what? Big deal. Let people do it on their own.
Okay.
Big deal. You're not the king of the world.
I didn't say I was.
It was a suggestion. Can we all calm our tits?
It happens on Google Hangouts all the time. People look at them.
I'm seeing a lot of comments from Wendy.
I guess we're going to have to hear about the comments. Any chance you can let us do it on our own?
Wow. Yes, how dare you, Jacob?
Well, seriously, if I wanted to hear about the comments, I'd be sitting out of the room. I'd rather have a discussion than worried about what the people in the room are thinking.
Wait, why is there a double standard? Like, shouldn't I be able to do what I want? Shouldn't I be able to read the comments?
Maybe you're infringing upon my right to not want to know what's in there.
Well, then leave.
Actually, I kind of understand that. I kind of feel the same way.
Okay, so here's the deal. There's a lot of stuff going on in the chat. If you guys want to, take
You don't want to see that.
Well, who cares? You know, honestly, what difference does it make? You think you're changing the hearts and the minds of people? No.
No.
No. It's pretty arrogant of you to think so, but no.
I said, no, I'm not.
I think the point of these discussions and these hangouts are not necessarily to change the minds of people, but to get people to start thinking about their position. Whether or not they come to the same conclusion that they had before, you know, that's fine. But, like, you know, you come here to learn something, and you come here to have a discussion. It's a two-way street. You know?
Yeah.
And
that's, I mean, seriously, I think the same way. You're not telling me anything new.
That's wonderful. I'm glad you think that way.
I mean, it's, you know, it's the obvious. There's, you know, you come in, there's a topic, you discuss the topic, but you're not allowed to beat up on somebody, whether you agree with them or you don't. It's out of the question. But you can't expect somebody to sit there and take it.
No one's beating up on you. Grow up.
Oh, please, Mark.
You're a big grown woman, weren't you, Jack?
And you're a big grown man and you know better.
Yeah, I haven't got a problem.
And I'm sure your mother would be quite proud of your behavior.
She was until the point that until she died recently.
Oh, jeez, mine did too. Oh, boy, let's cry together. Can we have a group hug?
I'm not crying.
No, me neither.
I'll give you guys a group hug.
Oh, dear.
Wow, Mark.
Hey, I'm all for the group.
Listening, Mark.
I'm all
Gosh,
for
you're taking so much abuse.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? Might cry in a minute.
I'm okay.
No, I won't.
Wait a minute. Mark's usually the one serving it up.
Serving what up?
Mark, you do serve up some stuff to people.
I argue with people, so?
So I think she's just arguing with you.
Yeah, I haven't got a problem. Who said I had a problem with anything? I haven't got a problem. I'm fine.
All I said was
there's a psychotic break.
A bit of abuse. I don't think he said he had a problem with it.
Yeah, no.
All I said was he's usually the one serving it up. I didn't say he had a problem with it.
No, I don't serve up abuse to people, so that's another sort of, you know.
Doesn't seem to be.
I said I was a police officer.
I guess we all have a different definition on abuse. Then.
Well, if you think I've abused people, then let me know. At least I'll wait till they know. You know, I'll do it to their face, not wait till
I
they
don't
leave.
think she's alone in her thinking.
All right, I won't call anything from the past because I don't have time to look at the past. But if it happens in the future, I will say it.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
And then if you keep going, I'll tell you that I'll still sick Michael Ann on you. No, just kidding.
Thank you very much. I think the popcorn thing on Michael Jackson's brilliant.
It's the best gift for this hangout. I'm sorry.
It is.
I actually have to go to Bible study.
I was intending on not saying much at all when I came in until, I was, But then when people start lying about you, you've got to say something.
I know. That's why I spoke up.
Yeah, that's why you provided. I think you're just really upset that I made you look an idiot when I screen shared your website after you said it didn't have pansexual on it. And it did. Look at the comments in the previous hangout. Everyone's laughing their ass off because you got made out to be an idiot, and then you had connection problems.
And you just got busted on hangout, call yourself a non-cop cop who works with cops, but not with cops in a building filled with cops, but it's really big, and cop stuff goes on it. That was
Yeah, but see, the problem is the problem.
And I want Wendy to look. She's making lots of comments. I'd love for Wendy to come in. Wendy, will you post when you're ready? Because I will leave at the exact time for you to come in.
The problem is that her website.
That precedes you, my friend.
The problem is that her website didn't say it was a cure. It said that there was people claiming it to be a cure, but it didn't actually.
So read it properly. It was.
Michael Ann was very insistent that it did not even contain the word cure.
No,
that's the whole point. That was all I did, was prove her wrong when she said it didn't contain the word cure, and she was shown to be a liar.
You're splitting.
And then she got really upset about it afterwards.
Because of the way you tried to make it out like it was a cure, but then her website said that it wasn't a cure. It said that other people were claiming it was a cure, but that was her website. That was other people said it.
Okay.
So at minimum, Mark, you were being disingenuous. Okay?
It's a matter of semantics. Of course, he just needs to be a dick with low-hanging old man balls.
Hold on. Let's end this right now. Okay.
Jackie, how dare you be a hang-up police officer? You work in a police station where there's police.
Jackie, you got to get ready for a date. I got to go to Bible study. Peace out. This is fun. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Michael Ann, do you or do you not believe that the vitamin C thing is a cure? Just yes or no. Let's clarify things.
No. There's
all right,
not a word I use for anything.
Then that's it.
The thing is cure.
Come on in, Wendy. Wendy, if you're watching.
Negotiate. Okay,
I don't know whether Michael Ann Michael saying that people are ganging up. I don't think she understands that Wendy.
In my mouth, okay? You are
I mentioned about the comments when you mentioned about Wendy.
That says Michael Ann said.
Oh,
you have no fucking idea what I said.
You just mentioned about Wendy.
You just met me for 2 times. Do not start a sentence saying Michael Ann said.
I'll say what I like.
You have no idea. Well, then I'm just going to say what Mark says. Mark says he's a cop, but he's not a cop.
No, I didn't say I was a cop.
But it's where police are. It's a really big building, and well, because you're a bullshit artist, okay? Now, if you want to push back, keep coming. Keep coming.
Wow.
I mean, I still have time. I'm gonna sit around and watch the show. My boyfriend had to go run an errand, so it's gonna be longer for him to get back. But
we actually need to hand the thing back to Nadia since she's awake, and the poor thing has had to suffer through this bullshit.
Oh God.
No.
Well. As far as topically,
Nadia looks like she's quite enjoying it. I wouldn't say she was a poor thing at all.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure it's.
No, but enjoyable.
I think that affects it in a different way, but still.
It's woken you up. Put it that way.
It's helped. It got me jump started a little bit.
Yeah, Wendy really needs to get in here. She's going crazy out there trying to get in here.
We got a spot. 1, 2.
We have a spot.
We don't.
What are
I mean, who just came in? Okay, I think Ermine wanted Wendy to take her place.
Yeah. Yeah, or left so Wendy could get in.
Well, who's Wendy?
Wendy's got some things to say to you, I think.
Okay, well, I'll be leaving. She can have my
Everyone knows it's Wendy.
I don't mind making room. I'll make some room. Is she ready?
Oh, here we go. Bring her in.
Come on in, Wendy.
Okay, well, I'll be muting Wendy if she even mentions my name.
Of course.
Of course you will.
What do you guys need? Fresh recruits because you can't handle your own shit?
No, she just has something to say. I don't think there's.
Okay, well, I don't think she needs to be talking to me. Maybe she needs to address you.
I mean, if she wants to address you, then.
Okay, well, here's the deal. Michael Ann is not open today. No, I'm not.
Okay, then leave. Then why are you here?
Brilliant, Jackie.
No habla español. ¿Dónde está su casa?
Why are you even here then?
El Borreo. I was here first there, Tootsie. What are you here for?
Tootsie!
I'm here because I have friends in this room.
Okay, well, last time I checked, so did I.
Yeah, but
Where?
if you're closed off, then why are you here?
Oh, there's Wendy.
That's your opinion. You're
Wendy.
entitled to it. But I'm only closed off to assholes.
Wendy, Michael Ann, Wendy.
Where's Wendy? Oh,
Say hi, Wendy.
we have the evil eye of the Illuminati.
Just walked in the room and already gets an insult.
Oh, it's a joke. Can you get the pipe out of your ass? Christ. There's
Oh,
no
right.
It was funny. It was
too.
funny.
Seriously. You're too close to the farce there with your obsession with me there, Toots.
Actually, the one-eyed deity is in fact an Illuminati thing, but I don't think that was Wendy's picture. But there is a thing.
And you might notice the pyramid in the A, but I'm not going to mention that either.
That's the atheist.
I know it's the atheist that
I know.
I know it's the atheist.
Sorry, hold on. Does Wendy have something to say?
For me.
But it's not Wendy's picture. I was just remarking that there is a thing about a one-eyed being associated with the elitists and.
Oh, and the symbol.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a
Go
more
ahead, Wendy.
symbology. Yeah. They're big. The elites are big on symbology. Whether you believe it or not, whether I believe it or not, is immaterial. They believe it. They're big into it, and it is true. That's what.
Vaughn is an expert on conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I am the resident conspiracy theorist. So.
Well,
I
I
know
can
wherever I
explain. I can explain my own icon if you want to give me a minute to
You know,
talk.
it was a joke. So
Yeah, it wasn't. It
no
wasn't a reference to
explanation.
your.
We don't need to know what anybody's avatar means. It's an avatar. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, it wasn't a reference necessarily to your picture.
Exactly. Don't take it personally.
I don't take anything personally.
Just tell them you're an evil Illuminatus trying to take over the world, Wendy.
I'm an evil Illuminatus trying to take over the world.
Yes.
Well, I think it has to do with Star Trek, doesn't it?
Pardon me?
Does it have to do with Star Trek, or is that an A for atheism?
The A is for atheism. If you can zoom in on the eyeball, it's computer code, and since I have worked with computers nearly my entire life, that's all that means. Nothing magical. And purple's my favorite color. That's all it is.
Yay, purple!
Nothing more.
It's all gone quiet now.
Oh.
Welcome to the room.
Oh,
I'm not sure how effective my approach is, but I usually talk about how, modern medicine actually does take nutrition into account, and how doctors are actually infusing me with certain minerals where I have deficiencies. You see me in the hospital and such. Magnesium, potassium, and phosphorus, especially.
Vitamin C.
Not vitamin C. I'm sure if I showed a deficiency there, they would deal with it. But
surely not.
Yeah, the blood tests are not showing that I have radical deficiencies there.
You mean they don't administer great big bagfuls of it to you?
I'm not sure what they do when there are radical deficiencies. I suspect they fuse something, but yeah, they don't find it in my case, so they don't do it in my case.
Yeah, whatever works is usually the best.
I do have to go soon. I kind of wanted to hear what Wendy had to say.
About vaccines?
Yeah.
I think anybody who doesn't vaccinate is absolutely insane, unless they can't. I had the measles when I was a child. That was before the vaccine was developed. I nearly died. It's a very deadly disease. My children have all been vaccinated. They're all very healthy, very intelligent.
What? Then
without
you mean
any issues whatsoever.
None of them were autistic after being vaccinated?
Nope.
Wow.
Excellent.
What a shocker. I shouldn't have made that comment.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Why is Michael Ann being so pleasant and quiet now?
Don't know.
I'm laughing my ass off over here. I'm just trying to keep it silent so you don't hear me laughing at you all.
There's a risk assessment process within modern medicine, and if things like what happened to Wendy are on the side of what's being prevented, and well, they actually go about looking for things that might go wrong, and well, what they seem to have found, and that there aren't really things that go wrong that much, if anything. I think the major things that might go wrong sometimes in some vaccines is that you actually kind of catch a weak form of the disease. Yeah.
Well,
and the trade-off is go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing that started with Andrew Wakefield and his bogus study of, what was it, 8 or 12 children? That's a really great study. Linking autism to the MMR vaccine. Turned out he was actually working for a competitive pharmaceutical company when he produced the study. He has since lost his medical license. But all kinds of really woo-woo new age celebrities, or let's say D-list celebrities in Hollywood, have taken on this thing, and now there's an outbreak of measles in California and other areas where people have not vaccinated, and I think it's dangerous, it's deadly, and it's absolutely stupid.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's one.
There's like thousands of kids there's about 1,000 kids being affected by this measles outbreak, and even more who have to stay home from school. Being from California, I have a friend who has a daughter, and her daughter goes to school at a school district that's affected by it. I'm sorry?
These are just anecdotal vaccines stories on this planet. Anecdotal.
Anecdotal. Well, there's all kinds of immunologists who have actually worked in this field for years and years and years,
and there
is a lot of proof that vaccines work.
50% say yes, 50% say no.
I
don't care what side you fall on. I didn't ask for your opinion.
I didn't ask for yours either.
I'm not giving you mine.
No, you are giving your opinion. It's just an opinion. It has nothing to do with facts.
Nope, I don't discuss vaccines. I have an opinion about what I would do for myself, or if somebody ordered me to give a vaccine, like a physician, I would decline it. Now, I don't care what
You don't care about endangering the public or other
No,
children,
because
obviously.
because I've had a different experience about vaccines.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But you don't want to hear my story. I just have to
No,
hear.
that's your opinion.
No, you
It's
didn't
got
want
nothing
my
to do with
story,
science.
but I had to hear your
It's
story.
got nothing to do with science. Got nothing to do with medicine. It's got to do with your opinion.
How do you know? How do you know what my story is?
Because I know the
I had to listen to your story.
I know
I
the
kind of
science.
do want to hear the story. I
No,
do kind of
we
want.
only have to hear the stories that matter to you, but you don't want to hear an opposing view. Sorry.
I just don't want to hear bullshit. That's all.
I'd like to hear
You haven't heard bullshit, okay?
Yeah,
I would
hear
encourage
bullshit.
you.
I hear bullshit all the time. The anti-vaxxers, they're full of shit.
Sure, I know. We're conspiracy theorists. We're a lot of things.
That too.
I find it quite remarkable, though. That
Another mudslinger yourself. So when you have to go to personal dispersions,
I'm a mudslinger. It's that.
Well, when
there's
you
your opinion and then there's facts.
you make those kind of statements,
There's your opinion and then there's facts.
Your
opinion doesn't coincide with facts.
Yes, it does.
I find it quite remarkable. I find it quite remarkable that the forces of Big Pharma were behind the seminal paper behind the anti-vax movement. And
it was actually a pharmaceutical company that started that anti-vax bullshit.
Because they would make more money off of people who do get sick.
No, they make. It's not just that. They were coming up with an alternate vaccine, and they wanted to sell their vaccine as opposed to the other pharmaceutical company's vaccine. So they created this bullshit story.
Oh yeah.
Why don't we have?
Yeah.
Why don't we have smallpox or measles or polio right now? Is it because of vaccines?
No, we still have all those diseases on this planet as we speak, and they may not be in this country, but they are still here, and they are still here, and they will always be here because vaccines do not come with 100% guarantee.
They were almost eradicated until the anti-vaxxer nuts took over.
Yeah, I was pretty.
I'm quite sure that's exactly how that went down.
Yeah, it did.
It's those money vaxxers. They just want to make themselves crazy. I can tell that you've been vaccinated because your critical thinking has left the building like Elvis.
It's those types of comments that... Hold on. It's those types of comments that discourage conversation. And it's sad.
Snake oil salesman talking about critical thinking. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
Snake oil salesman. Well, another fucking troll you bring into the room. You guys can't
troll.
And now we have to bring her in the room. Since when do you have the audacity to call me that?
You don't need vaccinations.
Mark sent me a link to the website.
No shit.
Snake oil.
You're an asshole too.
You don't need.
I'm not as big an asshole as you are.
You don't need vaccinations if you have prayer.
That's true.
Yeah, pray.
Yeah, try that one, Michael.
Pray for it.
I don't do prayer for wellness. Pick another one.
What do you do it for then?
I don't.
So what do you pray for?
I don't. You're not hearing me. I don't pray.
You don't pray at all? All right.
Nope. Good. Don't go to church. Don't pray. Got no idol worship. None of that shit.
It's about as effective as woo-woo, though.
Theist.
That's probably why.
Yeah.
Nope. You have no idea.
Homeopathy.
We should
homeopathy.
I don't do well, I don't do that either, kids. So I can join you there.
Yeah, let's not make assumptions about Michael.
No, I've seen the website. Look at our website.
You know, ping-ponging me around like I'm a baseball. Are you proud of yourself?
What's our website? Can you put a link in the side chat?
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
I guess opposing opinions to all of you just means...
Whoa, no recordings, please. No recordings.
Wow.
Sorry.
No recordings, please.
I'm just so entertained right now.
Put it in the side chat. There you go. So you have a look yourself. Make your own minds up. Oh, Wendy had to leave.
She couldn't handle the heat.
That's what it
Connection
was.
problem.
Mhm.
You had to bring in a girl to do your light work.
Bring in a girl. I didn't bring anyone in.
Wait, I mean, whoa.
Oh shit, there's Benna. There's
Are
Benna.
you?
How you doing?
Does it even matter that she was female?
Now you're in trouble.
We've been invaded from down under.
Oh yeah.
Benna-Perry! Oh my god, I haven't talked to Benna-Perry in so long, my friend.
Hope everybody's had a good. I hope everybody's had a big glass of orange juice this morning.
Hey, Mark, if Wendy
It's no good orally. It's no good orally, apparently.
There
You've
is
got to have it.
Well, at least you're getting something out of it. Mark, you're learning something. Good boy.
I made an enema.
Well, that's what I was going to say. That's the way. What you do is bend forward and stick a funnel up your ass and pour the orange juice in that way.
Now you got people doing coffee enemas.
Yeah, that works as well.
That'd be good for waking up in the morning.
Yeah, but it gets you thrown out of Costa Coffee quite quickly.
Hey,
Oh,
Mark,
wow.
does Wendy want to come back in here?
I'll just find out.
I'll give up my spot.
Yeah, I think she does. Yeah, but if anyone's not speaking, then
Yeah, I'll go ahead and bounce. All right, Wendy, if you're watching, hop on in.
oh no, Jackie's left.
Oh, Jackie.
Jackie's coming back.
Oh, she's coming back. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm leaving.
Here we go. Sorry, I had to switch to my phone because I have to do a couple things away from my computer.
So have you been discussing anti-vaccination or vitamin C therapy?
Well,
both. I'm not sure if you'd call it a discussion.
Let me ask you a question. Have you heard of the famous case out of New Zealand about the gentleman that was on 60 Minutes with swine flu?
No.
It's a very famous case in New Zealand. I'll post a link for you. As a matter of fact, it changed some of the laws in New Zealand once this occurred.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the vitamin C therapy.
Oh, there you go. He's a well-educated man.
I just wouldn't say that. I mean, you're not saying that it's to be done solely, right? That's in conjunction with like
in
chemotherapy.
conjunction with everything. This is food. I don't get what people don't get. It's an adjunct therapy. Now, if you happen to be a person that can't take an antibiotic, or you can't take a vaccine, or you can't take chemotherapy because you're too sick, then you have a case for maybe using it as a standalone treatment. But that is an extreme event. Nobody proclaims what Mark walks around telling people that I supposedly proclaim. Now, in the side chat, I'm going to paste for you the 6.
I just contended your website where it said, "Is it the next weapon against cancer?"
Yeah, it's a question, honey. It's called rhetorical question, okay? It's not a statement of fact.
Revisiting the issue of vitamin C as a cancer cure. That's what your website says.
Yeah,
It's not a cure for cancer.
Read the full sentence either there, knucklehead. Okay, so...
Well, you shouldn't be on your website implying it's a cure for cancer when it's not.
It's a rhetorical question.
No,
You're not getting it.
I've provided the link to the website.
Okay, so it says, if the national... The question is... If the national...
Mark, I wish I had $1 for every time she's called you a name.
I know.
If the National Institutes of Health has issued a statement revisiting the issue of vitamin C as a cancer cure...
It doesn't mention statement. Read it as it says on the website. If the National Institutes of Health...
I wrote it, knucklehead.
Okay. You just said it's statement. It doesn't say statement. It says, if the National Institutes of Health is revisiting the issue of vitamin C as a cancer...
something else to do.
Okay.
You just heard my explanation.
Well, you didn't read it correctly. You changed it.
What you think I said, you
just reading it from the website.
I
let me read it then.
Consider it a cure.
Let me read it.
It's a rhetorical question.
Let me read it then.
Because apparently
I wish I could hear you.
You're not doing it.
Let me read it then. It says, nature's unsung weapon. If the National Institutes of Health
There's
is...
the question, if. Did you see the word if?
Can I finish?
Question, not a
Let me
statement.
finish.
Well, I don't
It's,
know.
uh,
You know what
She won't let you finish.
I'll
I don't
start
know
again.
what you're reading. I don't know
start
if you
again.
know what
we
you're
can just
reading.
hear the whole if we can hear the whole statement, and then maybe we can make comment. How's
Yeah.
that?
It says on the website, nature's unsung weapon. If the National Institutes of Health is revisiting the issue of vitamin C as a cancer cure, shouldn't you?
Okay, so that's a question, honey. Is there a state effect
Well,
in there anywhere?
what it's doing is quite misleading, and the
I think maybe
implication,
for you, maybe
the
for you,
implication
you've got
is that
that
vitamin
janitorial
C,
spot in the so-called police station that's not really a police
the-
station, where you're not really a cop.
I didn't say I was a cop. The implication is that vitamin C is a cancer
question,
cure, and it's not.
Rhetorical
And
question.
that can lead people into dumping. It
of
can lead
Health
people into dumping their
already
cancer
issued their
treatment
ruling.
in favor of this.
Sir, the facts don't
fuckery.
change because of your disbelief. And the National Institutes of Health in the United States has already made their ruling. We don't need your janitorial perspective.
This intravenous nutritional rescue with a high-dose vitamin C infusion therapy supposedly relieves pain, promotes well-being, relieves the burden of cancer patients and
Have you
others
ever had it?
who are challenged to meet their
Have you ever
nutritional
had it?
needs.
People get down on what they're not up on there, sweetie.
It's misleading, and all the scientific
Only
evidence and
you,
all the medical.
Oh yeah, everybody, every fucking body on the planet, every single solitary individual on the planet exactly thinks the way you're preaching. You're out of your delusional mind. You're out of your
Is this what you do?
delusional
You try to
mind.
shut down
This is what I
dissension
do
by
to you.
shouting over people.
This is what I do to you.
You're not doing a very good advert for it, is it?
This is not
the overwhelming medical consensus.
Neither are you.
Sort of thing
Okay,
doesn't work.
Assure you, it's not your finest moment either. Now we can
I'm not
continue
advertising this
all fucking night, honey, because
quackery. You are.
But if you want to, we can do this all night long. But I'm not letting up. Okay, I'm not letting up. I'm like a fucking
Well, of course you're
bulldog
not
on
going
your
to. You have to.
goddamn throat.
You have
There
to.
you go.
You have to
I'm
shout
not
things
taking-
down rather than let it speak for itself.
Yeah. Yes, I do. For you.
Can't afford
For
to
you.
have
Do you
it.
hear me shouting anybody else down? I've been silent. I've been silent. Okay? I sit and I listen
Well,
until
Ben
the lights
has a
walk in the
question
room.
for you.
I don't know that I'm up for Ben yet because I'm not done with you. Okay, so stop deflecting.
You are.
Now
done.
you and I are gonna. You and I
you're
are either
very
gonna
done.
put the sword down,
You're
and
very
you
done.
need to walk away.
No,
You're
I
done.
won't. I don't need to do anything you say. I do. Sorry.
Then walk away. Walk away.
No, I won't because I won't listen to. I won't allow, as other people
And
won't
I
allow,
won't
bullshit to
allow
be passed off as medical.
Be passed off as bullshit.
Well, it is.
I'm not.
Other
no,
people
you're
have said the
bullshit.
same. I don't
I'm
know
not
anyone
allowed-
that's agreed with you yet.
Okay, well, several people have agreed and left. Okay, so now that I might be outnumbered doesn't mean I'm letting your ass off the fire.
Don't think.
Oh yeah, we just had to load the room with all your little gigglers.
My giggler. These people. It's rather insulting to suggest that other people in the room are in some way connected to me. They're not.
You can spin it any way you care to.
Yeah, and
This
it's
is
you
your
that's making us
kabuki
giggle.
theater. You get to paint the wall. You get to paint the wall.
Yeah, Jem Pans just tried to say something.
You get to determine everything. You get to determine everything. Who woke you the fuck up and put the crown on your ass? I'd like to know. Who gave you permission to just walk around slandering people because you got nothing else to do?
slandering you.
Janitor.
I've read out your own website for you.
Yes, you are. Okay, well, that's a rhetorical question. If you don't understand what that is, I'd go and find yourself a resource where you could bone up.
Well, how I see that is it's a bit like those things you see on the History Channel, you know, where they say, you know, did aliens attend the first Thanksgiving dinner? And then they go and make a show about it, about that question, knowing, of course, that they didn't. It does seem a little bit deceptive, I think.
There's a far cry from aliens and nutrition, sir. I don't know what you're smoking tonight. Seriously. You people...
I was giving an example of another of where this technique of
no idea.
instead of making a statement, you pretend the statement is a question. and you ask this question when in actual fact what you're doing is making a statement.
It's a rhetorical question.
Exactly.
It's to get you to think. It's to get you to think.
To buy, I think.
Now, at no time do you see me telling people they have to come and get it, do you?
I don't know. To me, I kind of
don't get that I work for a physician. A doctor has to sign my orders. A doctor prescribes what goes in the bag. Okay, I am the vehicle by which his prescription comes to, just like Nadia said. This is the shit that was hanging.
Well, actually, I would say in my case, there were specific minerals where I was deemed deficient in life-threatening ways, and also, I mean, it wasn't kind of a broad brush thing. So things where I wasn't deemed deficient weren't put in the bags.
Okay, well, I'm gonna head out, so hopefully I'll be able to talk to you guys at
Before you
some
go,
other point. Yeah?
Does anyone else see 11 people in the room?
Yeah, there is. I think it might be Wendy still here, but not here. So it
I'm-
said that she... Oh, she's still here. No?
I'm here, but my other app crashed, so...
Alright, well...
Go figure. 11 in the room. Wow, this is interesting.
Weird. I only see 10.
Some of our spirits.
Okay, who died? Who died during the argument? Came back as a ghost.
Michael Ann's ideas died, I think.
Oh, well.
Vitamin C overdose?
Oh, I didn't get to ask my question.
Nice one, Jackie. Oh, she left. You frightened her. Jackie, you vicious person that she made her leave.
I'm always very skeptical of these one thing cure all statements.
Yeah, but is that what she was presenting, though? Was she presenting... I mean, this is pretty common using vitamin C in cancer. It's pretty standard.
Okay, I gotta go. I have a date. So, catch y'all later.
Enjoy.
Love
Hey,
that.
Jackie,
Love it.
have a fun date.
I think, to be fair, she wasn't talking about that as a cure. It's just her stuff kind of got wrapped up in Rev's quite, what's the word, strident voicing of his opinion, and it all got sort of wrapped up into one. She was defending Rev and
anti-vaccine, but then when she said
absolutely yes, wrapped up in all of this drama.
And all I asked was for some evidence, and she said, look at my website. So I looked at her website and then said, well, it does infer and suggest that vitamin C is a cure for cancer, and I don't think that's right. And then she said, my website does not mention the words cancer and cure in the same sentence. So then I screen shared her website that showed that it did. And she's a bit upset about that. But there you go.
And then she called you lots of names, Mark.
Yeah. Lots of names.
Oh, Wendy, vaccines are awesome, right?
I think
absolutely.
vaccines work, yes.
Absolutely, yes. Death. Love it, right?
And if you click on a website that says recommended cancer reading, which again infers and we get lots of links to other sites about antioxidants against cancer, biological basis of cancer. So the inference is really quite there about it being a cure in some way for cancer, and that is wrong. Because it, in my opinion, that may promote people to dump their cancer treatment or other treatment they're having for other diseases in favour of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it is pretty common practice for cancer patients to have vitamin C treatment
alongside their
chemo and so forth.
Yeah. Whereas Michael Ann is sort of inferring or suggesting that this, and it's got, and it mentions pricing and packages as well, Your initial admission, including a 50-gram IV, is $350.
Apparently there are. Go, Wendy.
Something Nadia said earlier too is also vitally important, and that is nutrition. And this is something that I'm painfully aware of because I have celiac disease, which is an autoimmune disease. And it's very, very important that you eat nutritious, healthy foods and stop putting crap in your body to help prevent unnecessary conditions.
So is that an intolerance to wheat?
Pardon me?
Is that intolerance to certain food groups like wheat?
It's gluten, yes. In
Gluten,
wheat, barley, and rye, and it's actually an autoimmune disease. It's not an intolerance. It's not an allergy. It's actually an autoimmune problem.
I'm told I have malabsorption from gastroparesis. So I show up with deficiencies across some number of vitamins, but the ones that are critical and life-threatening in the scenarios you see me in the hospital are potassium, especially because it gets to your heart. Magnesium also gets to my heart. I'm not sure how it hurts me, but phosphorus.
What was that last thing you said?
Phosphorus.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium. There's some kind of nexus there that they really get concerned about the heart.
And do you have diabetes too?
Type 1.
Type 1. Okay. It is actually a medical fact that 25% of diabetics also have celiac disease, and a lot of them don't know it. It's a lot higher rate than the general population in diabetics.
I still had medical coverage. I got checked out by some gastroenterologists, and they diagnosed gastroparesis, not celiac. So I don't think I can very effectively get.
I think someone has mentioned in the comments section that his daughter became autistic after the 3-in-1 and the 5-in-1. And he says he would have loved to have had the money to pay for separates, but I still don't blame the vaccines. Does that make me stupid? No.
Not at all. I actually, my hypothesis is that the increase in autism has to do with environmental factors and not with vaccines or any of this other nonsense that people have come up with. I think there's a closer correlation to pollution and carbon content in the atmosphere than there is in medicine. Because I know that when a person is pregnant, they're carrying a fetus. If you're exposed to toxins, there are going to be problems with your child, and there are a lot of environmental toxins present today that weren't 50 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not claiming to be a massive medical expert, but this idea that we should be people running around saying vaccinations are bad and we should stop having them is just dangerous.
There are people who don't remember polio.
There are people in Pakistan who are getting a taste of it nowadays, not there?
Right.
There's a different kind of anti-vax movement going on out there that has to do with Western influence or something like that.
Yeah. And I agree with all this, with children, that playing with dirt or whatever, they catch the odd, bug or something, that helps. But this idea that we should just stop vaccines and let people build up a natural immunity to dangerous killer diseases is madness, in my opinion.
It is. There are things like you should let your kids play in the dirt and get dirty and build up immunities to things like, the common cold and stuff like that. Sure, that's normal, but there are preventable dangerous diseases like measles, mumps, rubella, smallpox, polio, things that can be prevented and should be prevented.
Basically, exactly the things we're making vaccines for. Yeah.
And as Hades has said, it affects other people if you don't have vaccinations or have your children vaccinated.
I wonder, is there any correlation between the age at which children are normally vaccinated and the age at which children are more frequently diagnosed with autism? I mean, does this happen at a similar age?
There's no correlation. The initial study, which really wasn't a study that was done by Wakefield, has been debunked over and over and over again.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I'm just wondering if the reason that rumour exists is because people go and take their children for vaccination, and then at, say, I don't know, age 5, and age 5 just happens to be an age when signs of autism become more obvious, and then children become diagnosed. I'm not saying one causes the other, I'm just wondering if that's why people link to, if they happen at a similar sort of age in the child.
Oh, it's probably exactly why. Like people make false correlations all the time.
Right.
Like, I can't think of an example right now. But
I was baptized, but I turned out okay. And yeah, luckily haven't had any adverse effects to that. That's probably more dangerous than being vaccinated.
Same here.
I was baptized Catholic.
Apparently there's a lot of...
How have you survived, Nadia?
Apparently...
well, they thought of me as an altar boy, so,
Apparently.
I had no contact with the Catholic Church basically after baptism.
You dodged that bullet.
Apparently there's a lot of fecal matter in that holy water, too.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Well, they find fecal matter on lipstick, so...
Yeah. Robbie just put in the sidebar, I was circumcised and I still get erections.
My usual one for that is, I've already been circumcised twice, and I'm thinking of going in for another cut.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
See, these places can be fun.
That must be a bit like how my virginity has grown back.
A born again version.
Yeah.
There is hymen restoration surgery.
Yeah, I was just about to say you can actually supposedly have your virginity restored.
One way is through Alzheimer's.
Yeah, I just forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that was mean.
I have a friend at work, a work colleague in that police station that I'm not a policeman in, and her mother, just sadly just passed away. But up until she used to go to Alzheimer's classes, and I said to her, "How does she remember to go? Or where the building is? Or why am I here? I don't know. I don't know why I'm here either. Just a group of people stood in a hallway, not knowing where they're all going." Then someone comes along and says, "Oh, hey, you must be the Alzheimer's class. This way." And she laughs. We laugh about it all the time. Even her mother laughed about it before. She said, "Oh yeah." Who are you again? Imagine what the class is like. What are you here for? I don't know. Who are you? I don't know either. I'm the Alzheimer's doctor. What's Alzheimer's? I've got that. Have you? I haven't. Who are you? Like for hours, and then someone has to come and get them. Otherwise, they just sit there all day.
My grandmother was an interesting case. Apparently, I'm not sure what kind of degenerative thing, whether it was Alzheimer's, dementia, or whatever. But she thought she was still in Cuba before Castro took over.
Oh my.
That'd be brilliant. Imagine that. How's Kennedy doing? What do you mean? How's he doing? What's he doing? How's he doing?
Kennedy.
Yeah, Bautista and all that. Oh, the debates over, whether Bautista was right for taking over Machado or whatever was pretty big back then. But it was actually more sad because like she didn't recognize herself or her husband or anything. She expected a young man of the age. Her husband would have been 1959 or something. Instead, yeah.
It's like 911. There's a strange old man in my bed. My husband's only 32. What's this?
I gotta tell you an interesting story. My husband's grandmother passed away in '94. I think it was around '94, and her husband, his name is Ernie. Well, when she was going to pass away because she had cancer, she said, "I want you and Irene," which was her best friend, "I want you to take care of one another. So, when I'm gone," because Irene had lost her husband. Well, so anyway, after Nan passed away, Ernie and Irene got married and so on and so forth, and Irene eventually got Alzheimer's. Well, her first husband's name was Ernie as well. So our Ernie used to say, "I never know if she's talking to me or the other." Half the time she doesn't know who the hell I am.
I wonder
she always gets the name right.
If you had sort of something like that, and you haven't got out and told you were fit and healthy, and I wonder whether there'd be any sort of placebo effect in losing your memory. Would you have, I wonder whether that would work in any way, whether there is a placebo effect to it. Am I normally depressed? No, you're normally very optimistic and happy, and you just act that way. What am I going to do with all these millions in the bank? Well, you promised to give them to me.
Tommy Hall wants in.
Cool.
Not sure if we could
no.
find a... I don't know if Palm will volunteer to...
I'm not even tired. It's 4 a.m. I'm still laughing.
Well, one of the good things though was that she would actually cooperate. Like if once she kind of woke up or whatever, and people had told her for the day or whatever who everybody was, and calmed her down from not recognizing people. She'd actually just go along with it, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, my mother, before she passed away, had some mental health issues. Luckily, it wasn't genetic, although some probably disagree. But she would often forget or call me by her brother's name, or as Nadia said, you'd perhaps tell her something in the morning and she'd go along with it for the day. She thought you could tell her she was Mexican probably, and she'd have gone to visit her. Hello. Hey, ma'am. I am Mexican.
Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
There is a psychological condition you can have, isn't there, where you start talking in a foreign accent. I think it can come as a result of a stroke or something like that. But it's a recognised condition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Us English don't need to learn foreign languages. We just speak English louder with a slight foreign accent, and that's it. Yeah. That's all we need to do. That is learning another language, according to...
Yeah. Louder and slower. That's all we need.
I've seen it in Spain. I've been to Spain, I thought I'd try and, as you do, to be polite, try and learn a little bit of the language to, it's just polite, isn't it? It's the sort of thing you should do. But you've probably seen it as well in Spain. You just get, "Oi, Jono, do a beer, s'il vous plaît." I think that's it. I know Spanish, me.
Uno cerveza, por favor.
Yeah.
That was actually kind of the sort of like Latin food culture stuff was kind of actually how my grandmother managed to fit in, at least from what little I saw. I mean, we're talking about like days of visits, but still, what I saw was like, well, she had no idea who my mother or sister were, but she would just like get into trying to be involved in the kitchen. She wouldn't actually do that well. It was sad because apparently she was a better cook or something when she was younger, but or actually a pretty good one. But it was kind of a disaster once things set in, and but still she was involved in the kitchen, and even though she had no idea who my mother and sister were, she somehow still got along, just messing around in the kitchen. So like I don't know if they're like water for chocolate thing. If you ever seen that, where you go crazy talking about all the food stuff. I mean, food is like all the stuff you talk about.
That's G-Man.
G-Man. Wow.
Oh. Hi, G-Man.
Shit just got real.
Do you believe in vaccinations, G-Man? Fingers crossed. I hope you do.
Yeah, I figure this hangout may explode.
G-Man's cool. G-Man's cool. He'll be fine.
Well, of course, G-Man believes in vaccinations. Come on.
Okay, I get back to Harlem. I'll be taking the path over to visit him in Jersey.
No, G-Man's quite fit. I shouldn't think he needs much in the way of medical assistance. I've seen his workout videos.
Yeah, I need to get back there so I could get G-Man to, be my help with fitness advice and all that.
Personal trainer.
Yeah, that's all Nadia needs is perhaps Jesus with his abs. Not that Jesus, the G.
Jesus.
Jesus with his abs.
Yeah.
There's Nadia's personal trainer.
Rock hard abs. Yeah. He's like so built.
What are you guys talking about?
How buffed and built and Jesus DiCaprio is.
Wait a minute, what?
The guy that's the black Hebrew Israelite, is that right? Is he a black Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah, he's a Hebrew Israelite, but he claims to be a Christian too. I'm not sure about that though.
Nadia's more interested in his abs.
Oh, okay. Nadia, you got a crush on Jesus?
Just his abs.
He's got a really good body, but he might be a little bit too far out, idea-wise.
Yeah, well, just all you'd need is some gaffer tape. You'd be fine.
That's funny.
Most of the guys that I don't talk to me very much when they're at it. So, yeah. He shows up at the club.
Yeah.
It's pretty good stuff.
Okay. Somebody said that the IQ in here just dropped when I came in here. Who's Hades' son? The overall IQ with the hand just dropped.
That's terrible, Hades.
Yeah, he's just joking, I think.
Yeah.
But I figured he would have, stopped doing that, considering the video I uploaded, earlier this week on Fox News when it was talking about low self-esteem and everything. I mean, I kind of figured that he would have learned something from that or something. I don't know.
Fox News. Faux
The
news.
psychotherapist there, and they was talking about putting other people down, talking about how smart you are, and everybody knows that that's a form of low self-esteem when you're constantly
I
doing
think Fox News has got quite a lot of psychotherapists, but most of them are working there in a professional capacity. But and I think they
self-analysis.
Yeah, they spell Fox wrong. It's spelled F-A-U-X.
So,
news.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm eagerly awaiting G-Man's upcoming video on the synthetic a priori and the Feynman-Macaque equation. So.
Went over my head.
Has everybody heard of the scandal with Brian Williams? His deliberate lies apparently about when he was journalist.
Oh, was it something to do with, was it Iraq? Was it? He said
he was in a helicopter that was fired upon and shot down or something. He was actually in another helicopter that was behind that one. Anyway, somebody said, "Hey, I hear they're opening at Fox News. He can become a journalist with."
He ticks all the boxes.
Yeah. So that was a conspiracy story that is true then. He did.
Well, people have sued Fox News for fraud and they lost because apparently these news organizations have the right, according to free speech, to outright lie, outright deliberately misinform.
Ridiculous.
We had something similar in the UK, if I remember, about a newspaper. If I remember rightly, was it the Daily Mirror? He faked some Iraqi abuse pictures.
Oh yeah, they faked photos of soldiers urinating on prisoners, didn't they?
That's it. Yeah.
Piers
Morgan. He was the editor at the time, wasn't he?
Yeah. He's a jerk.
And he ended up getting a big job off the back of it. Yeah, the same guy. He was editor of a newspaper that faked pictures showing British soldiers abusing Iraqi prisoners, and it turned out not to be true.
Wasn't he part of the phone hacking scandal too?
Yes, he said that he didn't know anything about phone hacking at the Daily Mirror, and nobody did it. And I'm not sure that it turned out that that wasn't quite true.
In other news, I think G-Man has a first to announce on Monday. What's happening with GTV?
Yeah, on my GTV channel, I'm going to be doing something similar to what you guys are used to seeing on the Drunken Peasants, and on the Magic Sandwich Show. We're going to be talking about current events, news, science. You guys are going to get a kick out of that.
So it's not going to be a religious thing then?
About a half an hour is going to be about great debate stuff. I'm not devoting an entire hangout to that. No.
Oh, that sounds good.
It's going to be a 2-hour show with only a half an hour of great debate issues and whatnot. So.
Is it a GTV? Is it?
Yeah, it's GTV. What else? I'm going to have like guests on there. There'll be contests and stuff like that on there. I'll be giving prizes away. There'll be rap battle hangouts. I'm going to try to get some people in there who know a lot about like certain scientific things. I'll be doing some sci-fi stuff. Like, for example, on the show we're going to do on Monday, I'm going to be asking people who's their favorite Sith Lord. If you know anything about Star Wars, who's their favorite Jedi, who's their favorite villain in Star Trek, who's their favorite hero in Star Trek. Things like that. I'll be talking about technology and things of that nature, just to give people a different look at me here on YouTube, since I only talk about religion all the time.
I try to keep up with a bit of an international perspective, so it might be useful to have me on.
Oh, I will. And Nadia, I do want you on here when I get into LGBT stuff, if you're still on YouTube, then, because I'm probably like maybe the third week of this month. Not the third week of this month. The last week of this month, I'll probably try to get you, because I do want to do an LGBT show.
Yeah, they still have to do kind of a round trip to the courts, so the odds aren't insubstantial that I'll be available. And
Well, yeah.
I do want to let you know what the difference is going to be, though. It's not going to be debating. Like, I'm going to ask you a question, you're going to be able to speak your mind, and that'll probably be it. You know what I mean? Unless I feel like I need to say something or something. Like, for example, let's say I ask you, Nadia, like, how do you feel like the LGBT people are being treated in the United States? You'll give your opinion, and then I might follow up with, well, I agree because of this, and I disagree because of that. And then, unless you got something else you want to say, we'll move on. But it's going to be like a talk show style. It won't be like debating back and forth or nothing like that.
It's a non-confrontational then.
Well, that sounds
Oh,
good.
yeah, very different.
That sounds good.
Yeah. I'll be tuning in then. We're thinking of doing one similar. Well, I say similar, not similar in any way. But Wayne and I and a couple of others are thinking of doing one from like some hangouts from a British perspective about various things.
Oh.
That would be interesting because I would like to see some positive atheism come out of England at some point. You know what I mean? Because whenever I think about it, you know, the first face that comes to my mind is Alex Bynes. That is the first face that comes to my mind, and that's not good. That's not good at all.
Oh.
So,
No, we'll probably deal with things with some humour and some satire, but hopefully try and avoid the insults. But I'm not guaranteeing anything because
I know that. I know that.
No.
And let me ask you guys a question, a very serious question. And I know all of you have different opinions. You don't all think the same, I don't think. I spent an entire week going after Matt Dillahunty, and I really think this debate's going to happen. But seriously, how many of you would be interested in hearing me debate him on the morality of slavery? Like, I already know where most of you stand with this. I know most of you think it's disgusting, I think. Maybe except for any theists that's in here. But how would you guys feel about me debating him on the morality of slavery? I think, number one, it'd be good because people will know where I stand. They'll finally know where he stands, and we can address this hanging up issue on me when I call it the atheist experience. Like, what do you guys think?
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I think that most people know what your position is, and most people know what his position is. But I'd still watch it. I'd still like to see it.
Mm.
I think it'd be an extremely thought-provoking. I think it'd be very entertaining too, because me and him are polar opposites. He's a very a serious, logical individual, you know, and I could be animated and kind of goofy too. So I think it'd be very interesting. Two different personalities, like the Odd Couple.
Well, if nothing else, it'll be entertaining.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot of things.
I think it's a little bit risky, and you might feel hurt in various ways, but yeah, there's a chance it could, a serious chance, you know, it could be a positive thing too.
Well, I'm working on it. It's looking positive, at least to me anyway. At least what I got planned, and you know, if I have to call the atheist experience again, I mean, I'll do it just to get an answer from him multiple times, you know. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think it'll happen by spring.
That's something to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, and one more thing too. I know Alex Botton did that Google Hangout on his channel, and he told all of you that I was supposed to come in there and whatnot. Alex Botton knows I'm not coming to his channel because I don't trust him. So that might have slipped my mind when I asked one of those guys to start another hangout. He left the room so fast to start it, you know. He didn't really think about, you know, what it was I was asking. I wasn't going into his room.
I only watched the first few minutes, but I don't know much about it. I don't. He's blocked me all over the place, so not that it matters. But
I don't watch him anymore either. He said some pretty nasty things to me, which were uncalled for, and so that's my perspective.
I'm not a big watcher of videos to begin with, so I may have missed the events. Is he kind of turned on everyone, or what's going on there?
What's that?
I've never been a big watcher of his either. I've seen bits and pieces.
No, I just my
personal opinion is that if I have an opinion that disagrees with somebody, then I should be able to voice that opinion without being maligned and called names and having a lot of nasty things said about me, when all I did was speak honestly and gave my opinion. I think it was uncalled for. No need for it. So, as far as I'm concerned, people like that need to be ignored.
I would agree.
Plus, I think there's definitely more entertaining people to talk to here on YouTube. I rather go back and forth with Forbidden Fruit personally.
Yeah, I like Mike. He's I like Mike a lot. I don't always agree with everything he says, but that it doesn't matter. But I do like his channel and some of his videos, and his partner's got some good things to say. Sarah, I think it is, isn't it? So yeah, and it's a different style to some people, and some people don't seem to like that. But there you go.
Well, I think I think there's nothing wrong with disagreeing. Like, you don't have to agree with everything that another person says, even if you like that person.
Yeah.
You can disagree with them and still not be disrespectful. You know, I don't know. It just bothers me.
Yeah, the disrespect makes it more fun.
But when people are nasty to me, I'll admit I retaliate.
Yeah.
I can be just as vicious and just as nasty. But I don't think I have ever initiated it.
I think I'm still in the middle to us. People don't even notice I'm voicing an objection.
Like right now, this is a peaceful hangout, right? But if somebody dropped out and I know who they are, and they would have come into this room, you'll see a dramatic change in the hangout because there's trolls. You know, they're going to start trouble.
I don't put up with it. At least not tonight.
No. There's no reason you can't have a civil conversation with people.
Yeah, and disagree. I mean, this idea that if you disagree, you're a troll. I mean, that's not what trolls are.
No.
Um,
Absolutely.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
And that's not to say I haven't trolled the odd hangout now and again, because I have. I've obviously a couple of times I've gone into a hangout and deliberately been a dick just to, so I'm not. I've done it before, but a couple of times. Not deliberately try. I wouldn't deliberately try and derail a hangout just for the sake of it. And I mean that's what I feel trolling is. But I have gone into a hangout and had a bit of fun and been satirical or
right.
Taking the mickey, taking the piss, whatever people call it. It's better being funny or humorous about something than being vicious.
Everybody needs a little entertainment now.
I still think the best hangout of 2014, Mark, I know you might disagree, but the best hangout in 2014 was the one JD Kane did.
Which one?
Where the one where Alex Botton was getting smoked by several atheists. The owner was getting confronted on some things. It's just the best hangout.
Oh yeah, that was the one where that was the train ticket gate, whatever people called it.
Right.
Fiona and I to start with, and then after that, I think it was Alex Carson and Grey Knight taking on Alex Bottom. Yeah, that was. JD was very pleased with that one. It got quite a lot of views.
Yeah. That particular hangout proved me wrong on a lot of levels because I honestly thought that you guys were scared of Alex Bottom. And that people were scared to confront Fiona. I really thought that until I saw that hangout. I couldn't believe what I was listening to.
No, well, I was guilty. I was guilty of going along with things for quite a while, and then something transpired that I wasn't happy with, and I spoke out, rightly or wrongly. Whether people think I was wrong or right, it's up to them. But that sort of cleared the air a bit, maybe.
It just shows too that you can be a victim of your own confirmation bias, because I believed certain things that certain people had said based on the fact that I thought they were honest people, and come to find out that they weren't quite as honest as I had assumed they were, and I had believed things about other people that maybe I shouldn't have believed. But I've always believed Mark because him and I go way back.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's true. And I believe you as well, Wendy.
Oh, there you go.
It just drives me crazy that you got an individual that won't admit that they lied at least once on YouTube. Like I know I have, obviously. I'll never get that chocolate atheist thing out of the memories of people, but Alex Biden can't even admit that he lied once on YouTube, and what the?
I remember the chocolate atheist thing because I was in an off-air hangout, I think, at the time with another 9 people, and the news suddenly filtered through. G-Man's having a hangout, or he's doing a video. Is something big's happening? So we all used the YouTube app and sat and watched it, and it was quite interesting to see the split in the hangout at the time, and other people saying, "This is bullshit. I don't believe a word of it. I'm calling bullshit now." And other people saying, "No, come on, it may well be that G-Man has deconverted, or he's something's happened that he's." And I remember sending him a message saying, or a comment saying that if this is true, then kudos to you, great respect, and if you ever need to talk, and then of course it turned out you made the video shortly after to say, "No, I was just fooling you all," and I felt a bit of an idiot. But then a lot of people, I remember, who was it? Was it Laboom? Laboom came, did a, well, he cried, didn't he? He actually cried on a video about it, and yeah, it was interesting to see the split at the time. It was Easter, wasn't it? Easter time.
Yeah, it was Easter, and a lot of people still get on my case about that. Matthew 4:19 gets mad at me on Skype sometimes and calls me the chocolate atheist, and it annoys me because, he knows it was a prank that I was playing on you guys to try to disprove an argument that back then I didn't even fully understand. That whole thing was a disaster.
I think,
but you got to admit, though, I had the whole internet talking.
Yeah, it did. We were all in the hangout going, wow, actually in the live hangout going, oh my God, well, wow, look at, and people were saying, well, look at his face, and he obviously means it, and he's telling the truth, and he's convinced, and other people were saying, no, it's not, it's G-Man, he's not an atheist, and it was just very fascinating just to see those different views. But I think your biggest mistake was doing it on Easter Day. If I was going to say you made a mistake anywhere, was the timing wasn't. Was that deliberate? Was it?
Respecter of holidays, though. That's the thing. I've never been a big respecter of holidays, so.
Is it still up, G-Man, that video? I haven't seen this. Easter was before my time.
I missed that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing was that G-Man wasn't wearing his cap either.
Oh,
and it was that was part of it. It was almost like, well, people were saying he's not wearing the cap. It must be serious. And it was all part of the. And he just looked. It fooled me. It looked. I was saying no. It looks genuine to me. Look at the facial expressions and the body language, and he's not wearing the cap, and he really is. He looks like he's an atheist now. Wow, it's. And then I was fooled.
That will be a great day when you deconvert, G-Man.
Never gonna happen.
Never say never.
Okay, it won't happen. I'll put it to you that way. It won't happen. But yeah, I had the whole internet talking. Redline read right through what I did. Redline was smart. I mean, personally, I thought a lot of you were gonna think I was full of baloney when I said chocolate atheist. The chocolate atheist. I mean, seriously, come on.
Well, it was Easter Day. It was the day that in where I come from. It's the day where we sit and eat our Easter chocolate eggs. So it made sense. Easter Day, chocolate atheist.
Yep.
Just made sense.
No, I'm no chocolate atheist. No, I'm a Christian, tried and true. Hopefully, some of you will become Christians sometime in the future.
Ain't gonna happen.
No.
I don't know, Mark. I don't know. I
I
can't tell you who in here, but maybe Nadia will.
Well, like we said, never say never. You never know. But
I once was a Christian, and I was very involved in the church. And I've since seen the light.
I wouldn't say I was a Christian. I'd just say I was a believer. I believed in God and believed that Jesus was the Son of God. But I hadn't read the Bible. I hadn't read the Bible that well.
Somebody's got to go because I'll leave if you want, but Nadia needs to get back in, or this thing's gonna go off the live feed.
I'll make way.
Okay. I didn't even notice that Nadia had disappeared.
It's not good, is it, when no one notices the host has left?
I know.
See you later, everyone. I've enjoyed it. It's been cool. Bye.
Cheers. Good night.
Cheers.
But I'll tell you something though. I've been watching a lot of atheist experience this week, and I think this is where you guys are getting your arguments from. But when Matt Dillahunty used those arguments, it's different when I listen to him use them versus some of the atheists that come into my hangout sometime and want to argue that stuff. But I think Matt Dillahunty is gonna be tough in a lot of ways with different subjects, but at the same time, a lot of his arguments I hear on a regular basis, so it won't be that tough. Like, I'll never get into an argument with him strictly on logic, because if I do that, I'll get my butt handed to me. But if he wants to get into the Bible, I believe we're on the even playing field. Well, I'll be respectful. Yeah, we're on the even playing field, and I got a lot of knowledge about that, so it won't be so easy to walk all over me with that topic.
Yeah, I think he knows. I mean, I'd say he's very knowledgeable. I mean, he trained to be a.
Yeah, he was going into the ministry.
Yeah, he trained almost up to the point of going in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was studying to be a pastor for 5 years, but I really want to get into this discussion with him about slavery so bad it's not even funny. I think it'd be interesting. At first, I wanted to do it with Aaron Raw, but after speaking to him, I was like, you know what? Let me just focus on Matt Dillahunty, because at least Matt is gonna cite verses and go into why he believes what he believes. And this is not to be disrespectful to Aaron Raw. With him, he'll just say it's wrong because he thinks it's wrong, and you can't argue that way.
Yeah.
Well, that depends too, though. Because from a humanist perspective, there is the issue of secular morality, where you look at the good of the general population, what creates the least amount of harm, what is good for the most number of people, so that there's no suffering. So
I'm not sure that people do that because we don't want suffering. I think we do it because I don't know about suffering. Maybe to avoid unpleasantries or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know if suffering is the right word.
Well, it's utilitarianism. That's what it's called. Put a link to utilitarian.net, a website, but I guess philosophers hold that position.
Yeah, someone called me that the other day, so I hadn't looked up too much on it, but yeah, I think that.
I think all of you would get a kick out of it. I mean, I already told Matt who he's going to win because, and this is not to be disrespectful to you guys or anything like that, but I mean, let's be serious here. Every time I do a debate, it's rare to hear an atheist say G-Man did good in anything I did. So, and since the majority of my subscribers on my channel are atheists, I already know what they're going to say. Matt's going to win because if we just go by a vote from the people watching. I just want to make sure that my argument is out there so people know what it is in his presence. That's all I'm concerned about.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you concentrated on that, I mean, I won't disagree that your hangouts are not entertaining, because they are. I've been in a few, But I just realised it's futile to try and change your mind. That's never going to happen. So I watch them for entertainment value. Sometimes I learn something, sometimes I don't. That's the same with the lots of hangouts. That's why I sort of got into watching a lot of stuff and wanted to participate. I've learned a lot, one way or another.
I'm not sure.
Well, I don't know about us not learning anything. Zach will be the first one to tell you that that when he's a normal atheist, a lot of times he actually enjoys the questioning that the atheist.
Oh yeah, no, I said I have learned stuff from all sorts of hangouts, whether they're yours or Aussies or whatever.
I learned all kinds. I learned all kinds of stuff about Christianity, like hypostatic union, things like pre-trib, or pre-post and mid-trib raptures, and pre-post and amillennialism, and what is it? Historicism, futurism, preterism, and idealism. All about eschatology, infralapsarianism, superlapsarianism, and Calvinism.
I learned something the other day in your hangout, Nadia, with that girl, she's 30, I think. Was it anti-natalists? Is that right? Is that what they call themselves?
Yeah.
I didn't even realise that was a thing until 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh yeah, it's like a big, I don't know, philosophical kind of investigation of it, but I'm not sure how. I mean, popular adherents are like, zero.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't become a big thing because we're all in trouble if it does.
Well, I don't think so. I think, if people consider the question more carefully, I think, lead to better family planning. You just,
oh yeah, in that respect, yeah, I'd agree. But the idea that we should just stop having children, end of, isn't going to go well for the species.
Well, that's the thing. Quality or quantity, right?
Yeah, I think there needs to be some logical perspective on the number of children that people have.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's that one woman I was speaking to that just said we shouldn't have children because we can't guarantee that they're not going to suffer in some way later in life, and that by having children, that's somehow condoning disease and paedophilia and all the horrors of life.
Oh,
well, it was a very negative, it was a very, very negative view. I tried to sort of say, well, what about all the positive things? Well, you can't guarantee that your child won't have bone cancer when you have the child. And I said, yeah, but I said, well, my child might grow up to be the person that cures cancer.
Yeah.
So it's either way.
So it looks like more than half of pregnancies are unplanned, and looks like here's a study from Guttmacher.org. I don't know what they are, but so I mean, just getting to the point where people are actually thinking about it might be a good thing. Get a plan together. Have.
Well, yeah, this is why I'm against the church going into countries on specific places that do need some form of birth control, as well as obviously to control disease, viruses like AIDS, and you've got Catholic, I don't know whether it's just Catholics, but you've got missionaries saying, no, don't wear condoms. So not only is that not helping in relation to disease, you're having lots more unwanted, or not so much unwanted, but pregnancies or children that cannot be fed, and
I think it is mainly Catholics.
Yeah.
I blame the Catholic Church for the AIDS epidemic in Africa. If they hadn't sent people in there and said condoms are bad, I think there'd be a lot less people dying from a despicable disease, and there'd be a lot less overpopulation.
I was wondering, did they say specifically that condoms were worse than AIDS itself?
Yes.
Yes. They were, in some instances, they were saying condoms were the cause of disease.
What?
Yeah, and it's absolutely.
I love that. What? Wait a minute. Condoms are the cause of AIDS, and condoms are bad.
Well, they
for
say it encourages
Yeah.
promiscuity, and therefore it can encourage the spread of disease that way. I think that's the.
And
Oh,
it is
Father,
absolute. It is absolute fact that Mother Teresa, where millions of people claim that she was such a saintly person, she accumulated millions of dollars, which she gave to the Catholic Church and not to these quote unquote hospitals that she created. She believed that suffering was
Right.
good, so she withheld medication from the patients in these hospitals and gave the money to the Catholic Church, who used it to defend the pedophile priests.
Why did she think that suffering was good? Was she arguing from some kind of cleansing of the soul point of view
Yeah,
or something?
she thought it brought you closer to God, I think. Sorry,
Yes,
So,
that's
she
correct.
was a fan of suffering, not of relieving suffering.
Right. It brings you closer
Necessary
to
thing.
God if you suffer.
Yes. Yeah, you'll get closer to Jesus if you. I mean, there is a. I mean, I think it was a letter that there was a priest. I think someone wrote to her and got a reply from a priest who'd answered at Mother Teresa's request that said the Catholic Church teaches that contraception is an inherent moral evil because contraception falsifies the meaning of the marital act, which must express the love of the spouses. But the very nature of contraception, at least one of the spouses must manipulate self to destroy the power to conceive. The letter goes on and on and on about how.
I would love to have a conversation with those people. Yeah, definitely. And Nadia, is it okay if I say something for like about 2 minutes, Nadia, regarding the slavery thing you put in the chat?
Sure.
All right, guys. What I'm gonna say, you're gonna disagree with. Can you just mute real quick, and then you can rip me apart afterward, okay? Okay. I was asked in the side chat what my argument would be against Matt Dillahunty on the slavery issue. Just 3 quick points. Number one, slavery in of itself is not wrong. If you're just saying that owning another person is wrong, you got a heck of a burden on you. That's point number one. Okay, slavery in of itself is not wrong. Number two, most people have an issue with how slaves are treated. Okay, and there are different degrees of slavery. And owning someone against their own will, you might have. I think you have a way better argument with the morality of that than you do with indentured servitude, like you see in Scripture, and even when God tells the children of Israel to enslave some of the people from these other lands, because you got to get into the whys, you got to get into whether or not it was moral to do so, the culture and everything else in the book before you can come to a conclusion that it was immoral. Most of the time when I'm talking to people about this, they're just saying that it's wrong because it's wrong, and that's not an argument. Like, you have to get into like what's going on in slavery to discuss whether or not it's moral or immoral and why. So that's the argument that's part of the argument that I would use against Matt Dillahunty. And I just want to say that out loud. You may continue. What
you talking about, G-Man?
Well, I would just say indentured servitude wasn't even a thing until the 1680s, just before the 1680s.
And I think it's all bogus anyway. The slavery is slavery. Slavery is owning another human being. Slavery is making someone behave to your will, regardless of how you want to redefine it. It is owning another human being. It's wrong to own another human being because I wouldn't want to be owned by somebody else. And there is no reason for me to think that anyone would want to be owned and controlled by another human being.
If somebody owed me money and couldn't pay me, and suggested that they, which I understand this bit that people talk about, they suggested that they work for me to pay off that debt, where normally I would pay them. I would say, okay, and normally I'd pay you, I don't know, for argument's sake, let's say $50 a week. So I'd say, well, okay, I'll pay you $30 a week, and the other $20 will go towards paying off your debt. I wouldn't want to own that person as my property in order to resolve that problem.
No, because people aren't property.
Yeah. And as soon as they finish paying off that debt that they owed me, but it would be an agreeable thing. And if they said, well, no, I'm not going to, then you'd have to go through the courts to get your money. Obviously, I appreciate back in those days it may not have been that easy, but there was still a judicial system that didn't, in my opinion, didn't need for people to own other people as they did their other possessions. And I think, as Matt Dillhunt will probably point out to you, G-Man, that this idea that yeah, you had to let your slaves go unless you provided them with a wife, and then the wife was allowed to go, but obviously, sorry, the slave was allowed to go, but you could keep the wife and any subsequent children, is a trap, because of course you wouldn't want to leave your wife and children behind, so you would return, and on that basis you were allowed to keep them forever. So it was a trap, and to say that slavery back then in biblical times was any less brutal than slavery was in the United States is just wrong, because I mean, I've heard Veckel say, well, you know, they were only beaten if they did something wrong, and then you took them to a judge. Well, that's nonsense, because things went on as they did in the United States slavery. No one knew. You could beat your slaves and treat them how you wanted because they were your slaves and because you owned them.
And the Bible giving permission or even instruction on how to beat your slaves. How can any person in their own mind with a sense of empathy think that it is right to beat another human being in any circumstance?
Boxers?
Yeah, Mike Tyson. I love watching him knock
I think we get caught up in
ready to rumble. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da, bum, bum, bum.
The modern day arrangement in terms of wage garnishment operates on a principle where even there are limitations even on how much can be, I guess, garnished.
Yes, there is.
Like, is it 25 or 30%?
Well, you have to be. The person has to be able to live. Like, they have to be able to pay their rent and buy food and so on and so forth. So you're only allowed whatever percentage is will not impede their normal everyday sustenance.
Yeah, they're kind of like caps on like or there's like a floor somewhere, and there's like a cap somewhere too, and a few other things. So it's I think pretty well thought out, and the debtors, whatever those limits are, the debtor's just going to share. So you know, more than one debtor doesn't get you docked 60% instead of 30%, something like that. So there are humane ways to do this, and the concepts behind that are actually not beyond the ancients. The ancients had, you know, I guess when they got enough society infrastructure, whatever built up, had things like not exactly like stock prices. They were more like commodities, but they were like speculating on grain and grain prices and things like that. There was things very like what we have in quote unquote modern markets in the ancient world, despite, you know, no electronic trading or whatever.
And I think rather
these financial constructs, these financial constructs or financial arrangements that sound complex, you know, are not beyond the ancients. Go ahead.
We argue about whether what happened in biblical times is one thing, but I think we ought to be more concerned about the fact that there are somewhere around 29, 30 million people in slavery right now in the world, right this moment.
Absolutely.
What kind of slavery? I'm sorry.
Well, forced
Fishing boats.
labour. Yeah, forced labour all over the world. Sexual exploitation. I mean, half of that 30 million are in India, I think, something like that.
Yeah, a lot of it is in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I've just looked it up. Yeah, 14 million are classed. This is the Global Slavery Index. It's 2013. 14 million are in India, 3 million in China, 2 million in Pakistan, then Nigeria, Ethiopia, Russia of 500,000, Thailand, Congo, Myanmar, and Bangladesh.
Oh, from what I know in India, it's a lot of like household servants and such, not the fishing boats. For some reason, I thought fishing boats were of larger impact, and apparently they are. Southeast Asia would be where fishing boats are.
And I think there's a lot of I mean, you know, they say about the children that are making our clothes for us, or trainers and this sort of thing. That may not be slavery in as much as they're owned, but it's pretty much slave labour.
In West Africa, they actually kidnap children to pick cocoa beans, and some of that cocoa ends up in, you know, mainstream branded chocolate as well. It's really scary to think that you could buy your kids chocolate and another child has been beaten and kidnapped in order to provide it.
Hey,
I had my kids chocolate when I knew that.
Even America is estimated to have around 60,000 slaves.
Yes.
Among them are temporary visa holders and domestic servants. It's happened in the UK. There's about 5,000 odd.
And these cases are sometimes discovered. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, you were saying something. Go ahead.
No, I said some of these cases are being discovered where the person will, for example, they'll bring somebody from, say, Mexico to an American city or a Canadian city even, and they enslave the person, and then the person eventually has an opportunity to escape and shares the story. I mean, it's horrific.
Even in the UK, I think there's something that we thought was a very low figure, about 5,000, but it turns out there are between 10 and 13,000 people in the UK that are victims of slavery in the 21st century.
Yeah, it's awful.
Let me ask you guys a question. And it's not a gotcha question, but it's just to make a point about why I say that slavery in of itself, I guess you couldn't say it's, wrong, I guess. I want to ask you guys a question. How many of you got credit cards? It's probably a stupid question, I know. Practically all of them.
No.
Not anymore. I used to.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
But the reason why I'm asking is because debt is a form of slavery as well too. I know you guys don't respect the Bible, but there's a passage in Scripture that I think it's in a Proverbs where it says that the person who accepts a loan is a slave to the lender, and you're in that condition until you pay that individual back. Meaning you got to work, toil, do whatever it is necessary to pay back that individual.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. But would getting your utility bill make you a slave to the utility company until you paid them?
No. Getting your utility bill does not make you a slave.
But you still owe them money. You still owe them money, and you have to work to pay.
If you owe them $1 million, and it's going to take you a long period of time to do it, then yeah.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with the credit card bit, but then, I mean, I would say probably in the case of these loan sharks, where the interest is so high, you're never going to pay the debt off, and you're under perhaps threat of physical violence if you don't pay. But
the problem is though with credit and loans and so on and so forth, your individual freedom and your own bodily autonomy is not diminished because you owe money to a bank or whatever the case may be.
And you have a choice.
You have a choice. You have freedom.
You have a choice to take the card in the first place.
And you can go bankrupt.
I hear what you're
Well,
wipe it all out.
the
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is the
well,
way
that,
out. If you don't pay your credit card debt and you've got no money, they just make you bankrupt.
That's right. And you
the,
can
debt, the debt slavery. Well, the democracy's forgiveness. Debt slavery. Well, still ultimately slavery. I mean, it's got ultimately you get into, you know, the something ultimately coercive, but with some measure of humaneness, and that I think is where I think wage garnishment is kind of fundamental to the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, but if Barclays came along and took my son and said he's now going to work for us until you paid off your credit card, then that might be a bit different. But they wouldn't own me. They wouldn't own me as a person because I owed them money. But I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, you have a lot of people who own houses, and they'll say, this house is mine, this is my property.
Oh, yeah.
But the reality of the matter is, for most Americans, it's not their house. It belongs to the bank until they finish paying them off.
Yeah.
And a lot of these people, unfortunately, are going to lose their homes because they're not going to be able to pay off the banks.
My
Yeah,
house is mine because my mortgage is paid off.
And it's like
Yeah,
accountants, isn't it? I mean, accountant's job is to, when the taxman wants something, they make out you earn as little as possible. But when you want to get a mortgage, they've got to make out you earn as much as possible.
Liens and asset seizure are, you know, other methods of, I guess, coercively, what is it, resolving or whatever you want to call it, debt, and you know that's probably worthy of being brought to discussion as the modern alternative to,
yeah,
you know, enslavement as you know, the I guess countermeasure against unpaid debt and such.
And this is something that the governments, I think, should be in our education system. We teach kids or our children to learn Spanish or learn French or learn German, or we teach our children history or religious studies. We don't teach our children the things that they need to get through life, like how to apply for a mortgage, what a mortgage means, what credit cards, I mean,
planning.
yeah, financial planning, what interest is about. We don't teach them all these life skills that so that they don't get into the trouble that they do. But we teach them things that they never use. Algebra. I've never used algebra, I don't think.
Here in
school.
I do, but I work in the engineering field. So
Oh,
that's
well,
why.
yeah. No, I mean, there's lots of things I did at school that I've never. You know, okay, so I think languages. Everyone should learn another language, but do you need to do it at school?
No.
I did calculus and stochastic processes.
I mean, yeah, there's lots of kids in
well,
schools.
Okay, queuing theory, at least, like Little's theorem, and you know, arrival rates and service times and so on.
Yeah, we should be teaching children. I mean, I know. If you want to learn a language, learn that later on in life. Teach kids how life skills first. How to cook, how to clean, how to keep themselves clean, how to wash clothes properly, how to, you know, financial stuff. We should be teaching our kids these things rather than stuff they don't need at the moment.
I don't think necessarily rather than. I think along with. Like, I think children need to learn math and languages and history and so on. But I agree. I think they should also. When I went to school, I learned how to cook and sew and so on and so forth. It was called home ec at the time. But I also learned science and math and history and geography and, you know, the necessary educational academic stuff.
There's a lot of kids in schools in the UK, or even my son's school, that can't even speak English properly, let alone another language.
Yeah, it's.
Do you think that, given that we've now got sort of instant access to sort of all information via the internet, do you think that we could sort of radically change how we teach and what we teach? Since all facts are just there at your fingertips.
I'm not entirely convinced, and particularly with respect to language. Language has critical age windows for learning.
Right.
As people's brains mature,
yeah, true.
they become less amenable to language learning. And welcome, Revelation.
Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, kids are more easier. The learn language is easier.
Absolutely, that is true.
But I do think there are other things that could be dropped in favour of life skills.
Yeah, here in Finland.
I don't think necessarily drop anything. I think there needs to be more crammed in. I think much more could be done, and there's not really an excuse not to do it. The question is how much do we invest in doing it? Getting the student-teacher ratio down to where you can actually have a small enough number of students for the teachers to actually bring them up and everything. That's pretty important, and people don't want to invest in the bodies. They don't want to pay the people.
Perhaps there are some subjects that could be learned extracurricular or after school or out of school, like music, for instance. You can have, if people want to be interested in music, they can do that in their own time or weekends. It shouldn't. And you could substitute life skills for music lessons instead, or
I hope you guys understand how much evil the banking system has done to our world.
Well, that was a radical change.
I wouldn't necessarily the banking system, but there are greedy people that have their own interests at heart. That's the way of the world. That's always going to happen.
That's true, Mark. That's true.
You could be on a desert island and you could be shipwrecked on a desert island with 50 people. There's always going to be one or two that want to keep all the coconuts.
Well, I wish Vaughn would come up because he's got a lot to say about this. There's a lot of stuff that you guys you have to understand about the banking system, interest in that stuff. They have made us slaves to this shit.
Yeah.
Not good.
I know.
Well, apparently
central banks.
That's right. You got it, Mark.
The Federal Reserve actually are the people that give the government the money at a rate of interest. And then when they want to print more money, they're the ones that do it at a rate of interest. And the interest is such that it never gets paid off. But the central bank basically lends money to itself and charges interest to the government. It's just very complicated, but yeah.
You got it.
I have a lot more confidence in the banking system in Canada, though, than I do in the U.S. banking system.
You should.
Regulations.
Well, they're better regulated in Canada than they are.
Way better regulated.
For educational purposes, how so?
Well, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the banks in the U.S. that is totally bizarre. Like, I'm not very knowledgeable on all this stuff, but just from what I've seen in the news about, buying mortgages and selling mortgages and blah, 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 there's a lot of consumer protection regulations in Canada on there are laws for lending and...
Still based on debt.
And usually they have controls over things like how much capital cash a bank has to hold.
Yeah.
So that if it does get into trouble, it's capable of digging itself out, or the quantity it holds makes it highly unlikely that it will get into trouble. So there's those sort of regulations, I think. And then things like, for instance, separating the merchant and retail divisions of the same bank, because the retail division is the bit that, you go to the ATM and take your wages out, and your mortgage account is held in, and the merchant wing is the bit that's trading currency on the international markets and dealing in toxic debt.
In the U.S., the merchant part's called the investment banking.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that was never separated in the UK. It was always, I think I'm right in saying that. Banks were just banks, and it has been moved to separate a lot of the gambling side of the banks from everyday banking.
Right. The point is, we're all debt slaves, and it's sad. It shouldn't be this way. But it is.
Yeah.
Go figure.
It's been this way for hundreds of years.
Well, we were talking about how slavery in and of itself isn't so bad.
Yes.
Well, but we have a modern paradigm for what you might call coercive debt collection, right?
Right.
I brought up some people brought up liens and asset seizure. Others brought up or I brought up wage garnishment, and I guess the combination of the two of those is the modern paradigm for that coercive debt collection, and slavery is not deemed really moral, valid, or anything like that.
So it could be said that we are all slaves one way or another.
There's a difference between I think what's his name, Seawater was suggesting when he was saying that we're talking about slavery in itself is not bad. Slavery in itself is not bad because you could be a slave for doing good things. You can't say that that's bad. You can't stop doing good things. It's not a bad thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I think it's how you define slavery, though.
But most people got issues with slavery if the person's is made and I have the same issues too as well. If somebody's made a slave against their own free will, and then two, if a person and it also depends on the type of slavery too, and it also depends on how the person's treated when they're a slave. Not only is the banking system retarded for what it's actually doing to everyone on the planet, not just America, everybody on the planet. But it's how they're treating us. I mean, they're holding us accountable to all this interest that they're creating that is impossible to pay off. As a matter of fact, I believe the numbers are so large that if we were to combine all the gold, silver, precious metal, and so-called money in the world, it still wouldn't be enough to pay off this ridiculous interest that they're charging everyone.
Yeah, I mean, the slavery bit I always had problems with was being owned by another person, irrespective of how they treat me. Okay, so they let me eat with them and have dinner with them, and we do stuff together. It still doesn't stop the fact that they own me, and if they wanted to, that's the difference. If someone's got the choice over your life and your reproductive rights and that sort of thing. But if in the other aspect about the debt slavery, I would agree that
I think
China, America is a slave of China.
Although there are differences, I think there is some truth in what G-Man's saying. We are.
Well, may I?
Sorry, yeah.
There's something of a semantic argument, right? If you hollow out the meaning of slavery to the point where, essentially all the harmful violations of consent and such are taken out of it. I mean, you may even have less. That ownership might mean less of a thing than, say, the stake and wage garnishment, and liens on assets and so on that various creditors might have. Right. You can actually have such a vitiated notion of ownership that it's less impactful than that. And at that point, okay, well, so what?
Right.
So there's kind of a semantic approach to it. You can take atop that. But the trouble is, you can actually go find out what it meant, and it didn't mean anything that vitiated. It meant that restraint on freedom of movement, command and control over reproduction, bodily violations of bodily sovereignty with corporal punishment and everything else.
Yes.
And so on. I mean, it was things far beyond the pale of what we deem admissible for, coercive debt collection, right?
Veckel has explained this on many occasions to you guys, okay? In the Old Testament, for Israel, there was a purpose for slavery, okay? He's explained this to you on billions of occasions. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it, okay? In the New Testament, that was abolished. It was abolished. We don't live under that law anymore.
We understand the economy of system of distribution of goods and services of ancient times was vastly more
Debt
horrific than
slavery is different, Nadia. If you want to talk about debt slavery is very real today. Very real.
They were slave-based economies in many ways. The employment relationship as such wasn't even a concept that had been devised yet. You know, in effect, you know, slavery took a large part of what would nowadays be deemed a normal employment relationship in that time in the ancient world. It was a horrifically brutal and unjust economic system, and that was how the ancient world worked. I mean, it wasn't unique to the Jews, right? It was that the horror of you know going that far back in antiquity, and I think to kind of uniquely hold say the nation of Israel out as you know having this is a bit unfair on that basis. I mean, it was the way of the ancient world, you know, the 1000 BC or whatever. wasn't wasn't something that the nation of Israel invented or was I don't know the leader in advancing or anything like that.
Nadia, it had an entirely different connotation back in those days. Please, go to Veckel. Veckel has done videos on this. He's explained it. He has explained it 100% in live hangouts, by the way, too.
Yeah, and I disagree with him that owning another human being as property is wrong, in my opinion.
I hear you, Mark. I hear you. I hear you. But it had an entirely different connotation back then. We weren't living then, so we can't say.
No, it's the same.
No.
It was used, and the Bible was used as a reason for the USA slave trade.
No, I gotta agree with Revelation on this one because I have to agree with Revelation because you have to take the culture into consideration if you're going to just say that it's wrong. Like for example, slavery was a form of what do we call it? Restitution. You know, people had to pay their debts back then. Money was very different back then than it is today.
That's
Usury
right.
was illegal in Israel, or what we would call interest today would be illegal in Israel. You know what I mean? The things were very different back then. You just can't discount that and just say that it's wrong.
Well, they could have done it without owning the person. They could have still had their debt paid off without owning another human being to do
You and I
it.
live in a democracy. It's easy to say that. You and I live in a democracy.
Let's take a different Let's take a different economic
disagree
system.
with that.
Let's take feudalism. I mean, we can actually declare entire economic systems immoral. How about feudalism?
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Feudalism. Do we have lords of the manor with the just noctis and serfs bound to the land and all that? I mean, would you call that immoral, G-Man, Rev? Yeah, divine right of kings too.
Debt slavery is wrong. Debt slavery is wrong.
No, not talking about debt slavery. Let's talk about different economic system momentarily. Feudalism.
I can barely hear you. Nadia, you're breaking up real bad. I can barely hear you.
No, I'm not breaking up. My mic is just quiet. What now?
Yeah.
Okay, internal mic. Am I better now?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so feudalism, right? Can we declare feudalism immoral? I mean, you had lords of the manor, serfs bound to the land, just prima noctis, and the divine right of kings. Kings claim to be chosen by God.
Right.
That you should particularly object to. Would you declare feudalism immoral?
Yes.
Yes.
How about you, Rev, G-Man?
Define feudalism.
Nadia just did.
I said, serfdom, serfs bound to the land, just prima noctis, where they get to, sleep with the man's wife if they feel like it on the first night. Divine right of kings, so the kings declare themselves chosen by God and all that. That you should particularly do.
Some of that still exists in my country today. that there are still what used to be landed estates and owned by lords and ladies that are still owned by lords and ladies, and people that on those estates can't own the properties they live in. They're tied to them by their employment. If their employment ceases, then they lose their homes because they're tied. And it's still the same. It's the lord and lady. They're related to royalty or whatever. It's just wrong.
Politics sucks.
All right.
I agree.
No, it's not politics.
All right.
This is going back to the divine right to rule.
That's
People
right.
that are related to, even the royal family now. That I tell you what to do because God put me in this seat of power.
Correct.
Yeah, the hereditary aristocracy beyond just.
Wait a minute. But we all support that kind of a government. I mean, in America, we have the president
Exactly.
of the United States, and we have to adhere to the laws that are made. If you don't want to listen to them, they have law enforcement that will make you listen to them. I mean, your country, you
beyond
have
the government, the economy.
right? Huh?
Sorry, G-Man.
Beyond the government, the economy.
What did
Nadia,
you
I
mention
don't
about
understand what you're
the
saying,
UK?
Nadia. I'm sorry.
What did you mention about the
Beyond
UK,
that, would you
G-Man?
say?
Sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to say that in your country, I think you have a prime minister, you have the House of Commons, right? That goes about making the laws in your country, and you respect them. You know, obviously, we both know if we don't obey these laws, there's law enforcement.
Well,
We can whine about these things.
yeah,
to
but
certain
it's
degrees,
it's still called Her Majesty's government.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, but
prime
there's nothing wrong with
prime
that. We need
minister.
law and order. You need law
Yeah,
and
yeah.
order in order to have a civilized
Constitutionally, it's still the Queen that appoints the prime minister. They are called the Queen's ministers, and she calls
I'm not going
them
to
my
pretend to know your
government.
politics better than you.
Well, the
That'll work
politics is
out.
We have the Houses of Parliament, which is called the House of Commons, which is the common people. So it's the House of Commons. They're supposedly representatives of the common people. Then they make laws, which before they become law are passed up to the House of Lords, which used to be hereditary. So again, it was the common people would decide what they wanted with their representatives. But if the Lords disagreed, it wasn't made law. If it was against their interests, it wasn't made law. And it's sort of a similar process now to a degree. And we've even got bishops that are appointed to the House of Lords so that the religious people can have a say on what laws are passed and affect me.
No,
Well, it's true that the government.
With respect to that, though, the government system, I heard that there's not that many Christians over there in the UK. I heard that the majority of the country is either agnostic or atheist or something along those. I don't know if that's true, but that's
No,
what
we're a secular society.
Yes.
But we're technically a Christian nation. The Queen is a defender of the Queen of England is the defender of the faith and the head of the Church of England.
Yeah, that's true.
What?
Yeah. But, so the big question is. So the big question is, are you willing to condemn feudalism more? Say feudalism is immoral.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, G-Man and Rev are the crucial ones here.
I'm not, because I have to look into it a little bit more. You got to be careful with that kind of stuff. I have to look into it. I'd rather get more educated about it before I say anything about it.
This is, I mean, things should be general knowledge. Who doesn't know of, kings and queens and aristocracies and lords in a matter of medieval times?
Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with having rulership, like having somebody in charge and having to obey law and order, because that's how we have civilized countries. But
the trouble is, of course, the serfdom.
I got a big problem on how they go about doing these things, though. Like how a person is treated under these hierarchies or whatever. That's when my issues are coming. Like, for example, in the transatlantic slave trade, nobody asked my ancestors if they want to come here. They were just taken off the land without permission and brought here. You know what I mean? And then we know all the other abominations that was done over here in the U.S. But when you look in the Bible and you start looking in the Old Testament, a lot of those same things that was allowed here in the United States wasn't allowed in the Bible. In fact, you got the death penalty for a lot of those things.
Actually, that's
Oh,
not
yeah.
really true, because in the Bible, the slaves were people who were lands that were conquered.
Yeah, the
And
Europeans
the
used the
people in
Bible.
those lands that were conquered were taken as slaves against their will. It had nothing to do with like it wasn't stuff that was
Yeah,
a whole lot different than the slave trade in the Americas.
You had the Spanish and the Portuguese and the British and whoever that went around places like Africa and said, we claim this land on behalf of God and my king or queen. And then, as far as they were concerned, they owned that land and the people in it. And they became their slaves. They became their slaves based on our Bible says
I would agree with you.
we own this
I
land.
would agree with you that if somebody went to another country in modern times, and I'm referring to like what 400, 500 years ago, whatever, in this country, or in our history or whatever, if somebody went to somebody's land and declared that that land was theirs because God told them this or whatever, I would have a problem with that. Okay, because I know what the Bible says about slavery in the Old Testament, but the New Testament, a lot of things are not allowed that was going in the Old Testament anymore. So if somebody came over and said, you know, I'm gonna enslave everyone, deem this land as being, you know, for this country and whatnot. There's a lot of things you gotta look into with that kind of thing. And
Well, yeah, the Crusades was based on the same, you know, Europeans invading Muslim lands because they said it was their holy land. The Muslims said, no, it's our holy land.
That's when you're starting to go into the Roman Catholicism thing. You know how I feel about that.
Well, check the Wikipedia article. Well, the impact of feudalism is was it droit du seigneur or jus privatus. They had the right to basically sleep with the man's wife on the first night after they're married. The Lord is
The fact of the matter is, as long as man is guiding government, guess what? It's not going to work. We have to wait for the time when Christ Jesus comes back to establish his 1,000-year kingdom.
But
I know.
Revelation,
Yeah, I know. I'm
it was
batshit crazy,
Jesus,
right? It's batshit
Jesus.
crazy, but it's fucking true.
It was God and Jesus that these people were availing as their reason, even when they came to the Americas. It was, this is now a Christian nation. We've taken it over on behalf of our king or queen and in the name of our God, and they have started handing out Bibles, teaching Native Americans, teaching Aborigines.
And that's actually that's a false narrative too. That's a false narrative though, saying that that societies don't work that are secular, because
Are you kidding me?
all you have to do is
Look around the world, hon.
I do.
A lot of bad stuff going on right now.
Look at the Scandinavian.
We're going into World War III. If you don't know about that, Wendy.
Look at the Scandinavian countries that are the most economically successful and peaceful
Very
societies
small minority
right now, and the majority of them are atheists. So your little
you got a lot to
field is
learn,
where-
Wendy. You got a lot to learn.
Wow, Revelation! You're probably old enough to be Wendy's son. No offense, Wendy. And you're telling Wendy she's got a lot to learn.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, you gotta read more. You gotta read more.
Read
more than one book.
I mean,
I think Wendy's read a lot more.
Perhaps more.
I'm an avid reader. I have a university degree, and I have been reading my entire life.
And what does God say about wisdom?
I know about the history
What does
of
God
the
say
world.
about wisdom?
Pardon me?
What does God say about wisdom? He makes it foolishness to those that are perishing. Right?
Yeah, isn't that great that the idea is you come to this as a child and not have any wisdom and don't question and don't ask, just do as you're told. That's no different to any other thing that Nadia has just been talking about. You do as you're told.
Christ has risen from the dead.
Don't ever learn anything.
He's going to
Knowledge is
establish his 1,000-year kingdom. Trust me, it's going to happen.
Yeah, they've been saying that for 2,000 years, and he hasn't come back yet.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen, Mark.
Yeah, they've been saying that for 2,000 years.
Isn't it weird that the tree of knowledge was the tree they weren't supposed to eat from?
Yeah, and also, Rev, you know, with the greatest of respect, I think it's intense arrogance to keep insisting that Jesus is going to come back in your lifetime or mine.
I don't think Jesus ever existed to begin with.
Yeah.
That's rough.
That's another hangout entirely, but yeah,
It is.
Oh, I don't understand how you guys. I don't understand how you guys can like can hear Bible prophecy and come to that conclusion. And again, that's another hangout in of itself.
Yeah, it is.
About what was said 2,000 years ago and what's going on. Because I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet a paycheck that that no one in here who's an atheist that knows anything about the prophecies can reasonably say that the prophecies that were made in Scripture are not happening.
Well,
on that one.
I would say those that wrote the New Testament, where they put the prophecies have been fulfilled, had access to the Old Testament that mentions what the prophecies were. So it's like
there's too many years in between a lot of the books of the New Testament and the Old Testament. If that was true, Mark, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be a Christian. I mean, that would be too easy to spot. Way too easy.
Well,
there are thousands and thousands and thousands of years between the Testaments. You know what I mean? So I'll show you one day.
People have said the same about Nostradamus, and every time something happens, they go back to Nostradamus and say, look, actually, this is what is quatrain meant all the time. That's what he was talking about. When 9/11 happened, Nostradamus already predicted it. When 7/7 happened in the UK, Nostradamus predicted it.
It's not only that, but G-Man, you kind of have a false sense of what took place at the time too, because in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago, everybody was Jewish and had been taught in the Jewish traditions and knew all about the prophecies in the Old Testament and so on and so forth. So the people that wrote the New Testament at the time were very well aware of everything that had been said in the Old Testament, because that's what they were being taught every day, day in and day out in their society. So naturally they're going to know what the prophecies were, and naturally they're going to write a narrative that's going to fit with the prophecies that were supposedly written in the Old Testament.
Let me ask you something. On a scale to 1 to 10, how confident are you about the statement that you're making right now?
Very confident. I studied the Bible for 12 years.
Okay, would you be willing to talk to Matt Slick about that? Like, why don't you go on the Bible something in the show and tell Matt Slick what you just said to me? Because I know he's going to say to you about how prophecy is not of anyone's
Well, I mean, for argument's sake, you could mention that the prophecy in the Old Testament that Jesus would ride into, or it was going to be born in Bethlehem, and the New Testament writers had to find some way of getting Jesus from this mythical city of Nazareth, because it didn't exist in his lifetime, to Bethlehem, where he was going to be born. And so they made up, and it is made up, this census that meant that everybody had to travel to tell the Romans what they had, when that's not what the Romans did at all.
The census happened?
The census mentioned in Luke didn't happen. It was never recorded by the Romans, who've got records of all of them.
Are you talking about this?
The Romans used to go out to visit people to tax them. They didn't ask them to come to them.
Right, and that's just so obvious that that's how you would do it.
Professor to give me back my money, because my college professor showed me numerous books that showed that census actually happened. It showed me various historians that talked about how that census actually happened.
Just think about the logic of it. Think about the logic of making every person return to the town that they were born. All the little children, all the sick old people, all the disabled and injured people, all the people that were needed on the farm the next day to milk the cows and stuff. And they've all got to, I mean, that's madness. No one would make a population deal.
And it wasn't supposed to be just a census, it was supposed to be a double thing, census and the taxation. The Romans didn't trust people in lands that they'd occupied to come and tell them, what have you got? Nothing. Don't owe any taxes then, off you go. What have you got? Nothing. Where'd you live? All right, yeah. They went out, they sent tax inspectors out to see what people had, what land they had, what chattels they had, what goods they had, what livestock they had, what money they had. If they, and they taxed them then and said, right, you owe this in taxes. They didn't invite people to come to see them. It just didn't happen. And the census in Luke, the Romans kept records of these things, and there is no record of the census mentioned in Luke. It was made up to fulfill the prophecy.
Yes.
Wow, that's a positive claim, Mark. But I don't want to get into a debate in here today. But you know how I feel about positive claims, and I believe you got to back that up with something. Your personal opinion is going to work here.
History.
Okay, I can give you a link to it. This is from. It's from a book called God, Reason and Evangelicals, which was published in 1987.
All right, I'll look at it and I'll get back to you.
Okay, I'll put the link in the side chat for you.
And hang on, Mark.
But there's a lot of atheists that do believe that Jesus Christ actually did exist. There's just too much evidence to support that.
There's
And when I
actually
say evidence,
there's
I'm
actually
talking
no
about historians. I'm talking about what you
no
see in
extra
history.
biblical. There's no extra biblical references whatsoever to this
Yes,
Jesus
there is.
person. No, there's not.
Yes, there is. And I mean, if you guys are really skeptics, it cracks me up. If you guys are like really, really, really skeptics about this stuff, you would investigate when people tell you, look at this. It turns out that this person never existed, or this individual or this event never happened. Christians do that. Christians look at
Actually, I have, because I used to believe that Jesus actually existed until I did the research and discovered that there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that he did,
Now,
other than the Bible.
Said, Wendy, listen to what you just said, Wendy. You said that there is absolutely no evidence that Jesus ever existed.
There's none.
So you're saying no historian ever mentioned him whatsoever?
The only historians that mentioned him were writing 100 years after he allegedly died, and they were only writing about what other people had told them.
Okay, and what about eyewitness accounts by the apostles in the New Testament? Are you going to try to say the Bible is a book of fairy tales and none of these people existed?
Well, none of the Gospels were written till at least 40 years after the alleged death of Jesus.
Eyewitnesses.
Well, we don't know. We don't know who wrote the Gospels. They're anonymous.
No, actually.
Of Christ.
Actually, there were no eyewitnesses because there were actually no eyewitnesses because the average life expectancy at that time was 35 to 40 years. So nobody would have.
That's not true. Even if that was an average, it doesn't mean that everybody was only living at that time. Like Apostle John lived to 90 years of age when he was an adult.
Wendy left.
The Dead Sea Scrolls contain no mention of Jesus. Even the Apostle Paul is unaware of the Virgin Mother, ignorant of Jesus' nativity, parentage, life events, ministry, miracles, apostles. Paul doesn't say knows neither where nor when Jesus lived, and even considers the crucifixion metaphorical.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my microphone because I'm just talking in thin air right now because I don't think you read the Testament that Paul didn't acknowledge any of those things. I'm just gonna mute my microphone because it would just take me too long to just start the scripture like crazy to show you how you're wrong. I'll mute.
Well, like we said, it's probably for another hangout. It'll take too long to go through it, but it's just. I mean, obviously Jesus was mentioned, but.
Sorry, one more thing. Anybody who's confident about this, Matt Slick will be on Bible Thumping Internet channel tomorrow. You guys should go talk to him and talk to him and just see what happens because your information is not good.
Well, did you know that there's no description of Jesus in the Bible anywhere?
Go to Matt Slick tomorrow or go to carm.org and you're wrong.
But there isn't. There isn't any description of Jesus in the Bible about how he looked, what he looked like.
That's not true. The Bible does talk about how he looked.
Does it describe how tall he was, what colour his hair was, what colour his eyes were?
Well, it does say he does have a beard, so.
And that his skin was as bronze. So.
Right. Well, yeah. Okay, he had dark hair, a beard, and bronze skin, and he lived in Palestine. That's pretty much a given.
Not to mention we have a futuristic description about how he looked in Revelation. Hebrew Israelites love to talk about that over and over and over and over again. How he had hair like wool, his skin was like bronze, you know, and
yeah.
Various other passages of scripture. So that's wrong.
That pretty much describes every man living in Palestine at the time.
Wait, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that, though.
No, but it doesn't mark him out as anything different, a standout.
Talks about how he was average
even
in his appearances in the Old Testament when they prophesied about him that he was nothing special about him. He was look like your average Joe.
Yeah, that's the reason why Judas had to kiss him to identify him to the Roman centurions, if you like, where they were. At his arrest.
When information is given to you, you just can't doubt it for the sake of doubting. You got to be able to back up your doubt with something. You just can't say you heard this person say this. You need to believe it. There has to be reasons behind it.
Oh, well,
the Bible does say that there is no beauty in him that people might desire him. So that basically says he would look like basically average Joe. Walking around, yeah.
I mean, there's not a single instance of any of Paul's writings that claims that he ever meets or sees an earthly Jesus, nor does he give any reference to Jesus' life on earth, except for a few well-known sort of interpolations. So, I mean, I'd agree with you. There are some mentions of Jesus, but there aren't any. There's no contemporary sources.
And what about all the depict?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last question. I didn't hear that last question.
Hey, G-Man, can you turn up your mic? I can barely hear you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, Mark, let me ask you a question because I realize that there's a difference between reading and studying, right? Have you actually studied the Bible before?
Probably not in the way that you would class as study of. Yeah, I have in some respects. I've looked at passages or areas of the Bible.
Okay, so if you don't mind me asking you this question, and I would prefer if you be careful with me on this, because I'm going to admit that I am trying to be a little slick with this, okay? But I got my reasons for this, okay? Did the Apostle Paul and Jesus have any disagreements?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. What did you say?
You say disagreements. This is probably where you say you're being slick. Do you mean disagreements in person?
No. If you studied the scriptures, if you study what the Apostle Paul has taught about Jesus and the gospel and everything, you would have your own opinion about it. But my question for you is did the Apostle Paul have any major disagreements or any small disagreements with the teachings of Christ?
I would probably say he did, yeah.
Okay, can you elaborate on it, please? Which one? How did he disagree with Jesus?
Do you mean? No, I'm not quite sure. You say you're trying to be slick, but I'm not quite sure what you mean.
First before you answer.
Are we talking Saul of Tarsus, Paul?
No, we're talking about the Apostle Paul, like when he had that encounter with Jesus on the road to Damascus, and he became the Apostle Paul. Did he have any disagreements with the teachings of Jesus Christ when he taught something in the New Testament? Did he have a disagreement with Jesus Christ? Not Saul when he was holding the coats of those people who were stoning Stephen. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when he converted. and changed his name to Paul.
Are we talking about a spiritual meeting or a physical meeting?
According to the Apostle Paul, according to Saul, he when he was on the road to Damascus, he saw Jesus Christ on the road, and I believe it was a spiritual vision, and I guess you could say a spiritual and a physical vision.
But he didn't know him then, did he?
Oh, he knew him. He was trying to kill him. He was trying to kill everybody who followed him. But my question for you is this: when he became the Apostle Paul and he wrote like Galatians, Philippians, Romans, and much of the New Testament, did he have any disagreements with the teachings of Christ?
He hadn't met Jesus to that point, had he? He didn't know him as such, and he wasn't a believer.
No, when he became Paul, he wasn't a believer and a firm one. He wrote most of the New Testament. See, the reason why I'm asking you this question, Mark, is because of the comment that was made earlier when you said when you mentioned that Paul wasn't an eyewitness. I don't know if it was you or Wendy when she made the comment, but one of you made the comment that the Apostle Paul was an eyewitness, which is ridiculous because he is an eyewitness.
No, I said he didn't mention his birth and life and that sort of thing.
He was a real person, and they turned this earth upside down. So, not upside down, from inside out or whatever.
No, I didn't say Paul wasn't an eyewitness. I said he didn't have much to say about the life of Jesus or his birth or crucifixion.
But basically, he regurgitated Jesus' teachings. And if you can show me how he didn't agree with certain teachings that he did, then you would, have somewhat of a point. But I know for a fact that Paul did not disagree with anything that Jesus was teaching.
I haven't studied, if I'm honest, I haven't studied that in enough detail to talk about it really.
All right, I'll just mute. I just wanted to ask you. It wasn't a one-up or nothing like that. So I'll just mute.
No, that's fine. I don't know enough about that bit particularly.
So, did we go over what Jesus looked like? Or did we?
He was average, and he was blonde, and he had a beard. But to be honest, the only thing I care about is the blood that is spilled from the cross of Calvary.
Okay.
I mean, another interesting.
Well, the Bible doesn't even describe in detail what anyone looks like, so.
Which brings up another point. The Catholic Church got this, and I'm not trying to be prejudiced or racist or anything like that, but I always laugh when I see these pictures of Jesus having long hair, blue eyes, and his long beard and whatnot. I was like, who is this individual?
Yeah,
I mean, if that's him, then praise God. The Bible doesn't describe him that way.
The idea that he was 6'2", blonde hair, eyes are blue, it's just nonsense. There'd have been no need for Judas to have to kiss him to point him out. They'd just said, no, he's that blonde guy in the corner glowing. Everyone would have known it was him.
Oh, I love how Jesus looks like. That is one beautiful person. Love him. Although, now that I hear that new description, I'm taking... Well, that killed my mood.
Well, let me ask you guys a question, though. If you guys don't mind changing the topic a little bit. That video I uploaded on my channel with the news reporter from Fox News, apparently somebody put up some stuff on Times Square telling people to not go to church pretty much for Christmas or whatever. And the lady in the news report said the fact that not all atheists think that way. I never got none of your opinions on that. How do you guys feel about that?
Was it determined that the person doing that stuff in Times Square was atheist?
Well, it was an atheist billboard. It was well known. It was an atheist billboard, and we wanted people not to go to church on Christmas. It was in that Fox News video that I put up. So my question for you is how do you as an atheist feel about what those atheists put on the billboard?
I didn't see it, but I don't agree you have to go to church to be a Christian.
I'm not an atheist, so I can't say anything.
Well, I think I wouldn't say I totally disapprove of things like that, but I don't really see there's a lot of point in it. Really, I just don't think you're ever going to change anyone's mind in that way on an issue like this. If it's something that they're serious about, it's a much bigger journey than that. I think it's mostly pointless, and I think it's designed a lot of the time to create publicity, and it's designed to be annoying in order to create publicity.
Just quickly then, I've got to nip out. I think Wendy wants back in, but thanks for the chat, everybody. It's 6 a.m. here, or 5:45 a.m. where I live, so I'm going to nip out.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Thanks, Mark.
See you, man. Good night.
Cheers.
All right, good night, Mark.
God bless.
Too, because it's kind of late where I'm at too. So it was good having this conversation. But yeah, Nadia, I'm going to get back to you, Nadia, about the LGBT thingy I want to do on GTV.
She's gone.
Okay. G-Man.
Yeah.
Or actually, I do want to actually ask this to atheists. Why do atheists put up billboards? Why do atheists make videos? Why do atheists publish books? I mean, if God is such a fairy tale, why spend so much money trying to fight against him?
Yeah, that sounds like a waste of time. I would love to get some of that money.
I think, if you're an atheist that says God is a fairy tale, that's one thing, but, religion certainly isn't a fairy tale, and that's, many people feel that it invades their lives in ways that they don't want it to, and that's really, where people's objection lies. It's just the beginning of that objection is there a God? That's the sort of starting point for those sort of arguments.
Well, if God is just a fairy tale like all other fairy tales, I mean, why spend so much money trying to prove it?
But it's not like all other fairy tales.
Yeah, some people see that quote-unquote fairy tale as something that needs to be taken as seriously, and everyone around them should take it seriously. And I don't think it's necessarily about the faith itself. I think it's more about the idea that some people, I'm saying some, are like trying to force their views on other people, and that's no cool.
Right.
Not bueno.
And
I think that we should go to Macy's. I think we should go to Macy's every Christmas and take down every single Santa.
Yeah. Nadia, G-Man wanted to talk to you about something before you came back.
Oh, Garth, yeah. I was hoping to say at least goodbye.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, what do you think?
Well, good to have you
we
online.
should go to Macy's every single Christmas and protest against Santa?
Well, if Santa Claus was
Macy's
forced, what?
Well, yeah, they're forcing us to spend money.
Can't leave the dishes like that.
All right.
Forcing how?
No, you need to get out here and do them. Quit arguing with your kids, friend.
I'm at a loss. What are we on about?
Well, Wyatt's gone to wash the dishes.
How is Macy's being bad?
What is bad?
He was drawing a comparison between believing in Santa and believing in a God.
Is it the Santa satanic tradition?
Yeah! Santa, Satan, it's all part of the Illuminati, you see. Mix and mash, it all fits perfectly together. And if you look at the calendar, if you look at the textbooks, the birthday of Santa Claus 1666, 6th day of the 6th month. Yeah. Ever play Christmas songs backwards? Take it.
Well, of course. Anyway, have a good night, Wendy.
Bye.
So,
You too, Nadia. Thanks for the invite. It was good to see you again.
and you as well.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, Wendy.
Have a good night. Is someone
Anyway.
seriously going to argue that Christmas is satanic?
I think the argument was that if atheists, you know, put up billboards about Christianity at Christmas, then we should be doing it about Santa as well. That was the angle.
Wyatt, you with us?
He's with us, but only in the domestic service sector.
Domestic service? How?
His mum came in and
Dishwashing?
told him to wash the dishes. So his argument rather stalled.
Yeah, well.
Eddie.
Oh, hi, it is. Well, we were talking about how there was the atheist at, well, quotes atheist. Well, someone who was at the Times Square holding a billboard telling people not to go in church. And what I guess jumped into, well, why spend so much money? Because, you know, disproving God. Why not do the same thing for Santa Claus and so forth? And the thing is, most people don't take Santa Claus as seriously as some people do about their own faith in their religion. Can we agree on that?
Well, yes, of course. I mean, look at Christmas in Japan.
Oh. Well, Japan is mostly... Hi, Wyatt.
What up?
You hear our answer to your question?
No, I did not. Yeah, I seriously think we should go to Macy's every Christmas and take out Santa Claus.
Why?
Well, you know, he's costing us a lot of money, and, you know, I mean, parents are forced to get their kids gifts every Christmas. I don't think that's fair.
What, is it in the law? You have to buy Christmas presents?
Or
for your
to
kids?
make them look bad or some way.
I think there are social pressures to buy your kids presents at Christmas, but I think that's what they are. It's social pressures. It's not, you know, the High Council of Santa telling you that you've got to go out and get stuff.
And if you got social pressures, do what I do. Live alone. Be introverted. Then no social pressures will ever concern you in the slightest anymore.
Your mother told you to take care of the fish.
I did.
They're still soaking. I just soaked them. Well, you're not going to leave them overnight.
Oh dear. He went and put the dishes into soak and then came and sat down again. Nice try.
So, did we want to talk about something else? Did we cover the whole Santa Claus being the dictator who forces people into their Christmas presents buying holiday spirit?
We can talk about the Gospel of Nadia.
Oh yeah, is that a real thing?
I'm making it one. Here, I'm, well, still tuning it up. I'm on version 5.1. So, well, it says accurate reasoning requires metaphysical naturalism, i.e. that the supernatural does not exist. Number one. Number two, eliminative materialism, i.e. we are our bodies. There are no souls. Qualia do not exist. We are chemically robotic wind-up toys. We are all philosophical zombies. And folk psychology is radically ontologically incorrect. Number three, every religion is false, especially Christianity, Hinduism, and Islam, i.e. there is no God, hence godlessness, i.e. being godless, and atheism and secularism and humanism et al. Number four, Neopragmatic utilitarianism, i.e. morality is objective, suffering and harm are evil, well-being and joy are good, and consequentialism is required. Number five, LGBT equality, i.e. gay, lesbian, bisexual, pansexual, transsexual, and transgender equality for all GSM, GSD, GSRM, GSRD, gender and sexuality and relationship minorities / diversities is necessary for a just society. Oh, this one already tackles. Number six, third wave feminism, especially intersectionality, is necessary for social justice. And TERF transphobia and MRA men's rights must be repudiated. Number seven, one must have communism and socialism and anarchism and anti-fascism, especially anarcho-communism, to have a just society. Most notably, alter-mondialization / alter-mondialization / alter-globalization is required, and socialism can't be in just one country. Number eight, one must have vegetarianism and preferably veganism for the ethical treatment of animals. And number nine, abortion and euthanasia are inalienable rights by the primacy of the quality of life. So, there we go.
Well, I have some problems with that.
That's going to be. That's my gospel version 5.2.
Wow, there's.
What's intersectionality?
Well, basically there are different categories like
abortion.
I just Google it. Sorry.
No, and euthanasia was in there.
Wow. So you're saying that lower human worth down and raise animals up?
What? Not at all. I mean, you don't believe in cruelty to animals, do you?
Animal special treatment. Eat a carrot.
Not at all. I mean, would you eat your dog?
Yes.
Your own dog, your own pet.
Yeah.
We'll kill an unborn baby and kill old people.
Upper ass and underground.
Nadia, may I say the ethical kind of objection?
Save the animals.
May I say the ethical objection, Nadia?
Sure, whichever point you want to.
Right, yeah, the usual kind of ethical argument for not eating meat is for most people in the developed world it's not necessary to survival, so therefore it's unnecessary suffering of sentient beings, you know, so, and you can't really justify it, to be honest, in most cases, because it's completely unnecessary for most people in most developed countries or westernized countries or first world countries or whatever you want to call whatever you want to call that, yeah. So that's pretty much the objection or argument there.
Yeah, there's ecological argument and
first
philanthropic argument. Go ahead.
So, and also, you're the first one to say morality is objective.
I didn't say anything about when did I say objective?
First atheist I've ever heard of.
I did.
All right.
Yeah,
that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I would say there is some kind of objective morality. Yeah, I'd also agree with Nadia.
Like what?
Nadia, by the way, I would say you missed out assisted suicide on number 9.
I would regard that it's assumed by euthanasia, but...
Alright, yeah, good, yeah. Maybe I'm being a bit pedantic.
Hey Nadia, can you give me a summary of what you guys are discussing? I just came in the room. And by the way, Unity sucks.
The Gospel of
Yeah,
Nadia,
we're
yes, Unity does suck.
discussing Nadia's little gospel.
Can't figure out how to get rid of it. Yep, I am writing a gospel.
You're like a kernel developer and you can't figure out how to get rid of Unity?
Well, I don't want to really, quote-unquote, break the package system, so to speak. So, I'm trying to do a, more complex dance than is strictly necessary than is required for the task. Yeah, I know how to actually, do an end run around the quote-unquote default window manager, but even so, I'm a little bit handcuffed by not wanting to lose some of the kind of stock packaging, etc. stuff. So, which point were we at again? You wanted? Okay, for version 5.2, you want to quote-unquote suicide? Yeah. Okay.
Are you literally composing your own gospel? Is that what you're doing?
I didn't comment on the ethical argument, bro. Alright.
Why did you add a Hinduism in the mix of religions that you believe are false, like especially false?
Basically those are the top three in terms of
naturalism, that the supernatural does not exist.
Hinduism is up there because those are the top three religions in terms of adherence.
Materialism. Why is there no soul?
Well, you can white box me. The audience might get tired of watching. White box me if you need to read through it.
I really want to see how someone can say that morality is objective. I just don't get that, and I've looked into it.
I don't know how atheists can say morality is objective.
Yeah.
Because if morality is objective, you need some basis to judge that by.
Yeah. There is actually quite an interesting argument for that basis, and people have made that. For instance, Sam Harris, and they're not saying there's a completely overall objective, but there is somewhat of an objective to morality.
I've looked into him saying that. I don't see anything.
I could have told you that.
Well, have you read The Moral Landscape?
I have not. No, but I listened to talks based on that.
Hey, my friend Rev, how you doing, bro?
I have a hard time taking him seriously.
Well, he makes
Wyatt, get the fuck out of here. Get out. Leave.
What?
Wyatt, leave.
What? Why? Hang on.
Wyatt, please, brother, leave.
Wow.
Wyatt, get out of here.
What's going on?
Why does
You're
Wyatt
not
have to?
strong enough to stay here. Leave.
How am I not strong enough to stay here?
Get out of here.
Calm down.
Get out.
Calm down.
Yeah, ethical naturalism essentially posits that you can bridge the Isaac
I'm
gap
looking out for you, son.
in various ways.
Get out of here.
Things on the order of external.
I'm strong enough to stay here, man.
Wyatt, leave.
Rev.
Yo, dude, why are you telling him to leave, man? What's going on?
Especially when Nadia's talking, you're just completely talking over her.
You want to stay here, Wyatt?
Well,
you strong enough for this shit?
Yeah, I am, actually.
All right. Have fun.
Well,
all right.
The trick is, the trouble is, I think he has is he thinks we're trying to convert you, and we're not. There's something to persuade you of. It's that we have integrity, character, morality, and all that. And the question about ethical naturalism in terms of objective morality is floating around there. And the way the is-ought gap is bridged is essentially through external justification, namely things like perceptual sensory reliabilism. Right. So to the extent that we can actually,
So,
be repulsed by suffering and so on.
so I have
Go
a
ahead.
question. How is morality objective sometimes and subjective sometimes?
How is it objective and subjective? It's not subjective all the time.
So,
Or at
so
least,
it's all objective.
yeah. Yes.
So,
At least according to
how's that?
the ethically naturalistic affair.
Well,
Because I never heard an atheist actually argue objective morality. They usually argue subjective morality. So,
True. And one of the at least claim to be one of the sort of philosophical arguments countering the claims or justification and so on of ethical naturalism or ethical naturalist moral systems is that they are not in fact objective. But subjectivity is not. Some are based on that. The utilitarianism, which is what I'm advocating, is not entirely. There's a website there on sort of articulating the philosophical positions surrounding utilitarianism, utilitarian.net. And in the meantime, subjectivity is actually not that damaging for a moral system. For instance, at least within philosophical circles, divine command theory is regarded as subjective, and it's not deemed to be some kind of badness about it. There's Rawls' theory of justice floating around. Ideal observer theory is what it's called, and that's also just subjective, and it's regarded very highly. It's even used within law to help guide lawmaking. So subjectivity wouldn't be damaging if it were the case. Yet, by and large, the claim or considerations or whatever about utilitarianism are that they are objective. Go ahead.
all right. So basically, society just made laws, so we're basing our objective morality based on the laws, right?
No. It's based on essentially the natural evidence regarding suffering and harm and well-being and joy and such. We can detect those states within people and such. We have those innate repulsions and attractions to them that say they are ultimately wrong and right, and or indicate they are serve as evidence they're wrong and right.
And how do you
the moral system?
Also, how do you compare number 2 with number 4, saying we're just chemicals and robotically wind up toys and stuff like that? Because if we're just chemicals, then how do chemicals determine right and wrong?
It's actually not that relevant. Or it's the putative transcendence sort of arithmetic and logic, or otherwise the philosophy of mathematics, is not terribly relevant to this ethical naturalism.
Have you been listening to Brett Keane, Wyatt?
Oh man, Brett Keane's one of my good friends.
Not surprised.
Yeah, Brett and I get along pretty well as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the three of us have been in the room together. I think we have.
He's been on the Jacqueline Glenn kick recently, but
yeah, I haven't seen
saw
much
a
of
couple
him.
of his videos. I haven't watched any of his. I haven't regularly watched his videos, but I've seen a couple of them. I usually talk to him like just in person on Google Plus. So me and Brett get along very well.
Yeah. So
I usually watch Jacqueline Glenn's videos though. But
were there more questions about ethical naturalism and utilitarianism from
basically-
Farhan or Wyatt?
So basically, you're saying that utilitarianism is kind of your standard, right? It's basically utilitarianism.
It's what I advocate, at least.
Okay, so like, I still don't see. I mean, I'm not gonna. I kind of went into like a 3-hour talk about this, but I still don't see that as objective.
Number 8.
Well, you don't go by.
I see.
Well, you're going by your own. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I see morality as objective, but it's based on a Christian foundation for morality. So, and I don't really want to argue about Christianity in a room full of atheists because I know I would get schooled. So.
Yeah. Well, the impact or importance of the arguments regarding subjectivity and objectivity is not as great as you think. I mean, subjectivity is actually not that damaging. Number one, and number two, generally there's a lot of mention over what objectivity and subjectivity mean, and they're quite dependent on theory of mind.
Yeah, I think I was in here when I explained it to Down and P. Were you here when I actually explained that to Down?
Explain what?
Why subjectivity don't work.
Define. Well, I actually know the arguments in general for that. Now, I regard it as more pertinent.
Because
kind of how you define objectivity and subjectivity.
Yeah, the only way you can account for say anything is wrong is if you have an objective basis to say something is wrong.
Generally, what goes on is that subjectivity as contingency on mind has a definition hijacked to basically special plea that contingency on the mind of God is still objective or whatever, and by and large, I mean, you can go around saying that, but in the meantime, philosophers will go on with their own classification of ethical systems into objective and subjective, and won't regard divine command theory as particularly bad, or any other subjective system. For instance, ideal observer. The ideal observer is very highly respected, and fully subjective. Right? Subjectivity is not damaging. On top of that,
Well, if you believe in a subjective morality, I would say you can't say anything is right or wrong because morality is based on people's opinions, and I would say an atheistic worldview.
Yeah.
I hear that argument a
opinion
lot, and I
is
still don't
not
understand
how-
why it makes sense.
What do you mean by
Opinion-
atheistic worldview?
Opinion.
An atheistic
opinion is not
worldview, morality is based on social on what from what I hear from what atheists tell me.
Okay.
Morality is based on social constructs,
Yeah.
like from what kind of culture you are in.
Mere opinion is not how people define subjectivity, which is part of the problem with your evaluation and all this. So when they talk about these moral systems being subjective, they actually mean something different by it. And it's not something to really strongly object to. They also, when they say it's objective and it doesn't involve God, there's an important reason for that, right? And the way objectivity is defined in the philosophical circles is not what you have it as either. Right? I mean, you can claim that what people are doing and say utilitarianism is, well, taking a survey and looking at a number of people's opinions and so on, and oh well, it's all opinion. Well, trouble is, it's not how it's defined, right? It's not, at least not in the philosophical sense. So.
Hayes, I don't really think I met you, so how could you say anything about me, personally?
Well, I have met you before, so that's probably just your memory.
Yeah.
So
in the
I'm
meantime,
always attacking the
there's actually-
atheist position. I'm not attacking an atheistic position.
Every time I've been in a hangout with you, you're never answering or trying to justify your beliefs. You're always talking about atheistic worldview.
Well,
you can't see my air quotes there. Or
well,
you're
dude,
never actually
well,
answering
I'm
for
going
your
to say
beliefs.
this. Even if I answered all your questions, you would still go on. You would still go on being the way you are, an atheist. Even if I answered all your questions.
You don't really answer them to any level of satisfaction, though.
Number 8 has to go.
Say what?
In the gospel, line 8, it has to go.
What's line 8?
Line 8 requires you to be a vegetarian, preferably a vegan.
I don't know what you're talking about, line 8.
I like meat, potatoes, and gravy.
I'm talking about the subject of this room, the gospel according to Nadia. She's got it on screen share.
Oh, right. Oh, is she presenting? Oh, okay.
I'm not presenting,
Oh.
because I was presenting
You're
for long
screen
enough to
sharing.
bore the audience.
I see it.
Yeah, you can white box too.
Yeah,
from there on
that's
or
okay.
whatever. I can cut and paste in text chat if you need to as well.
No. I just had to turn on my. I was on audio only, so I couldn't see it. I just turned that off, so I am allowed to do. Oh, and there it is.
Yeah, let me see if I could find an argument along the lines that I want to make. But even if you didn't have sort of
Men's rights must be
calculus
repudiated, but third-wave feminism should be accepted.
Wow.
That's odd to me.
Yeah, it should be men's rights movement.
Let's do it.
It's I'm revising it.
Oh, yeah, I
every time.
understand that it's. I understand what you're rejecting. I'm just surprised that you're rejecting it.
Yeah, just to quickly
So I guess it would be MRM instead of MRA.
Oh yeah, that's actually right. Yeah.
I've not really been watching the news. What is this men's right movement thing?
It's not really in the news, apart from Elliot Rogers.
Men's right movement? I don't even know.
It's basically the focus on
It's
on the unfairness in society toward men, such as that the rape of men is kind of laughed off and not paid attention to, or that fathers' rights are ignored.
Or circumcision.
Or circumcision is another big one. Which is the reason why I'm surprised that she's just saying that it should be rejected.
I'm also surprised as well.
Yeah.
But no, it's quite explanatory in the name. But, yeah.
I would personally lean towards equal rights under law.
Right, right. You're more of a sort of a gender egalitarian, you know.
Right, so am I. And I think that there's reasonable MRAs, there are reasonable feminists, and there are unreasonable MRAs, and there are unreasonable feminists.
Yeah, there's pretty much that in pretty much unreasonable types of people in every group.
It takes a bit more in-depth kind of things, where essentially, the real trouble with the MRM, men's rights movement, and so on, is that feminism really subsumes it. I mean, there is a flip side, even talked about by feminists, from to the woman being pressed into broodmare, and that is the disposable man, right? And granted, it's maybe lacking emphasis, but it is there, and intersectionality, third wave, and such does a better job of accounting for it. And
well, I am going to.
Sorry,
I'm going to go start my own hangout.
Oh, well, you
yeah.
work for morality.
Wow.
I don't know what I'm going to start my own hangout about. I'm just going to have a conversation with James.
James already has one going.
Alright.
I'll get you a link to it. Hang on.
I mean a live one with James. Have you seen my live hangout with James?
Well, he's not going to come to a hangout.
You were in this hangout with James. Oh,
yeah,
James
I was
ended
in a
his
hangout with James earlier. And I actually had one with James last Wednesday when we were talking about how to talk to the unbeliever.
Sure.
The moral argument did come up. The moral argument did come up. Actually, we were all over the place.
What's James's last name on his account?
It's all for his glory alone. That's the James he's talking about.
Right.
Well, hopefully there's a seat for you if you feel like hopping back in. And it was good to see you on again today.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, see you, Nadia. See you, Hades. God bless you guys both.
Oh, I see. I get it. Yeah, fuck you too.
Yeah.
Very, very original.
Yeah.
I haven't had that before.
Yeah, I'll grant that feminism is a misnomer of sorts, and gender egalitarianism would have been a better name for the movement.
Yeah, but people came up with it when it was mainly toward women's right to vote. My thing is that... So what?
Basically.
Yeah, it was about
women were in such deep shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the name made sense. But I think that it makes some sense as well to have feminism, as its name, be focused on women, whereas the MRM, which is more comprised of men, be focused on men's rights. Because feminism doesn't really do a great job focusing on men's rights. It's mostly ignored among feminists, or considered a joke. So the fact that you say what?
It's no small part why it is a third wave.
I mean, third wave, in my experience, is the problem, that it's ignoring the issue. Whereas the MRM is not. Third wave
is barely even.
In regards to the issues that it takes care of, it's fairly effective. But as regards to men, it is not, because it does not have focus on that, and it will sometimes actively ignore it. So I think that the MRM is something that is worth having around, because it is making points and making movements and things that are ignored by other social justice movements.
I would say the outsider's point of view is maybe resulted in some different emphases of the kinds of or the vectors of repression levied against men. However, at the same time, it's certainly not ignored. The patriarchy is, the quote-unquote patriarchy is the gender inequality is said readily said to cut both ways, to cut against both the male and female.
Yes, I hear
and,
that a lot.
You know, elaborating on the account of, you know, where the patriarchy is the patriarchy of gender inequality is damaging men, would be helpful. I mean, just simply.
Right. Well, no, I hear that from feminists a lot, but I don't see feminists rallying for fathers' rights, for example.
Well, it's maybe why those who are concerned about gender inequality as it affects men should perhaps line up with the feminists to, you know, elaborate on the concerns of those actually being damaged by it.
I mean, it's from the point of view of the MRAs, I could understand that it doesn't really make sense for them to join a movement that isn't helpful towards them, or doesn't have a history of being helpful towards them, and instead to start their own movement. It makes sense. And that the third wave feminism, with its pointing out at the patriarchy that it does cut both ways, it's like, well, great, but you know, are you doing anything? Are you saying anything that's helpful to us? Not really. So, you know, we'll be over here fighting for our stuff. You continue to fight your stuff, and when there's disagreements, then we'll butt heads, which happens a lot.
Well, where there are disagreements, there's trouble, especially like, what is it, the discounting of domestic partner violence.
I'm not familiar with MRMs that actually support that. I'm sure they're out there, but I'm not aware of any. I don't know any. That's not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying I'm not aware of how they justify that position.
There's also, I guess one thing that's kind of offensive is, you know, false equivalence to the male and female circumcisions.
Well, they're both violence toward genitals.
And that's acknowledged.
I don't think that it's equal, because there's different levels of female circumcision, some of which are very drastic, whereas male circumcision is fairly straightforward and doesn't destroy usage. It limits usage, but it doesn't destroy it.
Barring the risks going wrong, yeah.
Right.
David Reimer, I think, is one of the famous cases of that. For other reasons.
Yeah, the way that it's destroyed is something going wrong. The way that it's destroyed with female circumcision is something going right. So I think that that's a valuable difference.
Yeah.
But it is, they're both violence towards the genitals, so, you know, I see the point of making the comparison, bringing it up as being important too.
The presentation, though.
And female circumcision is common in America. Male circumcision is.
Right. Also true. Yeah. Still, when the presentations are made, they aren't sufficiently qualified with the acknowledgement of the difference in severity.
Right. I think that the acknowledgement of the difference in severity is valuable, but doesn't really need to be brought up when one is banned in America and the other is not. I think that it's only it's only necessary to bring up that it is legal violence to genitals.
One is banned in America, but they're still bringing up the horrors of, you know, distant parts of the world. They have the trouble that, you know, it's
still out there.
Comparability is limited. Comparability is limited, right? It's not sufficiently qualified.
No, but the only time that comparability makes sense to me is when making a comparison of legality in our system, and pointing out that both are violence to genitals, and not really going any further than that. Not taking a measure of you know, how much worse it is or whatever, because that's just kind of having a pissing contest over it. It should be, you know, This is violence to genitals. It has been banned because it is violence to genitals. This is violence to genitals. This is legal while still being violence to genitals. Why?
Yeah,
They're both done for religious reasons. They're both done for whatever, and they're both violence. So let's make them both illegal.
Yeah.
If somebody wants to opt for it later in life, then they may.
Yeah, that general line of argument would be okay. The trouble is, of course, they don't hedge the best. They don't qualify a statement. They draw like a false equivalence. So, meantime, what else happens? Yeah, what is it? Child custody is one of the big ones.
Yes, the child custody is awarded to women almost by default.
Yeah, and there are troubles with that because when there are contests, when the father, etc., does actually contest it in court, they almost always win. So there's that. Yeah.
Right, but you still have the thing that they have to contest, and it should be a little bit more of an arbitrated decision at the beginning, rather than
Well, they're feminist objection.
having to.
They're feminist objections.
To it.
They're feminist objections to both sides of this pattern as well. The objection being, of course, the custody is almost foisted on the women.
Right.
On the one hand, and when there is a contest, you know, the tables have tilted where they shouldn't be. So
there could be a situation in which the father does not want custody, and maybe the woman does not want custody, but then it comes down to, well, who had the kid? Who wanted the kid? Was it a situation in which the father wanted the kid and the woman did not? Well, why did she have the child? If it's a her body, her choice sort of situation. And I guess that's another question is when, and this is when it gets a little bit more hairy, is when a married couple is having a child, the woman wants to abort and the man does not. Does the man have any say in that whatsoever? And if the man, but the reverse of that is also, if the woman wants to have the child and the man does not, and then the woman has the child and sues for child support when the man did not want the child to be had.
Yeah, as someone who's, well, pretty far out of the gene pool. Oh, welcome back, Rev. My insight into this is a little bit limited, but the child custody things are not deemed to be in good shape by feminists either,
No, I agree with that. But the men's rights complaints, which is what the movement is mainly focused on, has a lot to do with fathers' rights. With both the issues that I brought up of in relation to custody and in relation to being able to refuse custody or refuse responsibility when they don't want to be in the situation and opted not to be in the situation, but have no freedom to opt not to be in the situation. They're both big issues there, and they are fairly ignored by feminist movements. Both of them. Or approached, but from a different perspective with a different opinion on how it should be run, which is the reason why there's a necessity for a separate movement.
Well, I would claim that the angle being taken is by the men's rights movement is not defensible, at least.
I disagree with that, but there are some things that the men's rights movement stand. I don't consider myself an MRA. I don't consider myself a feminist because there are things that both movements do that I find reprehensible. So, you know, I don't consider myself in a camp, but I do recognize the value of both camps with certain things that they have to say.
Welcome back, Rev. Good to have you on. For things that I consider reprehensible, I would briefly point out, oh, what is this?
Man is
Turf
appointed
transphobia.
mortal sorrow, but the blessed God shall come down, preaching that his death shall bring everlasting life. Take care.
Cheers, Rev. So there we go. Turf transphobia.
What is turf?
That's trend exclusive radical feminists.
Oh. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
I've heard
Oh,
a few
dear.
things about, like, saying that the there's a lot of male to female trans hate in the feminist movement, and I've seen a little bit of it.
Yeah, that's what the
That's what it's talking about.
That's what the trans hate in the feminist movement is. Yeah.
Right.
Turfs.
Yeah.
They
Nadia, did you make up some of those
get the
words?
turfs. Turf? No.
No,
No,
some
it
of those.
doesn't sound like she made it up. I think I've seen that somewhere before, but I didn't know what it meant. So.
I'm referring to the longer words.
What? Transphobia. Transphobia is a thing. I can't bring up the thing anymore, so I don't know what words you would be referencing.
Oh, I'll feature it again.
TheTurfs.com. What?
Yeah, it's a site that it's a site against them that talks about them.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So,
I keep trying to scroll up, but the damn thing keeps scrolling right back down again.
Is there? I was thinking about this earlier today. Is there a position among some feminists, I guess, that female to male trans are turning their back on being a female and or opting to do that? Is that a thing? I was thinking that could be a position that someone might hold.
well, yes, in a way, but it's
not as extreme.
I guess the way they phrase it is that it's appropriating and commodifying the female body.
Commodifying?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Altermundialization. That has to be a made-up word.
Wait, which word are you talking about?
Altermundialization. It's in line 7.
Yeah, I see it. I don't know what that is.
Along with altermundialization and alterglobalization. Anarcho-communism I can figure out from the roots, but anti-fascism, that's no problem. But
Hi, Armin. Or where'd she go? She may have ducked out. Oh well.
this mundialization.
Whoa! The Frankenstein phenomenon. What the fuck?
The Frankenstein from where?
This calling transgenderism or transsexualism the Frankenstein phenomenon.
Yeah, there we go.
What the hell?
What does that have to do with Frankenstein? Mary Shelley did something completely different.
It's just the altering of the. It's making a comparison to the altering of the body to something that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, well,
I
they're
can,
obviously going by the movie and not having read the book itself.
I can refer you to some of their literature. Sheila Jeffries' Gender Hurts. There's a link to it in the sidebar text chat.
Give me links of things that are crazy. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I'll download. And Janice
PDF?
Raymond's, yes, a PDF.
All right.
Janice Raymond's The Transsexual Empire, The Making of the Modern She-Male.
What?
That's,
what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is incredulous to me.
The modern female.
Some people can hold these positions. All right, here we go.
Well, she goes a bit further. She says this commodification and appropriation of the female body is morally equivalent to an act of rape. She
equivalent
goes
to
that
rape.
far.
She says it's the equivalent to
An act of mass rape of all women.
Mass rape. Wow.
Of all women simultaneously.
Of male to female or female to male or both?
Just a male to female.
Okay.
Female to male, apparently they don't object to very much.
I wonder why. All right, I've downloaded these two. This will make for an interesting read.
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah,
I'm not sure who responded to this. I think Julia Serrano might have.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm going to take off, and do a sleep thing.
I keep downloading these PDFs, and yeah, good night, Ocean. And
Good night, Ocean.
Haven't had time to read them.
Good night. Yeah, I don't know how quickly I'm going to read this, but it's also just curious enough that I might tackle it pretty quickly, because I have a strange curiosity when it comes to these kind of things. So it's like watching a train wreck. I enjoy reading it. All right.
Oh, you've never watched a real train wreck then, because they're much better.
All right. Well, anyway, I'll see you guys later.
Okay, have a good night.
See you.
All right, I start talking about things I believe, and the world runs away. Hangout empties out, viewers drop to half what they were.
Well, it's not quite half yet. Or are you talking about the viewers on YouTube?
YouTube viewers.
So what are y'all talking about?
I think the subject is circling around the Gospel of Nadia.
What chapter?
But there's
It's only got 9 bullet points. I bored the world away. Discussing things I actually believe. Darn it. I articulated a positive belief and everybody ran away.
Scared them.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Yeah, pretty much bog standard leftism, which I guess I'm pretty much ordinary as far as leftists go, something like that.
What if we were descended from starfish and instead of having 4 major limbs, we had 5? What would they call it then? I mean, you have, because you don't have like left, right, and you'd need you'd have another hand or something, and you have to change the whole vocabulary of the conversation.
There are ways in which the tetrapod organization is effectively necessary for, I guess, tool using, tool making, etc. Creatures. And for instance, why couldn't arthropods or creatures with radial symmetry have like prehensile hands? Well, by and large, they're using all their limbs for support, or
cephalopods
the grasping.
can get
Don't you get enough trouble with 2 hands, fun?
Yeah, cephalopods are pretty smart. The problem is they don't have skeletons that might impair their dexterity, which is also required for tool making. Plus, they could never leave the water, really, or at least not for long. They have to sort of slither back in. Because
aquatic life is pretty much out of the game.
Yeah. And so they won't have fire living in the water.
Well, it's not that fire is so deeply necessary. It's
pretty darn useful.
I bored everyone away.
Nadia, would you say that starfish are aware?
No.
They're not like octopuses. Those suckers are like freaking ninjas.
Even there, even octopuses or other mollusk affairs are pretty limited in their neurology.
Has anyone done actual intelligence tests on them? Because I know they're very good at escaping from fish tanks and such if they're not properly sealed. And I've seen cuttlefish exhibit signs of curiosity, or at least anthropomorphically I would label it as curiosity.
Oh, they have some level of animal intelligence, I suppose.
Okay.
I take it you saw. Take it you saw the gospel too, or whatever it was.
I really don't like line 8.
Don't like vegetarianism?
No.
Why not?
Because, quite frankly, meat is very tasty.
So what if it is tasty? Does that justify well, hurting animals or immiserating them?
Well, I guess it does. I mean, wolves or lions or what have you, when they go out for dinner, don't particularly take into consideration the suffering of their prey. They tend to be quick about it.
I mean,
and their prey is free range, not battery farmed.
Nature is full of horrors. Just citing one of them is no guide to what should be done. You know, volcanoes explode and burn, you know, large numbers of people alive and such, like Pompeii, Millennium.
Well, that's pretty much.
That's nature. That's horrific. That's nothing we would morally endorse. We don't endorse burning hundreds or thousands of people alive. What?
It's not like there's anything we can do about it.
Sure, I can avoid building cities beside volcanoes.
Yeah, the cities are already there.
Well, those cities were, now they're gone.
But
Or
they've
at
got the
least
new city
nothing but
next
archaeological
to
ruins.
and there's an autostrade between New Pompeii and Vesuvius, which is pretty much within 3 minutes of blast range.
Even so, we got about evacuating people, and yeah, our entire sort of existence, moral imperative, and such is to counteract nature and to mitigate its natural evils. We don't endorse them or take them as any example to be followed. Go burning people alive en masse, well, barring the Holocaust, but anyway.
Well, ISIS did it to a pilot recently.
Yeah. Ocean left, desert joined. Are you back to your mutual exclusivity?
What?
Are you and Ocean back to your mutual exclusivity?
Oh, yeah, we're good. Yeah. I had to forgive him, but it's all good now.
You're coordinating on Skype or something?
Oh no, we get along on here. The only time we talk is in the room, in your room, pretty much.
So we never see Desert and Ocean together. Is this a Clark Kent Superman sort of thing?
Well, no. See, Ocean, I hate to admit, he's much. I'm jealous of him because he's much more intelligent.
So, in the meantime, consider, when it is right to inflict suffering on, well, a creature, right? Be it human or animal. Right? What justifies that?
That's a
good well,
staying alive.
Yeah.
Okay.
For food, I mean, I wouldn't.
Is it necessary? Is it necessary to eat meat to stay alive?
Yeah, I wouldn't argue for excessive suffering.
If you run out of beans, nuts, ants, grubs, crickets, and work your way up, well, eventually, I guess you have to.
Well, as human population continues to double, there's going to be a point where it's no longer energy efficient to even have those animals on the planet at all. We will need all the land for raising food, different, more efficient.
What does efficiency? What does efficiency have to do with capacity?
Well, it takes a certain amount of energy to raise food, to feed people. So when there's no longer sufficient energy available to raise food to feed people, people will start to starve by means other than sheer lack of distribution. I mean, there'll simply be insufficient caloric availability. And so that would define the maximum number of humans that can be on the planet.
That's no problem. We have soil and Nadia.
Here we go. I would suggest
There's a
rather
fundamental upper limit to what the planet can carry.
Yeah, efficiency and capacity don't have that direct relationship. Now, mind you, using more efficient methods, you can have kind of greater capacity. Even so, yeah, just redefine the capacity in terms of caloric output. Caloric output's still the same. There's a matter of well, efficiency irrespective of capacity.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, and
synthesizing
as a
meat
matter of
in the
fact,
lab now.
yeah, that would be ethical.
Yeah, well,
Yet, at the same time, the efficiency irrespective of capacity may have an impact upon devoting resources to other uses, like, for instance, grain crops and similar are not necessarily the best greenhouse gas sequesterers or similar. They wood is itself a material crop. Yeah, I guess food agriculture displaces wood. And forests are cleared to do all that. Where else do you need to go with this?
yeah. I've heard of ideas to try and increase the number of coccolithophores in the oceans because calcium carbonate is good at sequestering CO2.
Yeah, let's tell people about coccolithophores.
And of course, there's also ocean farming, various kelp and whatnot.
So, the impact on vegetarianism is what? The only one I see having a genuine impact on vegetarianism is essentially artificial meat, growing the meat in a vat or whatever it is. Not part of an organism, because the ethical question is really dealt with that way. And the ethical question is both ecological and in terms of animal suffering, but but even beyond that, ecologically, in terms of human there's human farming, etc., that gets displaced by factory farms and such. Factory farms are indeed more efficient at cranking out more more produce. Yet those small farmers, especially subsistence farmers, say the third world and such, are negatively impacted by essentially the dumping of grain on the market from industrialized factory farm production in the first world and such. Also, one would, in many respects, want things like organic produce and a quote-unquote small farmer and so on and so forth to have things, and those are when you actually have to crank out the grain at full tilt. There's not a lot of room for that.
People should adopt rooftop gardening and indoor gardening and all that sort of thing. Every little bit helps.
Yeah, but the scale is troublesome, and the demands for greater scale arise in no small part by feeding livestock.
Well, just forbid eating meat. That'll solve the problem.
I think.
What percentage?
Yeah. From an ethical point of view, I would say the amount of food that's simply thrown away is far more unethical when you consider that there are people elsewhere starving.
Okay, so from 1997, U.S. could feed 800 million people with the grain that livestock eat, says Cornell University animal scientists. And approximately 40% of world grain is diverted to livestock. And I also note that biofuels are a major diversion of grain from feeding people. Yeah. Yeah, 1997 biofuels weren't practicing they are today. So
Really makes you wonder.
Yeah, the grain doesn't provide all the protein we need, though.
that's true. You do need a broader variety of foods vegetable foods, that is, to get sufficient nutrition. Now, because of course we are relatively intelligent beings that can actually figure this problem out. For instance, the Stigler diet problem is pretty much a calculation method. And, well, any one of us can go about carrying out the calculations to do.
The Stigler diet problem? What's that called?
Yeah. So, is that point to it? And yeah, from the Stigler diet problem, you have pretty much canned mathematical problem to calculate what you need to eat. And human beings are good enough to add 2 plus 2 and calculate these kinds of things, do arithmetic. We're done, right? You can figure out what to eat, vegetables and such.
Yeah.
So all you need is wheat flour, evaporated milk, cabbage, spinach, dried navy beans, and that's it.
Oh, milk comes from cows.
That's incorrect.
You need a substitute source.
That's incorrect. One would actually take into account a much broader variety of nutrients and given as the example in the article.
Let's see here.
Of course, soy and grain can be genetically engineered to contain all the necessary amino acids that we require in a form that we can digest and utilize. So we can make the food contain complete proteins.
Soy has like estrogenic effects, though. It's overall bad for your prostate and all that sort of fun stuff.
No, actually, the estrogenic effects would mitigate prostate issues, but the trouble is they are so minuscule that they're ineffective.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure soy is a staple in some regions.
Yeah, the estrogenic effects are minuscule. I mean, you can see it with the trans women who try, the dietary phytoestrogen affairs. It's quackery.
They try to use soy for that?
Yeah, they're literally trans women who are deceived by some of these New Age diet fads. And they go about instead of actually taking like genuine estrogen medicine and such, playing fad diet games. And you know what? Stuff doesn't work. And they get nowhere with it, and they cry about it.
Well, I ate enough soybeans to grow something, and I didn't. So.
Well, it's enough soybeans to grow something, but it's not enough to feminize anyone. And that's what they are literally trying to do by diet alone. sounds ridiculous, and it is. And the negative consequences on them are, well, problems for them. And I'm handling, number one, handling needles. Number two, I need to go downstairs and pick up packages. Number three, I don't know what, but.
I guess I can go back to eating my edamame beans again.
Yes, you can. Will not feminize you.
As GMOs get more popular, I think there'll be a political issue surrounding the policy regarding the patenting of life forms.
Sorry? I believe we were on vegetarianism. So, yeah, vegetarianism. I think there are people who can speak to it, but they're tied up in the anti-natalism affairs on Tiny Chat. They are better advocates of it than I. Landia Kia official is probably the main one to refer to.
I don't have any arguments with someone who wants to be a vegetarian. That's not something I would complain about. My complaint would be being forced to become one myself.
Well, by and large, vegetarians may advocate for.
Well, advocating is okay.
Well, yeah, vegetarians will advocate. What will force you is that these grain and beef and these beef and other meat prices economically will go up, and you'll be priced out of the meat market.
Yeah, that will happen.
Vegetarians have nothing to do with. Yes, vegetarians have very little to do with any kind of coercion or make you stop eating meat.
Yeah, I mean, beef is going to go first because beef is probably the most expensive food that you can buy per calorie and whatnot. That is the major one of the major ones, at any rate. And then pork will follow. Chickens are pretty efficient, so they'll hang around for a while. But even then, you know, your chickens and your turkeys ultimately may well go away.
But like I said, don't blame the vegetarians. The coercion to not eat meat and such is not going to come from vegetarians. It will come from capitalists.
Yeah, it's going to be an economic one due to the growth of the human population. It's
not due to the human population.
Well, what would cause the prices to go up then, if not the increasing population?
Natural resource deficits and such, declines in soil quality, declines in availability of petroleum fertilizer, declines in water supplies from climate change to provide the grain to feed the cattle and to maintain the grassland to feed the livestock and so on.
Okay, yeah. I'll grant you those other factors.
Well, bear in mind that the third world is entirely priced out of the meat market to begin with.
Should we go to meat rationing? And you don't really need to sit down and have a 1 pound steak. really necessary.
No one argues for it. The argument is it's unethical. It's not. There's a supply limitation.
Yeah, I don't think the rationing will be necessary. I mean, the factors that Nadia stated, and I think the human population will continue to rise for a while longer. But
I already pasted a link to the UN population projections to 2300.
Oh, I missed
that. Yeah, I'll get that link again. Hang on.
So they're predicting a plateau already? I know that when, I know that first world countries, birth rates tend to decline. So if third world countries, you know, the ones we call third world countries, if we raise them up to our level of prosperity, their birth rates can decline also, and
it's already known.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's already known to be physically impossible. The resources involved for quote-unquote first world prosperity are not available on the planet.
Do they have an estimate for the next 10, 20 years? Was it like 9 billion or?
No.
Who was talking
2050 projections. 2050 projections are a bit lower than that. 2300, I think 10.6 is middle, long range, whatever.
If I remember correctly, China's economy was not predicted to surpass the United States until 2050. It did so last year.
Yeah, for 2050, 8.9 billion is projected.
Sounds like it's slowing down.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember, this puts a clock on my age, but I remember when the 4 billion mark was hit.
Medium range for 2300 is actually 9.0. Sorry.
Abortion and homosexuality is doing its job. It's decreasing the, quote, surplus, unquote, population. That's exactly
Heterosexuality
is the
heterosexuality is the opiate of the masses.
I got it, Nadia.
Join the homosexual intifada. Join the homosexual intifada.
But I mean, you know, science has already told us that the Earth can sustain 22 billion, and that's before we use the oceans. So I mean, you know, this crap that the Earth is overpopulated is just that. It's crap. It's just crap, man.
Intuitively, I would be very skeptical about that 22 billion figure.
Yeah, I'd say the supply.
I'm not.
I'd say the.
What are we right now, Nadia? 7.7 billion? What are we right now, Nadia? 7.7 billion.
Very quick estimate from half of the world's food being thrown away is that we could double what we now have. The long range, the medium population projections from the UN, long range to 2300 are 9 billion apparently.
Well,
not 10.6.
We can.
But either of those two cases is still lower than double, and which point the carrying capacity, so to speak, is not the actual factor. It's what kind of misery people are thrust into by inappropriate distribution.
Well,
we decide we decide one way or another who gets how much.
Inappropriate.
We decide inappropriately that some people get nothing, and they starve and die or live in misery or whatever it is, and that is the problem, not the population.
Right.
The population is just not going to go up far enough to make a difference. Like I said, we have double the food. but the population is not going to double. So I see overpopulation as a red herring.
Yes.
Well, hence what I said earlier. It's the fact that we throw away so much food is really, I think, a serious ethical issue.
FUD, we pay farmers not to grow food. We pay the farmer. I know it sounds crazy, but we really do. We actually pay farmers not to grow.
I'm actually familiar with that concept.
Okay.
Who's echoing?
I'm supposed to go downstairs 15 minutes ago. Let me make a run downstairs to pick up packages.
Yeah, when my grandfather bought the house that my grandmother lived at when I grew up in, the teller told it was grandfathered into that program for getting money, not. All right, I have got to find out who the hell is echoing me because it's annoying as hell.
I muted it.
Yeah, it was Michael.
Yeah, I can see who's muted, but okay. All right, I'm not getting the echo anymore, so okay, they got him. But yes, these are programs that are hanging over from the FDR administration that should have sunsetted, but for some reason did not.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I totally agree that they should have sunsetted. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I'd have to actually research it. But yeah, I mean, the welfare program as it is today wasn't supposed to have been permanent. It was supposed to have been temporary till we got out of debt. But for whatever reason, they decided to keep it around, which I think was a bad idea. I really do.
There's also still price supports for dairy.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, man. Like I said, we're paying farmers not to grow food. Okay, so that right there should be very telling for anyone. Anyone should be able to put this together. If we're paying farmers not to grow food, then we ain't in any danger of a famine or anything of that nature. And like I said, scientists themselves are saying the Earth will sustain 22 billion, and that's just the landmass. I read somewhere where you could squeeze all 7.7 billion right into the state of Florida. It'd be a tight fit, but they'd fit. Now if that's the case, then of course we're nowhere near being overpopulated.
You can actually take the whole world's population, stick them in the state of Texas, and they can each have an acre of land.
Yeah, well, see, there you go.
I think that's the right thing. I have to confirm that Texas has that much land, but
it has a lot of land, bro. I was there. I was in Texas. I was at Fort Hood when I was in the Army. So yeah, it's got a lot of land.
I think I heard a quarter acre each.
Well, maybe a quarter acre. But even at quarter acres, you can stick a reasonable house on.
Yeah, a quarter of an acre of land, man. You can put a house up. You can even put a small garden up along with it. I mean,
Sure.
See, why these elitists are pushing the we're overpopulated thing? It's about control, man.
The primary land mass is required for raising the food. I mean, let's say you lived on a 1-acre lot. You could not reasonably expect to subsist on the food that you could grow on that 1-acre lot. That is, being a totally independent of going to the grocery market and all that other stuff.
Kelp, bro. Kelp. K-E-L-P, kelp.
Well, you're not going to grow kelp on your lot unless you live under the sea
No,
in a garden.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, we can grow kelp under the ocean, and kelp is very, very high in vitamins and minerals, and it would sustain us quite easily.
Yeah, kelp is already being used. I mean, it's used in Asia. It's used in California.
So why can't we get the fruit to Africa?
But still, you know, restaurants, I think, restaurants and grocery stores, they throw away a lot of food each year.
Yeah, well, like I said, that you know, when you're paying farmers not to grow food, that should be very telling that you know, we're nowhere near being overpopulated or in danger of a famine or any of that bullshit. All right, so you know what's going on? What's going on is control and manipulation. You know, they want you to believe that the earth is overpopulated so they can come in and control your ass. You know, because if they can convince you that the earth is overpopulated, they the earth is overpopulated. Give us all of your rights so that we can regulate you, and we can do this to you, and we can do that to you, and we can tell you whether the sun is going to shine or not. You know, just give us all your rights.
No. That's wrong. It's
it might not be. You might be wrong, Nadia, but it's happening.
No. It's not happening. There's no conspiracy to make bogus claims about overpopulation. There is concern about resource management, particularly as it pertains to your mind, particularly as it pertains to climate change and freshwater supplies, which have rather far-reaching impacts on both agriculture and directly sustaining people. Droughts have been ongoing in a number of parts of the U.S., ranging from California to the southeast, that have impaired agricultural production, and droughts elsewhere in the world have impaired it there. These are directly consequences of global warming, and doing something about global warming is pretty big to resolve them. And beyond that, improving water management can conserve those freshwater supplies, use grey water in lieu of freshwater where it can be, in order to have the freshwater for human consumption, as well as other necessary purposes like in manufacturing and such. There's freshwater is required to go through a number of production processes. I think there's some astounding amount of water required to manufacture a computer, for instance. Now, going through all that, there are obvious things you can do. You can just have grey water used for non-consumption purposes like flushing toilets or showering. You can have even agricultural irrigation can be grey water. Those points you can do a lot better than what we're doing now, and there won't be a problem. If you don't do anything, there will be.
Interesting little factoid. The water under the earth is twice the size of the combined waters of our oceans. Twice the size of it.
It's chemically bound, and it's not even really water. It's just hydroxide ions bound to
it's not usable.
It's still twice the size of our ocean.
Literally nothing more than hydroxide ions bound to metallic cores. You're not talking about anything genuinely water.
Yeah, it's not usable. The water supply for my house is from a well. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, the well water is high in iron, manganese, and other stuff. So in addition to the electricity required to pump the water out of the hole and into the house, it has to go through water treatment to remove, the iron, silt, and stuff, and get the pH balanced. And so there's a constant supply of salt that has to be poured into the system, and regular maintenance that has to be done on the other processing equipment, which uses, reverse osmosis and such.
I heaved many of a salt bag, bro. I know all about it. In fact, our pump house still exists to this day. We still have our pump house out there. I used to get big old 50-pound bags of salt and put it in and pour it into the help my father pour it into the plastic container, and I remember that shit, dude. I remember it.
I do that on a regular basis, pouring salt into that big plastic container.
Yeah.
But the point is this supposedly free fresh water that falls from the sky actually has a real cost associated with it, even though we're not hooked up to a city water supply where you get a water bill.
Acid rain, yeah.
So it's not free water at all. And
it's acid rain any damn way. So I mean, we pumped how many billions of gallons of fluoride into the water already? I mean, come on.
Oh, my water's not fluoridated. I mean, the purpose of the treatment is to remove the iron, magnesium.
I know that, but
salt and stuff.
But the government is fluoridating the water, and it's the same water is eventually going to reach out to everyone because it goes up into the
Florida.
The water system on the planet is a circulatory system, and so eventually the fluoridated water will reach out and touch you. It's inevitable. Our groundwater is contaminated by fluoride and other chemicals, and that's the truth. It's just a flat-out truth, and eventually it's going to catch up to all of us.
Well, I don't think my system is designed to remove fluoride, but I'm not particularly worried that fluoride is present because it certainly didn't show up in testing. And in testing, in testing the water supply before getting the water treatment system put in, some of the stuff was at the limits of measurement, which was in thousandths of part per million. And of course, speaking of filtration, that's another thing I have to do. Every 3 months, gotta replace the damn filter.
Yeah, a former brother-in-law of mine is into water filtration, that sort of thing. I used to help him go on runs, and yeah, it's like I said, man. We're messing around with all these damn chemicals and putting it in our groundwater, and I'm telling you, eventually it's going to come back to bite us. It just is.
Also, the property came with a very nice backyard pond that was supplied by groundwater. That pond is now a puddle. There was also a stream running behind through the wood line, and that is almost always dry now because all the houses that are being built in the area demand water, and the water is generally pulled up by wells. So the water table is being reduced by increasing local population. It's not raining anymore to make up for the extra houses.
Well, if they had stopped manipulating the damn weather, we might get more water.
Well, depending on how the climate change situation works, it might rain more in the Northeast, which would be nice, or it could rain less in the Northeast, which would really suck for me. And then, of course, lack of rain in agricultural areas will suck for people on a global scale, because desalinizing seawater and transporting it any distance is exceedingly expensive. The only reason United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia can have their huge desalination facilities is just because they're so filthy rich.
Yeah, don't get me started on the filthy rich. Oh my goodness.
There are other ways to get water, but it's not in large quantities. But some company, a startup or something, I forget who, started putting up billboards, and the billboards have solar panels built into them. They have netting, which basically condenses dew out of the atmosphere, and basic water treatment. So the way it works is the billboard advertises that there is fresh water there, and it delivers a certain amount of fresh water per day that people can get out of a tap. But you can only get so much, and it only works in areas where you have mountains and stuff to basically trap clouds so that you have sufficient moisture in the air to condense out. Moisture farms, just like on Tatooine in Star Wars.
There you go. Well, that's I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. We're not taking care of this planet like we should, and it's going to come back to bite us in the ass. I really do believe that. You got to, we're for all intents and purposes a steward. All right, we're supposed to be taking care of this planet. We're supposed to be taking care of each other. We're supposed to be taking care of, pretty much everything, and we're dropping the ball on all of it. And it's going to come back on us, man. I really do believe it's going to come back on us. And, we better wake up, man. Take all this toxic shit, put it on a Saturn booster rocket, and launch it into the sun. Get it off this damn planet. We're poisoning the planet itself, and I don't think that's a good thing.
I guess you're not familiar with what rocket fuel is made out of. I mean, they do have hydrogen, oxygen rocket fuel, but there's also, what's it called? Darn it, don't remember. There's a rather powerful fuel that is also extremely toxic. And the solid rocket boosters used on the space shuttle.
Well, that just makes my case even more stronger. Yeah.
Well, it means that launching stuff into the sun is really not a viable solution.
We got helium-3 out there, man. We can get helium-3 off of the moon. Launch anything into the sun we want to launch, bro. All we need to do is get it to the moon, and then from the moon we can get it to the sun.
We can make helium-3 on Earth easily enough. So the question is, can helium-3 be made into a viable fuel?
Oh yeah, that's already been proven, dude. They're already anticipating, eagerly anticipating, I might add, the use of helium-3 to get to Mars. They're already saying that by using helium-3 they can cut their time to Mars in half. Okay, so yeah, helium-3 is, you know, is touted to be a very, very viable fuel source for space exploration and whatnot.
I'm kind of more interested in its potential for electrical generation. Because, like, Princeton for decades has had the only fusion reactor that does anything, and, you know, that tokamak reactor, and I don't think it's ever done better than breaking even in terms of energy output versus energy input. And it's running on tritium, which is exceptionally expensive because of the rarity of tritium in seawater. Although that comet, 67P, that ESA landed a probe on, apparently has 2 or 3 times the concentration of deuterium in its ice than the Earth does, which I found rather interesting.
I have to correct you, Fudd. The ESA is now saying that they were not successful in getting their probe to land on the asteroid. And,
it's sitting on there. It's just that it landed in a freaking shadow and the batteries are dead.
That's not what I heard, sir. What I heard is that they were unable to get a solid attachment to the asteroid. And you know, because previously when I watched it live, it was a solid landing. You know, the arrestor hooks fired and all that good shit, and it was a solid landing. And they were starting to take soil samples. Well, you know, a few. Well, let's see. Maybe it was closer to a week. About a week after that. Now remember, I watched this live. Okay, yeah. I heard what the scientists were saying.
Yeah, they got 60 hours out of it before the batteries.
But a week later, they're saying no, we didn't actually successfully land on the asteroid. The arrestor hooks did not properly fire, and I'm like, wait a minute, I just watched this shit live. You know, of course it landed. Of course the arrestor hooks fired. But no. Now they're saying nope, that's not true. It never landed. The arrestor hooks never fired. They were never able to get an accurate soil sample. Blah, 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 blah. So, I don't know. I guess it depends on who you listen to.
Yeah.
But I watched it live. When I watched it live, they said they successfully landed. The arrestor hooks successfully attached. They were beginning to take a soil sample. And, you know, and now a week later, 2 weeks later after that, it's like, nope, never happened. It's like, what the fuck, man? You know, they don't even know what they're doing themselves.
Yeah, what happened was, I think, the ground was much, much harder than they expected. So the hooks, the pitons fired, but they only penetrated a few inches. Or something like that. That's the story I heard.
I watched it live, and...
Well, so did I. But, I mean, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, they get... The distance, it was beyond Mars at the time that happened. We were getting the signal, what, 20 minutes after the fact?
I don't know.
I don't remember. But still, the big problem is the probe is sitting on the comet. It is there, but it's solar powered, and it's not getting light. So the batteries died after 60 hours. It was only, Philly was only able to get a limited amount of data during that 60 hours. And they're hoping that as the comet gets closer to the sun, I don't remember if it comes inside Earth's orbit or not. It's a short period orbit, like 6.5 years. But
yeah, but how do you get wrong? Hey, it's landed, the hooks have fired, and we're taking a soil sample. And then a week later, it's like, oh no, it never landed. The hooks never fired, and we're not taking it. I mean, you know, bullshit.
I would have to go through all the. I would have to go to the mission website and read all the details to find out.
I'm sitting there reading it, and it's like, what the hell? Because I watched it live, you know, and when I watched it live, they said, yes, we've landed, the arresting hooks have fired, and we're beginning soil samples. And I'm like, hey, what a, you know, great achievement, you know, awesome.
Well,
You
it's
know, and then a week later, it's like, nope, never fucking happened. It's like, I'm like, holy shit! I just threw up my damn hands and said, fuck this, you know. We can't even get a goddamn landing right. We can't even know that we landed on something.
Oh, don't worry. Blame the Europeans. It's not our fault. NASA was not involved in that mission.
No, well,
It's strictly European Space Agency.
I know, but that's, you know, still, I mean, how in the hell can you get wrong whether you've landed or not? I mean, you either landed or you didn't. The hooks either fired or they didn't. We either took a soil sample or we didn't. Excuse me. So, I mean, you know...
Well, like I said, I would have to go over the mission website.
Go read it. I mean, it's just... no, sorry, guys, we never really landed. The rest of hooks never fired. We never took soil. I'm like, what? What? You just told me a week ago that we did land. You know, so, but yeah, it's oh god, dude, it's hair-pullingly numb. All right, and, you know, it's to the point that you want to literally pull your hair out.
Yeah,
just ridiculous.
Mars Curiosity isn't without its problems either.
Yeah, but we sure as fuck know it landed, though, didn't we?
Yeah. But are you familiar with the condition of its wheels?
Yeah, supposedly the wheels were messed up or something, right? You know, and then of course, the British and their Beagle attempts. How many Beagle attempts did they go through before they finally got the Beagle down? What was it, like 5 or 6?
Mars has been one of those planets that has had rather a high number of failures.
Yeah, it has, and you have to ask yourself why. Why is that?
It's easy. The Martian population is shooting them down.
That's it, man. That's it. I'm convinced. Actually, they're launching rockets from Phobos, man. That's it. That's the shit right there, man. Launching rockets from Phobos and shooting them down before they even get to Mars orbit, man. There you go. But
yes, the ancient defense systems of the ancient Martian civilization, long dead. Their systems are still functioning.
Yep, ancient Dwemer defenses, man. They're still functioning after all these millennia, man. Dude, I don't know. I know that it's an awful high rate of failure getting to Mars and getting anything of any kind of substance fired up. And you know, I
look pretty impressive, though, doesn't it?
Well, wait a minute. Say that again.
Makes the Titan landing seem pretty impressive, though, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess it does. But I mean, you know, it's like, why, man?
And Cassini is still orbiting around, taking pictures and such. So,
you know what really strikes me, though. I mean, you know, we've got pictures that allegedly show forestry on Mars, cities on Mars.
No, we don't have pictures.
Mountains and springs on Mars, or at least the former thereof. But yet, where do we land our fucking rovers? We land them in a damn crater. What? No. Here's an idea. If we got no, wait a minute. Let me finish. If we got a picture of a city, which many are calling Cydonia, it's got pyramids, it's got the face on Mars, it's got all sorts of cool shit. But where do we land our fucking rover? We don't land it in Cydonia, which actually has some cool shit to look at. No. We're going to land our fucking rover in a crater, and we're going to leave it there for weeks, maybe even months. I don't know. How long was the damn thing in the crater before we finally decided to get it out? You know, what the fuck, man?
Which lander are you talking about? Are you talking about Spirit, opportunity, pathfinder.
One. Spirit or opportunity one, yeah.
Okay.
Land the damn thing in a
Landing
crater.
locations were chosen because of high-resolution satellite photography. And believe
No,
me,
the location was
there
chosen
are no
because
pyramids. There's no face.
dude, they chose the location. I don't care, even if the face is a naturally occurring phenomenon. I still want to fucking see it.
Well,
You
at high resolution, it doesn't look like a face anymore. It looks like a pile of rocks.
Well, maybe, okay, fine. It's still a pile of rocks. I still want to see it. All right. Here's the thing, man. That's just, you know, this is just so fucking retarded. We're gonna send something to a planet that has all this cool looking shit. You know, even if it, like I said, even if it is naturally forming, it's still cool looking. Let's go fucking investigate it. But no, we land some bitch in a damn crater, and we sit there and run the motherfucker around inside of a crater for like a month. You know, we don't even go outside the damn crater. You know, it's like, what the hell? You know, I want to see the cool shit. What about all these diamonds at the base of Olympus Mons or quartz? Either one. You know, they're not sure. They're not sure if it's diamonds or quartz. Either one. How about we? I don't know. Send a rover to the largest mountain in the solar system, Olympus Mons, and investigate. No. Of course not. We couldn't do something like that because that would make too much fucking sense. No, we're gonna send the motherfucker to a crater, and we're gonna let it sit in a damn crater for months. You know, no, let's send it to Olympus Mons. Let's examine the quartz or diamonds, whichever it happens to be, at the foot of Olympus Mons. That would be cool. Let's examine the city of Cydonia and see if it is a real city. See if maybe there wasn't an advanced civilization there at one time. Who the fuck knows? You know, but we're never gonna know because we didn't send a fucking rover there. No, we sent a damn rover to a fucking crater and let it sit there. You know,
Mount Sharp was picked for a reason for Mars
Yeah,
Curiosity.
there was a reason. It was to keep us stupid. That's what it was. Listen. I think there's some very interesting things. There is some very. I mean, you got Buzz Aldrin saying there's a damn monolith on Phobos. You know, there's a monolith on Phobos. That came right out of Buzz Aldrin's mouth. All right. Well,
yeah, but have you seen the video of him saying it? He comes off like a crazed old man.
Well, he might come off as a crazed old man, but you know what's the monolith doing there? Why is it there? Who the fuck put it there? It had to have been some kind of intelligence put it there. Monoliths don't grow. You know, you don't plant a monolith. It's a black fucking rectangle. You don't grow the sumbitch, all right? So somebody put the motherfucker there.
As humans, we're predisposed to see things that we see. I mean, we're gonna, if it's just a naturally occurring shape of some sort.
Dude, with all due respect, most people know what the fuck 2001: A Space Odyssey is, all right? We know what the fuck a monolith is. It's a black rectangle shoved into the ground, all right? Now, how the fuck did it get there? It had to have been an intelligence that put it there. It had to have been. All right, so, you know, like I said, you know, we got all kinds of cool
joke.
Huh?
Or was an April Fool's joke? I mean, there were jokes made about finding monoliths.
He never
never actually found any.
Well, now purportedly we have pictures of it, and by the way, from the ESA themselves, not from NASA, but from ESA. Supposedly we have pictures of it. I don't know. I'm not up there, but here's the thing: if there is in fact a monolith on Phobos, an intelligence had to put it there. The fuckers don't grow. You know, you don't just add water. All right, an intelligence had to put it there. You know, and you know, if Cydonia is indeed a city that was, you know, buried over in the sand and, you know, whatnot, you know, it bears investigating. But we didn't even send our rover there. We threw it in a fucking crater thousands of miles away in the opposite damn direction. Literally in the opposite direction of Cydonia. Why? Because they don't want you to know what the fuck's up there. That's why. That's the only conclusion I can reach. And then when we do land,
it can be more than that. It's planning a space flight that far. There's a whole bunch of variables that go into it.
Dude, we
like
circled Mars. We circled Mars for what, like 2 or 3 days before we finally sent the rover down. I mean, come on, this is, you know, it's not like you know, we took a crapshoot. I mean, we circled Mars for like 2 or 3 days before we finally settled on a place to land. You know, so I mean,
And for whatever scientific reason, I mean, that seemed like the most viable place for them to land in.
yes,
I mean, I
because
don't think
by
it's a
God,
conspiracy to keep us stupid.
yes, because by God, everybody knows that a crater is going to be a hell of a lot more interesting than the largest fucking mountain in the entire fucking solar system. I mean, come on, dude. Olympus Mons is the largest mountain in the entire solar system. That bears investigating.
But does the rover have the capability to do so?
Could we at least get it
Not
somewhere
really.
close and investigate and find out? I mean,
But if the rover's not
Mars is
equipped to
big.
handle a mountain,
Yeah, it
it's
can't
better
handle
off
it.
on the flatland.
we'll put it at the base of the mountain then. That's where all the damn quartz or diamonds or whatever the fuck they are supposed to be any damn way, is at the base of the mountain.
Yeah, mountain size of Arizona. Sure, let's do that.
Well, would you rather be stuck in a damn crater for months? I wouldn't.
Well,
What do we,
here's
we
here's
learned
the deal
so
with Mars
much.
Curiosity. They landed it at a river delta.
We learned so much in that crater. It was just so fucking fascinating.
Yes, we learned that Mars
no.
had liquid water that was not as saline as the water that was discovered by, well, not the water, it was actually halite crystals, but still. The water that would have existed where, I forget if it was Spirit or Opportunity, but that water would have been too saline for the formation of life as we know it. But the area where Curiosity went, that water was potentially viable for evolution of life. It's even found methane in one of the drill holes as it approached Mount Sharp. So,
you know the movie Total Recall, where there was blocks of ice underneath the surface of Mars. You know what? Maybe that ain't science fiction. Maybe it's true.
hey, well, Maven is looking for what happened to the atmosphere and the water.
Yeah, because it had to go somewhere. Where is it?
But that's exactly the question they're trying to answer.
I'm of the mind that the science fiction we watch on TV may not necessarily be fiction. You know, call me crazy if you want. I don't give a shit, because I know that there is a hell of a lot of information that our loving governments plural, not just the United States, is deliberately and intentionally withholding from the public. Now, why? I don't know. Maybe they give a fuck about us, which I seriously doubt, but, you know, there is that possibility. Or they just want to be fucktards and control the masses, which is I'm more likely to believe. So, you know, I just find it fascinating, though, that we can take pictures of Mars that show
I
what
posted some links to it on the chat.
Yes, thank you. Well, you know, we had those pictures of the face on Mars. Whether you believe it was a carved structure or a naturally occurring phenomenon, I don't give a fuck either way. I still want to investigate it. And we knew about the damn face long before we launched Spirit. But we put the motherfucker in a damn crater. You know, I mean, there is just all kinds of cool shit on Mars that we could have investigated other than a damn empty crater. I mean, it's almost like, yeah, well, let's fuck with them. You know, let's fuck with their minds. You know, we'll put this sumbitch in a crater and we'll let it sit in a damn crater for months. You know, it's like, what an insult! It just seems like an insult to me. You know, my exploration junkie hat. You know, put my exploration junkie hat on, and And it's like, yeah, man, let's go explore the stars. Let's explore new planets. And you know, and then we get there and they just fucking throw the damn thing in a crater for a month. It's like, fuck, what an insult, man. What a fucking insult to anybody with reasonable intelligence. Now, that's just my opinion. Your mileage may vary.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't remember any of the details regarding Spirit and Opportunity, or even Pathfinder for that matter. But Mars Curiosity was a particular interest because it was more recent. Also the biggest damn thing we've ever landed on another planet.
Yeah.
Like a pickup game, practically.
Yeah, well, Curiosity's getting there, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, though, man, I mean, we've got allegedly a huge diamond mine right at the base of Olympus Mons. They're practically laying out on the ground everywhere. At least that's what NASA's claiming. There's bright shiny shit laying at the foot of Olympus Mons, just there for the fucking taking. You know, is it diamonds? Is it quartz? Is it pearls? They don't fucking know, but they know there's a whole shit ton of stuff there. You know, hey.
Oh, I can rule out pearls immediately.
Yeah, well,
I'm pretty sure I can rule out diamonds.
I'm using it as an example. You know, there's some shiny there. Let's go investigate the motherfucker. No. We're gonna shove the sumbitch in a crater for a month. You know. I mean, there's all kinds of cool shit on Mars that we could have investigated and we didn't. And it was stuff that we knew about before we even ever launched the damn thing. You know, and
Curiosity caught a shiny object in camera, and they were very keen on that for a while. It turned out to be a piece of man-made debris from one of the landings.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what they claim Little Bunny Foo-Foo is debris from one of the landings. Funny thing is, though, man, this debris just happens to mold itself into the shape of a biological-looking little critter with legs.
I'm just talking about a shiny object that was caught in Curiosity's camera.
No,
And they were making a deal out of that for a few days until they realized what the heck it was. It was like, oh, okay, it's a piece of material from landing Curiosity. You know, there is wind on the surface of Mars. In fact, the wind speed is pretty intense.
Of course there's wind on Mars. There's dust devils there. But, but this debris just happens to be in the shape of some kind of bunny shape type deal, and the debris doesn't look like anything from the either Spirit or Opportunity, but that was the claim. Oh, it's just debris. Well, if it's debris, why did we run over it twice to try and hide the damn thing? I don't know. I am of a mind that it's a biological entity, but people can decide for themselves. But I think the Mars bunny is legit. I think it's an indigenous creature, and we just don't want to. We just don't want it to get out to the public for whatever reason.
Oh, the Maldives.
Little Mars bunny foo-foo, I call it, and they just I'll give you a video here. Let you. For those of you that don't know what the Mars bunny is. There you go. There's your YouTube video on the Mars bunny.
I'm still holding out hope for some kind of microbial life having evolved on Mars, but it's a dwindling hope.
Well, here's the thing. All right. Let me, for those of you that don't know, all right, there's these ancient Tibetan writings. And the ancient Tibetan writings talk about a planet called Tiamat. Ancient Earth, they called it, Tiamat. and some object or a group of objects came into our solar system, smashed into Tiamat, broke it apart, and when it broke Tiamat apart, the core solidified and became the Earth as we know it today, and the debris from Tiamat became the asteroid field that we know today. But Tiamat wasn't the only one struck. Mars was also struck. That's how Mars got the huge gash on its side. And when Mars was struck, it was flung into a new orbit, and as a result of that, obviously, the life on Mars perished. But Mars, according to writings, at one time was lush and green. It was in a co-orbit around the sun with Tiamat. It was in the Goldilocks zone, and according to other writings, there was a thriving civilization there and all kinds of good shit.
The whole Goldilocks premise, though, has been kind of disproven when you look at planets like Europa. Okay.
Yeah, Mars is in the Goldilocks zone.
My point is that according to these ancient writings, there was ancient civilizations there. There was vegetation there. There was seas and oceans there. It was green. All right. Why not investigate these things instead of dismissing it as fantasy or fables? Why not do like I do, which is investigate these things and find out if they're true? But when we send rovers there, did we try to investigate this information? Fuck no. We threw the damn thing in a crater for a month.
Okay,
hey, we'll do this. We'll throw it in a damn crater for a month, and and pacify the people.
Okay, Vaughn, let's say I want to buy all that you're saying right now. Okay, the fact of the matter is that Mars is a dead planet. It's a desert, Vaughn. There ain't shit there. But here's my question to you, Vaughn. Why don't we spend more money going to Europa, that has an active ocean, that has many hot spots on its planet, where the temperature may normalize and may be a component for life? Why don't we go to Europa and put more money into there instead of going around on a planet that's nothing but a desert?
Because Europa is extremely tiny. That's number one. Number two, it's cold as fuck way out there, man.
Well, it gets heat from Jupiter. But there are people who want to go to Europa. It's just that NASA is on a budget. They can't just go flying out to every damn moon every week.
Did you guys like something more philosophical, I don't know.
And who cut NASA?
Usually, like the impact of the synthetic a priori on the biblical literalism underlying superlapsarianism.
Yes, and who cut NASA's budget? Oh yeah, Obama cut NASA's budget.
Actually, Obama increased NASA's budget from what Bush did. Bush cut it.
Oh, well, okay, they both cut it then. I don't care. I don't like either one of the damn motherfuckers. By the way, did y'all hear about that we're going to have a Bush and Clinton standoff in 2016 again? More Bushes and more Clintons. Yay! 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 I didn't see that one coming. Jeb Bush and Hillary Clinton. Holy shit.
At the same time, the animal suffering questions, I don't know, this didn't seem to be resolved. Ethical stances surrounding that. And there are somewhat deeper philosophical issues than, NASA's budget.
Well, if the bunny foo-foo really is a biological entity, and NASA ran over it with their rover, what does that say about NASA?
They may have inadvertently caused animal suffering, and is that right or wrong, or morally neutral? Why is animal suffering matter?
I think killing the last
suffering matter. Why is it?
I think killing the last indigenous life form on a planet would be wrong. Yeah, I think it would be very fucking wrong. It's genocide.
Yeah, except that didn't happen. Most of NASA's budget is involved in studying the Earth rather directly. And, I mean, They've
just
got
find it
Project
funny.
Ice Bridge, where they're flying a jet over Antarctica on a regular basis, measuring the thickness of the sea ice and other ice glaciers, the inland ones. They've got satellites monitoring rainfall and other weather events. It's really most of NASA's budget is studying the Earth.
Yeah, but don't we have an EPA for that purpose? Isn't that one of the purposes of the EPA, though?
No, the EPA is a regulatory agency.
Well, the government's powers just continue to expand so much that I can't keep up. So, you know, every time I turn around, the government's getting more and more power. I mean, look at the IRS. The IRS has fucking armored cars now, for fuck's sake, and a standing civilian army. Armored cars, man, for the IRS. Holy fuck.
Well, NASA does science, not regulation.
I do think, though, that all these rich-ass elites need to get their ass to Europa, man. Let them go hang there. Get them the fuck off this planet. Let them go to Europa. I hope they do. I hope Rockefeller, Rothschild, and Morgan and all them other fucktards get on a rocket ship and go to Europa and leave us the fuck alone. That would be awesome. I'd like to see that shit happen. It ain't gonna happen, but I'd like to see it happen.
So, in the meantime, there is no God. Communism. And so on and so forth. I'll preach my gospel some more. Feminism. Everybody hates that, don't they? There we go.
That's better.
Gospel Nadia.
Amen, sister.
Somebody's got Star Trek noise.
Oh crap! My bad. I didn't realize it was that loud.
Wow, I didn't even hear it. And now I've just lost my thought. Oh, yes. Everyone knows that there is no God. It's just that some people, in their righteousness, insist that there is.
You know, it's funny you say that because a lot of people who believe in God, they say that everyone believes in God, but it's just that some people in their arrogance outwardly say there's not.
Well, one of these days, you're going to die and find out who was telling the truth, right?
The reverse applies as well. Wait, why can't we say anything? Is it assertion? Is it is there evidence?
Right.
That again?
Is it more than a mere assertion? Is there any evidence to substantiate the claim?
To me or to the other person who said that James Paul, or no, it wasn't James Paul, Fudmatin.
To the person who claims that it's mere arrogance, they should be able to deny it, even though they putatively know it anyway.
Yeah, I think I don't think there's a proof for that. But what I was doing was I was drawing a parallel. I was saying that for Martin, you're saying the exact opposite of what a lot of people say.
I'm just simply taking the logical not value of Romans 1:18-20.
Yeah, the particular verse is just 120.
Which one's that? The fool said in his heart there is no God. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, that's a different one.
That's in Psalm somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Psalm 14, verse 7, or something like that.
I'm not really
So it's 14:1. 14:1. Yeah. Psalms
Yeah.
14:1.
I'm not able to do it, but
I've memorized enough topical verses that I can at least recite that much. Don't know the Bible in full-blooded real fashion, but verses something to do with it. Or verses something to do with the issues I care about, and yeah, I've heard about it. I remember. So, I mean, how do you answer an unsubstantiated assertion? Well,
yeah, I don't think it's going to be based on. By the way, I do believe that, but I don't think it's going to be based on like a kind of proof that we can objectively test or measure or something like that.
we can, in a way. At least, or we are approaching doing so in a way. And all the brain scans and such go about peering into others' minds. For instance, the fMRIs and maybe future more sophisticated brain scans and such may be able to act as lie detectors. They believe it in earnest when they say it. When they confess with their mouth, do they in fact believe with their hearts? That in principle can be tested.
So I don't think it's like lying. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I thought you were done. Sorry.
Nah, just go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's the kind of lying where like you. It's not the same kind of lying as like you traditionally think of it. I think it's like yeah. There's no other equivalent to it, I guess. Have you ever been in an argument where you know you're wrong, but you keep arguing? Has that ever happened to anybody here?
No.
Never?
No.
That's never happened?
Never.
I feel a lot more humble than I am, because I've gotten in arguments where like I know I'm wrong. And, I just keep arguing.
A five-sided pyramid is a five-sided pyramid, whether it's created by natural means or by man-made means. It's still a pyramid. It's still got 5 sides on it. I want to fucking go and investigate the son of a bitch. Ain't never going to happen, because they ain't never going to get us close enough to let us investigate it, because they fucking well know that it's a pyramid. They know that it was built.
Okay. So,
and they do not want the public. They don't want the public to fucking know. It's
Are you still on the Mars stuff, man?
So we
yeah.
could actually detect major structural differences in the brain on fMRIs that are in brain areas, brain characteristics that are largely known to be inborn, namely theory of mind and visual spatial versus linguistic cognition, as well as the limbic brains, and particularly fear. There's a religious people between those who ground their beliefs in some linguistic neurological basis and a fear neurological basis. Whatever the split is, those two things are distinct from the atheistic one, which is almost entirely visuospatial. And so there we go. Essentially, atheism is set in stone in the brain in such a way that we know is not one of those features that develops over the course of a person's personal history, rather during embryological development.
Let me ask you a question, if you don't mind. What do you think about like people who, like, for example, like atheists who, like, in extreme situations, pray to God?
That's not.
I highly suspect there
That's probably not
are people who profess the opposite of what they do believe. I don't think they're common, and I think they tend to gravitate eventually toward what's burned into their brains instead of whatever. So in that case, I would expect that the person who goes off praying to God in an extreme situation is basically not a true atheist.
So I'll give you an example. Are you guys familiar with The Amazing Atheist?
Well, of course.
Yeah, I like his earlier stuff. I don't like his newer stuff. It's just a show now, but
Yeah, it's gotten kind of boring.
yeah. And he just watches videos on the internet and talks about them, and it's just stupid, and calls everyone dumb or whatever. So like when his father was dying, he actually did pray. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna pray to God now, and he said he didn't feel like God answered him, and he remained an atheist. But in that situation, he did pray to God.
I mean, which is understandable because some people turn to what they know or what they knew or
just clinging for anything really. I mean, in that situation, it's kind of understandable, you know. Really sort of clutching at straws, you know. Yeah.
Yep, last ditch effort.
But do you guys think? Would you guys say that he was not an atheist then?
I would say that he's probably may not be a true atheist.
Based on that.
Well, I mean, he may have changed. That was quite a long time ago that happened. So, you know, I mean,
He was an atheist for a while.
It doesn't tell you about his stance right now.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like he's been claiming he's an atheist for a long time, and I guess what I would say is that in a lot of those situations, like a lot of atheists do tend to revert to like praying to God in like extreme situations.
That's not my experience, but I just want to point out that that's also anecdotal as well. But yeah, that may be the case because I mean, especially when they've had that as their past, it's kind of like what Digi said, what they kind of know and what they're used to, and in a time like that, you know, I don't really think it's something that you know, I'd really kind of not that surprising, to be honest.
It's actually a pretty common phenomenon.
I mean, if you put a gun to my head, I'm gonna be like, "Oh God, please don't kill me."
No, that's an expression, though. That's an expression.
What do you mean by common phenomenon?
It's actually really like, I mean, I don't have any data on it, but it's like
right. So it's common for you, though, isn't it? Like
no, I mean, I don't have like studies on this. I mean,
right. So I don't want to be pedantic, but when you say it's common, it's just common for you, right?
What do you mean by it's common? What does that mean? It's common for me.
Well, that's what you just said. It's common. It's
no, this doesn't apply to me because I'm not an atheist. But I'm saying that I've seen that a lot.
Right. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, that's an interesting question, though. To be honest, I think what Digi said as well as you know, what they knew and wishful thinking as well. I mean, you know.
You said it's an extreme. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go on.
What you did say, it's an extreme situation.
Right.
So of course they're going to be saying everything they can to absolutely try and pull out of it. If it's that dire, everybody's going to go for whatever it's going to take to try and get you out of it.
I would even say they're not even in the right frame of mind in that situation. If you have a relative dying, you know, you wouldn't even be in the right frame of mind. And what I have actually noticed, and this is anecdotal, I'm going to point it out, but talking to some theists, they've actually come to believe in a God or Christianity or whatever religion because of a relative dying. So I do think it's wishful thinking, and I do think it's also a different framework, right? I mean, you're in a completely different mental state, or you're going to be thinking completely differently with a relative dying than, you know, no relative dying. So yeah, it does kind of I
would play the no true atheist card. I'd say there's some chance they're not a true atheist, and I'm particularly suspicious of deconverts because, well, unfortunately, validating some of the theist claims. Many deconverts seem like they're mad at God and so on instead of actually genuinely disbelieving.
That's another factor. Is that that's another factor? Is that like a lot of people who reject God? I mean, that's not all, but like a lot of people do actually are just angry.
But for me, there was never like that because I guess a deconvert. I grew up in that type of, I was made to go to Catholic school and all that. But it wasn't like God, you failed me, or somebody died, or you know what I mean. There wasn't like a true event that happened other than I got locked up. And I had an opportunity where it was just me, a cell, a copy of the Bible, and Outcry in the Barrio.
What's that last place? You said Outcry in the Barrio?
Yeah, it's a book about heroin junkies, and they turn into the Lord.
Sorry, go on, DJ.
And I was just going to say, and that's when my road to atheism began, because I read the Bible cover to cover a couple of times while I was sitting there, and I was just like, wow, and this is what the religion's based off of. Because I'd never really read it until that age.
Yeah, I've also got kind of a sort of I'm not actually going to say theory, I'm going to say a hypothesis on why maybe people, quite a lot of atheists, for you, or in your experience, Sharon, also actually for me as well, I've noticed that as well, have had something been through an ordeal or something bad happened in their life. I don't think it's completely all the time a thing of, I hate God or anything like that. I think it's really something that maybe makes them question, because a lot of people have a lot of the time religions give you this idea of this kind of omniscient, omnipotent God. So when bad things happen in your life, you're going to be kind of like, what's happening here? Why is this happening? And that will probably lead to you questioning your beliefs, and then trying to delve into it deeper, and maybe you don't have the justification for believing in what you're believing in. Whereas
I could have become an atheist. Waiting 25 years for God to send me somebody, I could have become an atheist. The difference is, though, is that I've seen so much supernatural shit, there's no way in hell I could ever become an atheist. But I could have easily done that. I could have got pissed off and said, yeah, hey, God, 25 years fucking later and I still don't have a woman, hey, what the fuck's going on?
You're missing my point, Vaughn. You're missing my point. I'm trying to say that I'm not talking about someone not finding a woman. I'm saying if someone goes through quite a hard ordeal in their life, which is what we're talking about. We're saying about that some atheists have had that experience, and I'm saying it's not that that's led them to they've gone, oh, now I hate God, now I'm an atheist. No, it's made them start actually kind of thinking about their idea of God because of that ordeal or that incident that they went through.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's my point, bro. That's my point.
Well, no,
okay?
you're
the vast majority. No. I'm sorry.
No, you're missing my point.
Well, let me get my point in there, and then I'll let you retort. But here's the thing. All right, my understanding is that the vast majority, at least here in the United States. I can't speak for Europe, I can't speak for anybody else, but here in the United States, the vast majority of the atheists are Christians that got pissed off at God because God didn't give them a Ferrari or didn't do this, that, or the other thing. And that's, and like I said, if I hadn't have experienced all the supernatural shit that I've experienced, I would probably be an atheist right now.
So, do you have any evidence or data or
they're not going to write that shit down. They're not going to write that shit down. They're not going to write that shit. They're not going to. No, I'm sorry. I got to correct you. They're not going to write that shit down.
No, you're going to let me finish, Ron, instead of correcting me. You're going to let me finish. You're going to let me finish, Ron.
No, sir.
And I'm guessing you've actually spoken to all the atheists. No, I was talking.
Let me get my point out.
No, I was talking.
They are not.
You finished.
They are not.
You finished. I'm going to finish now. I'm going to finish now, Ron. I'm going to finish.
Go ahead. I'll shut the fuck up.
I'm guessing you've spoken to all the...
You're not going to let me get a word in, so go ahead.
No, you finished talking. Now I'm talking.
No, I hadn't. I was in the middle of a damn sentence.
You did. You stopped. You said most atheists in America...
All right, go ahead.
You said most atheists in America hate God because they didn't get a Ferrari.
Guys, respect. Basic respect, okay? You guys are supposed to be civilized people. If you're a lot of atheists pride themselves on being civilized, and a lot of Christians are supposed, or I know you're not a
we
Christian.
can play back the
Listen.
clip.
But a lot of Christians are supposed to be good people, so and have good characters. So please, guys, respect your traditions and just speak with each other with respect.
Well, I'm not a Christian.
I'm sorry. Well, whatever. Okay.
I'm one of those filthy heathen pagans. But anyway, whatever. My point, though, which I damn near forgot, is the fact that you have the vast majority of people, they get pissed off at God, and that's why they become an atheist. They're not atheists because there's some great atheist guru back in the time of Christ that they can point to and say, yes, by God, I'll become an atheist. No, that person does not exist. That's bullshit. All right, the reason they're atheist is because they got pissed off at God. And like I said, I'd be an atheist right fucking now if it weren't for the fact that I've seen so much supernatural shit happen in my life. I'd be an atheist right now because it's real easy to get ticked off at God. It's real easy to say, okay, God, 25 fucking years later and you didn't give me a wife and I had to go out and get my own. You know, okay, what the fuck's up with that? You know, but that is basically the gist of what it is. It's the fact that people get pissed off at God because they didn't get their fucking Ferrari like they wanted, you know, or some calamity or what malady has occurred, and you know they get pissed off at God. You know, hey God, why did I get in a car accident? Hey God, why was my child not born, or my child died, or you know whatever, you know. But it's always something. It's always fucking something. Like I said, I can only speak for here in the United States. But now, to the point that I was trying to stress before you interrupted me, they're not going to write the fucking statistics down. They're not. And if they do write it down, it sure as fuck isn't going to be accurate. Why? Because the government doesn't like Christianity. They have never liked Christianity for years now. We have a government that does not like Christianity. And it's been that way for years. It's been that way at least since 1933. They hate Christianity. So no, they're not going to put down the proper, they're not, I'm sorry, excuse me, they're not going to put down the right argument. They're not. Oh, that's somebody playing fucking YouTube. They're not going to put down the right numbers. They will never put down the right numbers, because if they did put down the right numbers, people would see just how foolish it really is. But they're never going to do that. They hate Christianity. The elements of our government, well, it was elements. Now it's the whole fucking government probably. But since 1933, elements of our government did not like Christianity. They have always been adversarial with Christianity. And so no, they're not going to write down the accurate numbers. They never will, because if they did that, people would see it for what it is. So no, they're not going to write down accurate numbers. But
are you finished?
You know, well, almost. I just wanted to reiterate again. I'd be an atheist right now if I had not experienced overwhelming supernatural events in my life. I would be an atheist right now. That's no bullshit. I would be an atheist.
You finished?
But I'm not. Yes, now I'm finished. Go ahead.
So it's essentially baseless assertions and baseless claims, and then when I ask for data, studies, statistics, or whatever, you just make up, or you just say that they're never going to write that down, well, regardless of whether they are or not. The fact is that there aren't. Nadia, you're right. Yeah. So I mean. And are you going to say as well, Vaughn, that you've spoken to every atheist in America?
Oh, please don't strawman me, sir. Don't strawman me, sir. No, that's such a stupid thing to say.
I'll let you finish, Vaughn. You spoke for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, and
I'll let you finish.
Oh, have you talked to every atheist in America? What a stupid-ass question that is. And you know it is.
Well, you're the one making the baseless assumption about...
Baseless assumption, my ass. You know I'm right. You just don't want to admit that I'm right.
I have a question.
So, Farhan, in this situation, right, do you need to give me a telling off again? Because I interrupted Vaughn here.
I just want you guys to be respectful. I'm not picking sides.
I'm not being
Yeah.
disrespectful. I let him talk for about 30 minutes,
Right,
just
you
saying
did.
baseless assertions
Right.
and about the government and about atheists. You know,
Yeah, I'm not telling
with
anybody off,
absolutely
by the way.
nothing to back it up. And
Well,
then when I
please-
start questioning about it,
enlighten me, Hades, who this great atheist guru is that goes back to perpetuity. What's his name, sir? Where did he come from?
Dave.
Guys,
Oh,
calm
wait,
down.
you don't have one, do you?
Calm down, guys. Calm down. We're just having a
I'm
discussion.
not saying there is a guru, am I? Did I ever say there was a guru, some atheist guru? Where are you getting that from?
I'm getting it, sir, from your own lips. You are asserting that atheists come by this naturally, that there is no
I didn't say that.
Christians
I
out
didn't
there
say
that are
that.
pissed off.
I
You
made no assertion.
implied it, sir. You implied that
How did I imply
atheists
it?
are not converted Christians. You
No, I
implied
didn't say
that
that.
somehow atheists come out that way, that there's some ancient
How did I
atheist
imply that?
guru out there that they all follow, and that they
Wow.
have some kind of mantra that they believe in. Bullshit. I
Okay,
want
how
his
do I
name.
imply
Give
that?
me the name of this
How do I
great
imply that?
atheist guru that existed. Give me his name.
Okay, how did I imply that then, Von? I honestly think Von's a troll. How did I imply that?
No,
Listen.
no, what's
Everyone in this
trolling?
hangout so far, I've called out
What
on
is
assertions
trolling,
they've
sir, is sitting there saying, well, Von Helton, did you talk to every fucking atheist in America?
Well,
Of course
Wait,
I
hold on.
did.
Can I interrupt, Jack? Can I interject?
Well, how can you say that?
Can I
How can you
interject?
say that most atheists?
Can I interject? I think number one, Vaughn, you were speaking for a while, and Hades, you were kind of let him listen to speak. So maybe Hades, if you could just kind of make your point, I'd really like to hear it, honestly.
I've made my point several times. I made this point. Atheists.
Yeah, but
Alright.
Vaughn, I think you're interrupting him though. I think he was speaking, and I think you interrupted him.
Who, me?
Well, go
No,
ahead.
no. I'm saying
Go
Vaughn.
ahead,
Vaughn, you interrupted.
Without
Vaughn.
the stupid questions.
Vaughn, you interrupted Hades. This is what I'm saying.
Okay, regardless of whatever your belief system is, if you're going to make an assertion about reality or about the government or about a country, you need to have anything to back it up. Notice how even I like Farhan, is that how you say it?
Sure.
You know, but even when you were saying about about how in your experience atheists tend to deconvert because of something traumatic in their life. I was even just trying to point out that that's also anecdotal, right? I mean, I also apply this sort of standard to my life. So when someone makes an assertion that has no base to it, it's completely baseless. It's a complete baseless assertion. Then that's when I'm going to interject and ask for evidence. That's all I want to say. I've been rambling.
Fair. Okay, so my comment on that, if I could, is that because I think that was directly to me. Fun, you can go after me. Is that I don't think that that's really a valid criticism, because it's like saying like anyone's observation that doesn't necessarily conform to the strict laws, like this kind of observation is invalid. Like I'm not a scientist. I don't even know fully, like, I mean, I understand the scientific method just growing up using it, but like I don't have like some kind of full understanding and like access to resources that I can do that. And like I do think like people's individual observations are valid. I don't think that's yeah.
But I mean, when you start to say that your observations are reality, and you start to say, well, in my experience, so let's just say that I've spoken to I've spoken to a lot of my friends, and I've noticed that a lot of my friends have been mugged. So I talked to 10 of my friends, and out of the 10 friends that I speak to, none of them have been mugged. I can't then apply that to the whole of society or the whole of the country and say, well, since I've spoken to 10 friends and none of them have been mugged, therefore 90% of people have been mugged in their lifetime, right?
Right. You can't do that.
I wasn't even really addressing you. You haven't really said anything that's really kind of you haven't really made any claims. I was mainly talking about Von, because he was saying about how most atheists, I mean, if he's going to say that in his experience, most atheists become atheists because they haven't gotten a Ferrari. I notice how I'm actually quoting what Von is saying. I'm not actually saying, I'm not making stuff up. But if you're going to say that, then I at least want a clarification for them to say, or for Von to say, well, actually, it's just my experience. From what I've seen, that's the main reason why people become atheists.
So let me go ahead. You first. Go ahead.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead. You first.
Won't take me long. I forget who it was, but someone said the United States government absolutely hates God. So if that is true, what I'd like to know is why in the House chamber in Congress, where they held the State of the Union, in big capital letters embossed into the stone, it said, "In God we trust." Also, most courts have the Ten Commandments.
Don't worry, they'll sandblast it out. Give them a few years, it'll be gone.
Oh, okay. So,
don't worry, guys. You're going to get your atheist utopia. But I'm telling you, warning me. James Paul von Helton said on February the 8th, on Sunday, February the 8th, 54 degrees at 3:34 in the morning, you will not like your atheist utopia. You'll get it, but you won't like it. Okay? So mark it on your calendars. James Paul von Helton said on February the 8th, 2015, that you will get your atheist utopia here in America, but you will not like it. Okay? Write it down on your calendars, boys and girls.
it doesn't answer the question, but whatever.
So, so my observation. Okay, so you said something. You said like, you know, if you see like if 10 of your friends, or rather 9 of your friends are robbed out of 10 people, you can't say that it's a societal thing. Okay, that's fair. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't apply your experience to the whole of society. I mean,
I'll grant you
know, I've spoken to a lot of people, and they've said that they've experienced sexism or racism or ageism or whatever kind of discrimination. And while that is unfortunate, they then can't say that because of their experiences, that means that society as a whole, unless they were to take in a survey or a statistic and sort of study and do kind of a fair study from taking people from different types of areas and really sort of analysing what people kind of think of different races or different sexes or different ages or whatever. But to be honest, I don't really apply that kind of objective sort of or such a high standard of evidence in my daily life. It's just when it comes to sort of debating or really sort of trying to actually find out truth, you have to sort of apply that standard. Otherwise, it will end up with people just asserting any old thing. You know,
okay, I'll give you that. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Okay, so then I'll speak from my personal experience. My personal experience has been that people want to become atheists for two reasons. Number one is, like, I think Vaughn kind of mentioned it, but it's that whole problem of evil thing. I think most like the vast majority of people I know who have become atheists, who have known well, like I've gotten to know and I've actually known their life and sat and talked to them, has been the problem of evil. And then and these are not people I just know casually, or I just kind of ask them like on the street, hey, why are you an atheist? Well, you know, I read science or whatever. When I really sit and talk to them, I know people well. It's a problem.
I accept that. Yeah, I accept that. No problems with that.
I've only ever met one person in my life, and this was my roommate in college, who was a very, very, very. He was the prayer leader for the Baptist Student Union, and he was a very religious Christian, and he read the Bible every day. And he became an atheist, and his reason was, I think, because of he had a couple of reasons, I think, actually, but the reason that I remember very distinctly was cause and effect. That he said, imagine a world if there was no God, what would the world look like? Would it be any different? And he basically said, no, it wouldn't be any different. And so he became an atheist on that. But that was one person though. Like the everyone else I've talked to, like again, not someone who I just kind of like, you know, just kind of gives like a stock answer, but I'm saying someone who I know well has always been the problem of evil.
Yeah, I mean, I think quite a lot of these things maybe might, like I was saying before, trigger it. For instance, probably not many of us really kind of think about the ethics of eating kind of animal products. It's not something that really pops into our mind that often, and it might be something like you might happen to just stumble across some kind of video discussing or kind of addressing the sort of ethical argument or whatever, and then you start to think about it, or you might see an animal die, and that might lead you to it. But you know, usually it's a trigger, something that triggers it. So, for instance, with a traumatic experience, you might then go, okay, so if this happened, I have this idea of God who is omnipotent or omniscient, and so why would, okay, so let me just start looking into this, let me start trying to justify my belief, and they get interested in it, and that's how, because most people realistically, in I don't know about America to be honest, but I would say most people, are sort of apatheists, they're not really interested in it, and sort of whether there is a God or not, it's not something that's really, discussed that often. So, I mean, a lot of these things like something bad happening, or the problem was evil, and stuff like this, that maybe might get them to. I wouldn't say that's the sole reason for why they'd become an atheist. I think that's something that would kind of trigger it, and then maybe make them start questioning, and then they would actually start looking into it.
Right. No, I agree with that. That actually, I do agree with that. People like, I would say like something like, I mean, I'm just going to rephrase exactly what you said. Something bad happens to them, and then they start to look into their religion more, and they come across the problem of evil, and it becomes like, I mean, I would say, as someone who believes in God, I would say it's a trap, but they get into that, and it's not, it's a trigger, like you said, yeah, it's a trigger. So maybe they truly did believe before, and something happens, and it gets them to question their faith more, and then yeah. So I mean, the same thing you said. I don't even know why we bothered rephrasing it.
Oh no, it's alright. Yeah, I do that quite often. I mean, for me as well. I mean,
I've been there, by the way. I'm sorry, I didn't mean I interrupted you. Just really quickly, I've been there. Like, I've been pretty close to that point, and I can speak from personal experience on that.
Well, I'm glad that the conversation took place, because we now have on video where they admit to proselytizing and converting. Well, proselytizing and converting is a religion, so thank you for that. We now have proof.
Hey Vaughn, why are you? You said you've been looking for 25 years, and you've had trouble finding like a potential missus.
Correct.
No, why though? Like,
I wonder why that is.
Hold it. Why is that funny? Excuse me. Why is that funny?
That's not funny.
Why is that funny? No, somebody was laughing. Why is that funny?
I was laughing.
Why is that funny?
Why is that funny? Yeah, that's not. You don't mess with people like that, dude. That's not. That's like disrespectful.
That's not funny. There's nothing funny about that shit.
Okay, my bad. It's just. Yeah. All right then.
No, but like I don't know, man. Like I don't. You seem like a good guy. I mean, just like.
Yeah, you seem like such a good guy. Yeah.
Well,
I'm not like. I'm not joking, by the way. Like, I'm being serious. I mean, you seem kind of angry right now, but like in general, I mean, you seem like a.
I don't know what crawled up the Christian God's ass and made him make me wait 25 fucking years for a female. But I do know this. I know as soon as I threw Christianity in the toilet and become a pagan, I found somebody just like that, man. Just like that. Okay? So, I think maybe I had the wrong religion for me. Okay? I'm speaking just for me. I had the wrong religion for me.
Are you married now?
Because the Christian God wasn't getting nowhere with me.
Are you married now?
I'm very pagan, yeah.
No, are you married now?
Am I married now? Technically, yes, but that too has fallen down the shitter, and I will be getting divorced from her soon. She literally went crazy, not figuratively, literally went crazy. She started hearing voices, started seeing shit, and had to be institutionalized.
Wow.
But at least I was able to find somebody that give a shit about me, at least for 5 years.
Good.
And I got 3 beautiful children out of the deal. So,
nice.
It just seems like I can't get a fucking break. And I don't know why. I do not know why.
You did take a break. What are you talking about? You did take a break. You have 3 kids. That's amazing.
Well, okay, yeah, that's true. I got 3 kids out of the deal. Yeah. But that's not like having a companion, though, is it? I mean, I still want a companion. And
just keep on looking, man. You'll get one.
See, the thing of it is, here's the ironic thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
She converted to Christianity.
Okay.
That was one of the things that occurred. She converted to Christianity. So it's like the Christian God is fucking with me even after I find somebody on my own. Because she was a Wiccan, and she was a bisexual Wiccan, and now she's claiming to be a heterosexual Christian. So it's like the Christian God just will not leave me the fuck alone, even after I leave his ass and totally disregard anything of the Christian ethos. He still is haunting me from the sidelines. But, it's just
Sorry.
no, go ahead.
No. There's like an awkward pause, and I think you're done speaking, and I end up interrupting you.
It's probably lag. I mean, I do live out in the boonies, so it's probably lag.
You should get a dog, Ron. Get a dog. That's good companionship there.
Okay, so what I was saying was that I wouldn't laugh at something that makes someone else sad ever. I would never do that. That's like that is like a very immature mentality. I think people who do that, and if anything, like people who experience sadness, they end up becoming more empathetic to, or they become hard. One of the two.
But you do get how that was framed, right? Because you're like, I don't know why you're having such a hard time finding a woman, and then it's like, yeah, you seem like such a good guy, it just came off very... It was funny. It was
especially
funny.
after him interrupting me.
I'm not gonna. If I hurt feelings, I'm sorry, but that shit was funny to me.
Normally,
and I laugh at something I find funny.
Well, normally I don't get stressed out and start yelling and screaming unless somebody pushes my buttons or pokes me with a stick, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Usually you're all calm, and tonight you're all riled up, and it's just that plus. What they were saying, it came off as freaking hilarious to me. I was like, really? I thought they were being dicks about it. And it seemed funny.
I don't joke with that. I don't. I stopped watching Family Guy because they made Holocaust jokes. I don't think that's funny. Like, I mean, it's haha funny, but it's like, there's some things you don't joke about, and that's one of those things.
Yeah.
There's nothing you don't joke about.
I don't. That I don't. I'm sorry. DG, I guess, when something like terrible happens to you, I mean, God forbid, but if something bad happens to you, like deeply hurts you and it keeps you up at night, then you'll understand it. I don't know if that's happened to you at any point, but.
And there's been a situation, and you know what? You gotta be able to get over it. I mean, you can't let something owe you forever.
It was no. There's a difference between moving past it, and there's a difference between like that it's still gonna hurt you to some degree if you think about it. And like if you have a death in a family, you can get over it. You can move on with your life, but that doesn't mean that you're still not going to be like affected by it if you think about it every so often. And I wouldn't joke about that.
Well, it's all in the context of the joke, though. I mean, if it's a direct, mean-spirited joke, I mean, and plus the Holocaust, I don't know. I have a very open sense of humor.
I mean, I just. So like I'm not saying like it's illegal or it should be stopped, but to me it's like what's wrong with our society?
You just find it distasteful, which is cool.
There's a difference between like it's almost like something is wrong with the person, like that's the way I see it. Like there's an immaturity there. That's the way I see it.
Well, it's Family Guy.
Yeah, I guess
it's the pinnacle of immaturity.
That's why I quit watching it. Yeah, that's what.
I guess everyone has a different sense of humor, though. To be honest, I mean, yeah. I mean, for instance, I can't understand why people find someone falling over or tripping or rocking back on their chair and falling over or something like that funny. I don't understand the humor there, and it's surprising the amount of people who find that humorous, and I really don't see why it's funny. But so basically everyone has a different sense of humor.
I don't know. I mean, it's one of the things I don't like about modern culture is that we laugh at things that are either sacred. And when I say sacred, I'm not saying I don't mean. I mean that almost like in a secular sense. Like you shouldn't joke about certain things. And I'm not even saying legally. I'm saying just as a human being, like this is not what you do.
Yeah, I mean that gets into the whole kind of free speech, right? That kind of.
I wasn't even going there. I'm not even talking about free speech. I'm talking just about like
Right, but in order for people to have free speech, they need to be able to say what they want, regardless. I mean,
Well, I was
most
talking about free speech though. I wasn't getting.
right, but yeah, but if you want people to sort of stop making jokes about maybe stuff that you know is quite you know quite harsh or
Yeah.
quite offensive jokes, you know that's kind of that's getting into the whole kind of
But
free speech thing.
I'm not saying that I want them to stop. I'm saying I want them to themselves stop. Like there's a difference between like me telling you don't do that, and I want you to realize that it's not a good thing to do.
Right.
I don't know. Like there's like
I don't see why it's a bad thing to do. To be honest, I mean.
So like I'll give you an example. Like there's these people who go to bums and they like homeless people and they urinate on them.
Right, that's the difference though.
Right, no. The thing is like I'm not urinating on them, so I'm not committing a crime.
But that's the difference though, because we're talking about like offensive jokes. That's an action that's clearly wrong.
Right. I agree.
Urinating on a homeless person. That's right. That's not. That maybe right. I was just considering just offensive humor, like just
no. But what I'm saying,
someone
though,
talking.
I agree. But what I'm saying is it's wrong in a legal sense, right? But what I'm saying is that like I'm not doing it. I'm just watching it. So I'm not actually doing the crime, because that would be probably assault. I'm assuming. I don't know. You're in the UK, but in America that would be probably considered assault.
Right.
But I'm actually not doing it. I'm just watching it. So in that respect, I'm not really guilty of a crime. But what I'm saying is like, forget the legality aspect. I'm just saying like you shouldn't even watch that stuff. Like, you know, like that's a sign of like a bad, immature. I don't know. Like it's.
Yeah, I was specifically talking in regards to actual kind of jokes like in a comment like Louis C.K. pretty much. He has some pretty harsh, offensive jokes from time to time. But no, I wasn't considering sort of humorous kind of actions like that, or that it's quite harsh or offensive.
Yeah.
Like urinating on someone. That's pretty shocking.
Right. I mean, it's illegal.
But I'm saying forget the legality aspect, because if I watch that, I'm not committing a crime. If I just watch it, I'm just watching it.
Okay. Yeah. Of course not. Just watching it's not a crime.
So then what's wrong with that then?
What's wrong with you watching it? I mean, if you want to watch bums get peed on and that does it for you, then whatever. The problem is, why are people even making it to begin with?
Exactly.
Okay, which I get that. But if it's out there and you want to watch it, I'm not going to fault you for that because, you know, whatever. I mean, at least that prevents you from having to go out and pee on the bums. You know, if that's your thing. Well, I mean, I don't know. You brought up peeing on bums. I mean, so.
Yeah, I did. What I'm saying is that like it's like I'm not speaking legally. I'm speaking just like as a human being. You know, that's not something I would do. Like it's legal for me to go in the street and laugh at a homeless person and mock them. That's legal.
Yeah, but it's still a crappy thing to do.
It is a crap, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's exactly what I'm saying. It's a crappy thing to do, and there's certain things like we've lost that as a society. We just think everything's off on the table. That's like we go to an extreme.
See, that's another assertion there. I don't know. I've never seen or I don't see like how you can say that people find that okay, or to me it sounds shocking to just go up to a homeless person and start laughing at them and mocking them. You know,
stuff
they're
like
already,
that.
Yeah, right. They're already in a situation where they pretty much sleep on the concrete and
right.
You know, they don't have a bed or food or anything like that. So I can't imagine anyone really saying that's you know.
There's some people who will do it, but
Sure.
that's not the consensus as a whole.
Right,
Consensus as a whole, from what I perceive, is that that's wrong.
Okay.
You don't do that to somebody who's already down.
Hmm.
You know, if anything, you drop them $1 in his bucket as you walk by. You know, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just being a good person. I mean, you shouldn't do things that, you know, like making jokes is one thing. physically doing something to somebody for humor's sake and it harms them,
Completely
or they don't like it, even if it doesn't harm them, they just say, no, I don't like that.
Right.
Or they're sleeping and have no consent, you know.
Right.
Okay, so I found two things on asking why people leave religion in some respect.
Cool.
First one is that publicreligion.org link. It says 31% of millennials who left Christianity or religion altogether did so because of teachings on LGBT issues. That's the largest single block of reasons why in the survey. Gallup has a different survey, gives a number of different things. Toward the end, adults who have switched their religious preference or moved away from religion altogether and disagreed with the teachings of your original religion is number 1. Found a new religion that is more fulfilling is number 2.
Could I just say a quick speculation or a kind of kind of an explanation for the first thing that you said there with the LGBT thing, right? I don't think people would go, okay, so the teachings in this religion that I'm in of LGBT issues, I don't really agree with, and I don't think that's going to then go, well, therefore this religion's false and therefore God's not real. I think that's an example of something that would trigger, trigger to start thinking about their ideology or their religion or their belief system and start to question whether it's actually true and then start to go into it and research and so on and so forth, right? That's just my kind of no claims there, just speculation on the first one.
There was an Orthodox, actually related to that, there was an Orthodox priest, and I'm using the term priest because the Orthodox and Catholics say priest, who would go around to, I think he was in Canada or in America, one of the two, and he would go to students and he would say, how many of you guys are raised Christian? Everyone raised their hand. How many of you guys are still Christian? Nobody raised their hand. Very few people. And he would say, let me ask you a question. He said, what's the main reason you left Christianity? And they would say, was it evolution? And nobody said yes. Like everyone was like, no, that was not the reason. He's like, well, what's the reason? He said, almost all of them would say that it was because of the hate that they were taught in the church. Hate these people, hate those people. You know, he said that was the main factor. And again, that's technically not scientific, but he went to a lot of people and asked these questions.
Well,
to be honest, in all honesty, even if we do find some kind of reason, it doesn't. I'm not saying anyone's saying this. It doesn't. It's got no bearing on whether atheism is true or whether the stance is. It doesn't negate the position, really. I mean, I don't know.
Personally, I don't think you're ever going to find any type of physical, tangible evidence for the existence of God. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think it's going to, if people are true, you can kind of conclude either or just by logic. That's my view. I mean,
So
I do.
what's your stance? I know you're not an atheist.
Can you guess?
Deist.
Pardon?
Deist.
No. I'll give you a hint. I like having these games with people. In your country, the majority of adherents to my religion are called Asians.
Right, Muslim then.
There we go. You got it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
That cracks me up because in America, when we say Asian.
Yeah, Chinese. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that a lot. And some people even say that it's not because but it's pretty much they're both correct, right? There's no, it's Asian pretty much just means someone who is from Asia.
I think your guys' is definitely more accurate.
Yeah, maybe. Would you say Russia is part of Asia? Because on some Yeah.
I would say
I was
they're
having this
Western.
argument with this guy, and yeah.
Western
What are
Russia
they,
is definitely
Mongols?
Asian. Definitely.
Mongols.
Yeah, the Mongols are Asian. There's quite a few in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Are you an atheist?
Yeah, I'm an atheist. Yeah.
What do you
Although I
believe?
don't actually, I would call myself an
Yeah.
or agnostic atheist.
So you're not a strong atheist.
Something
It's
along those lines.
just
Maybe
the
not
Urals.
agnostic.
That's Asia, right?
Pardon?
In Russia, east of the Urals, Asia.
You know, in my mind, everything east of Iran is Asia, because Iran is the last Middle Eastern country, and then after that, like everything to the east of that is Asian. That's my view.
Istanbul is supposed to be like the border between Europe and Asia.
Yeah.
In Turkey, for up
Asia
in
Minor.
Russia, on the Eurasian continent, I thought the Urals was the line that was drawn.
Yeah, so if you've seen Armenian, and Armenian is not Asian, you know, I guess they're Caucasian. They might be an exception, but and then Iraq is the Middle East. I think that's pretty firmly in it. But then yeah, you're right. It's kind of subjective, actually. Where does one continent begin? Where does one end? I don't know.
Yeah, I would prefer that they used tectonic plates rather than political boundaries. But I don't know. I'm weird that way.
So you guys can see my screen. I don't know if it's if this is Turkey here. I mean, I think Syria is considered the Middle East clearly. So is Iraq. And then in my opinion, I think Iran is as well. But then I would say anything from here on is Asia. So India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, so on and so forth. And then I mean I don't know where you would divide Russia, but this is Asia. All of this area is Asian. That's the way I see it. And of course Chinese, Japanese, but I would consider them East Asians. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, that Mercator projection sure makes Europe look tiny compared to Asia.
Asia's massive, dude. So is Africa. Africa's freaking monstrously big.
Yeah. Although I'm not a real fan of the Mercator projection myself, though. It makes Greenland look too big. And ever since I was a child, it has just annoyed me that the Mercator projection did that. Although, and I know this is off topic, but it won't take me long to say it, apparently the Mercator projection does have one useful feature for ancient ship navigation, and that is if you maintain a constant compass heading towards your destination, it'll get you there, even though it's not the shortest route on the surface of a spheroidal object. You're kind of spiraling into it, but a constant compass heading will get you there.
Can I say something about the problem of evil? I mean, I don't remember the whole thing if God is all good, why does he allow bad? Why does he allow bad to happen if he's all powerful? I forgot the whole deal. If anyone knows it off the top of their head, but go ahead.
I was going to say it's probably, in my opinion, one of the worst arguments for arguments that there is no God. It's probably one of the worst arguments, in my opinion.
You think so?
Sorry, go on, yeah.
Wait, how do you think so?
Well, I mean, it can be sort of chucked away so quickly. You know, I mean, when you have a kind of omniscient, omnipotent being behind it, you could say, okay, first of all, you could say you can't have good without evil. God, you don't know God's mind or God's thoughts, so he could be allowing this to happen, and this could actually have a positive benefit from it. We don't know, and there's so many. It's a poor argument, to be honest.
Okay, I mean that's pretty much exactly what I was gonna say. But I mean it actually holds a lot of sway. A lot of people. I mean, again, this is not. I don't have no studies on this, but I've seen it pretty used a lot.
Yeah, it's emotionally persuasive at least.
It may be. It's never persuaded me, but then I don't base non-belief on the fact that bad things happen, even bad things happening to good people and so forth. It's just nature doing what it's doing.
All it really argues is God is evil, but still exists. It's like, so what?
Right. I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say. At best, you could try to prove that maybe God isn't all loving. So what? You've still got so really, it's not a good argument.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. And you can point out contradictory claims made regarding God's attributes. I would think that would be an actual stronger thing. It's like different the Christians, they come up with, God has this set of attributes, and then you can go through the list and say, wait a minute, this and this are contradictory. But
I think they would say that pretty much proves that God doesn't exist.
Well, at the least, it proves they have a bad theology.
Or just
At best, it shows he doesn't exist. I see an overwhelming lack of evidence, mainly. I mean, that is, if God exists, certain things should be in certain ways, like the Noachian flood, for example. If it's not a parable, there should be overwhelming evidence for it, when the exact opposite is true. There's other things that are in the Bible that are supposedly historical that lack supportive evidence that should be there.
What about stuff that, I mean, I'm not a Christian, so I don't really follow the Bible, but what about stuff that is in the Bible that's very historic?
Well, yeah, there's some historic stuff. I mean, Pontius Pilate really was the curator of Judea at the time he said he was. The Bible says he was. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that's true. The cosmology, though, not a chance.
What's a good analogy here? I mean, I think it's something like this: if New York if New York were to sort of have a massive explosion or nuclear bomb there, and then thousands of years later they were kind of digging through the rubble and they found a Spider-Man comic book. Although it was set in New York, it doesn't mean that Spider-Man was an actual kind of real person.
Well,
just because there's some history in the actual, or some things that are true.
But it doesn't mean he wasn't, though.
Yeah. Assuming somehow the comic book was in a position to be preserved for thousands of years. I mean.
Well, no, I mean, that's just that the example there is just that just because there are some parts of it where the history is true doesn't then mean that the rest of it is true. The stuff that we don't know is true.
Oh, I would agree with that statement.
There was you guys know Vsauce?
Yeah.
He made this one video. He said, "Can you name 10 people from the 17th century or 15th century?" And I don't know a single person from the 15th century. Maybe I do. I just don't know. I don't know them. But he was like, people lived and died, and we don't even know who the hell they are. We don't even know their names. But that doesn't mean that they didn't exist. But if we're just going to be empirical, we can actually say they did not exist because we have no proof of their existence.
Well, I mean, the fact that wouldn't you say the fact that we're here would be some kind of evidence?
I would say that it's you can say that people existed, but maybe you can't say let's say in a village in I don't know Cairo, Egypt or something like that, or Pyongyang. I don't know jack about their history, but somebody lived there 3,000 or 200 years ago, right? Who was a farmer, and he had 3 sheep, right? I'm just making crap up right now, but let's say this really happened, and he lived, he died, and that's it. He had no children, and so he doesn't have any descendants, and there's no record of him existing. You don't even have his bones. You know, I don't think that's really proof that he didn't exist.
Right, but yeah, that kind of goes back to the whole kind of was it absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's why, that's going back to the sort of atheist label. That's why sometimes I'm a little bit kind of iffy about defining myself as that, because and what's the justification for believing that there is no God? Simply because of the lack of evidence. So that's why I go with implicit or weak or agnostic or even non-theist. But most definitions don't include the belief that there is no God. It's just the lack of belief or the disbelief or yeah.
Yeah. Well, I only use the absence of evidence argument in cases where, all right, you've got a phenomenon, and that phenomenon produces certain effects. So you should be able to observe the effects of that phenomenon. Now, if those effects are not there, then you can argue that phenomenon is not occurring. I mean, it's done in physics all the time. It's like, you know, you propose a model for something. That model has certain consequences. You go to test the consequences. You find out those consequences don't exist, so you have to throw the model away.
Also, to clarify as well, I forgot where I heard this from, but evidence of absence of evidence where evidence should be isn't evidence of absence. If you understand what I'm saying there. So do you understand? Yeah, right, cool.
Yeah, where evidence should exist, its absence becomes evidence of absence.
I get it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Well, if I don't know if this is a good analogy, but if you were to say that an elephant came through my door and stole some stole some cookies, you would expect to see evidence, right? And so in that situation, you know, you'd expect to see evidence in that situation. The door being destroyed, cookies being missing, or the place in a massive mess. So for me to come home and the house to be pristine and the cookies to still be there and the door intact, that would be almost proof that the elephant didn't actually come.
But I mean, you can see why that may be problematic, though. Like, I mean, there's ways around that are kind of obvious to me. Like, for example, like if I had a glass of water and someone drank the glass of water, you know, like the evidence of that would be that the glass would be empty, but then clearly, like, the guy could have just filled it up right afterwards.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. You first.
I don't know. Can you repeat the example?
So, like, okay, so let's say, for example, like, if I drank a glass of water, or I put a glass of water on the table, and somebody came and drank it, right? And the evidence that he drank it is that, or she drank it, is that the water's gone. But then, like, right? And I could say, well, if somebody really drank the water, then the water should be gone. That's the evidence. And then I go there and the water's still there, and I'm like, hey, you know, this water should be gone. Well, the person just refilled up the glass of water after he left, or she left, and so, like, therefore, like, that there's a lack of evidence, but that lack of evidence.
That isn't a situation where there should be evidence. There definitely should be evidence, because, like you just demonstrated, there's ways you could work around that. With something as like with an elephant coming through your door, there's really no way that you could work around that. Like, it will be going on the impossible. It it'll be going like beyond the impossible, or not beyond the impossible, but it'll be almost impossible for an elephant to be able to come in my house and steal some cookies and then leave without making some kind of trace, right? Whereas this situation that you've proposed, there is a kind of a possibility of you just sort of there isn't I don't know how to explain it. There isn't a must for this. Isn't not exactly like there should be evidence, right? It's like someone drank your water. They could have easily filled it back up. You could have just forgot, or it could have just, even if you do find, or the water could have come from somewhere else, or something like that. But it's not like so it really depends on whether it should be there. I don't know if I explain myself there.
I mean, I think what you're saying, like it just, like for example, if there was like a nuclear bomb blast, you would pretty damn well expect that there to be some evidence, and it seems unlikely that somebody could go and clean up the nuclear waste.
Well, the Air Force also has satellites to detect such things. But I have less dramatic examples. Like, for example, in 1981, I would assert that Mount St. Helens erupted, and it was a violent eruption that caused destruction on a vast scale. Or in 79 AD, Mount Vesuvius erupted, also causing devastation on a massive scale. Now, in the former case with Mount St. Helens, you can actually watch video and see pictures and newspaper articles and stuff. 79 AD, it's a little older, but there was historical records made. But until a farmer ran over a piece of Pompeii or something with his tractor, and they started excavating the pyroclastic flow, and found all that stuff that they found, you could have questioned that. But the fact is, the evidence was quite clearly there. So if it wasn't there at all, that is, if there was nothing regarding Mount St. Helens and nothing regarding Mount Vesuvius and other similarly catastrophic events that have happened, you'd have at least grounds to doubt that they happened.
Right,
I mean,
and just to clarify, it really is maybe the elephant analogy wasn't very good one, wasn't really a good one, but it's a situation where there should be evidence, there should be evidence, and the only kind of other explanation would be impossible, breach the laws of you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Well, basically, that pretty much covers the case where I use the absolute argument, is only where the evidence is really supposed to exist.
Yeah, should be there. And if it isn't there, then it's either extremely unlikely or did not happen, or doesn't exist, or whatever the case may be with that.
Yeah, and in the case of the glass with the drinking water that was refilled, that's just too trivial to, it's too small a scale to even say either way.
Yeah, the reason I was saying that is because I was trying to explain the concept, not necessarily the principle. I don't agree with the principle. I might agree with it like in practice, but I don't really agree with it logically.
Well, maybe I'll try and give another example. Say
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't think what I'm saying is that, like, I understand, like, for example, like if there was a nuclear bomb blast, right, or Mount St. Helens, as you mentioned. Right?
Maybe make it extreme, like 1,000 nuclear bombs on the moon, right? And it was the day after. If the moon was just the same way it was like a couple of weeks ago, that would kind of be an example that it didn't happen, right?
Right. So like no, I would agree with you again. Like I would say that I agree with that in practice, but I don't really agree with the principle of it.
Right. Well,
So,
I think it's not because the principle is flawed. It's because the way I've put it across, maybe.
no. I think the principle is flawed. I think that the practice makes sense. Because I
Right.
could think of a principle even there where, like, I could say, like, well, there's a species of aliens that were able to prevent that from, like, were able to, like, revert that change or something like that, and they had some kind of understanding of, like, quantum physics, and they can go back in time and they can change things that happened, or they can, I don't know, like, something crazy crap like that. I don't even know how to justify it.
Then you could just do that for absolutely anything.
Yeah, you could.
You could just make up anything.
Yeah, I agree with you. And what I'm saying though is that I agree with what you're saying in practice, but the principle, if you know, you're right. I could do that. I absolutely agree. And that's why I think that's why I really wish people studied logic more.
Well, I'm making an empirical argument more than a logical argument, even though it does involve a logical inference. But that's...
What I've learned of logic doesn't seem to be very relevant. I mean,
it's a methodological.
I've yet to find an application of the Leeuwenheim's Golem theorem to any kind of, well, theological or atheological debate.
Realistically, though, Farhan, how likely is it that an alien species came down? I was saying, how likely is it that an alien species came down and without our knowledge?
The nature of the question.
Oh no, I was talking to Farhan.
I would say it's 1 divided by infinity.
Right, so I don't think what I'm saying is really entirely illogical. I mean, it's quite reasonable to assume that it didn't happen based on the fact that there's no evidence to suggest it did.
There's a difference between logic and like what's the word? Logic and I want to say conceivable, but that's the wrong word. What's it called where like something like doesn't really happen? Like something could happen in theory but doesn't happen.
A hypothetical situation.
Contingency.
No, that's not the word either. I don't know, but like I guess I'm just gonna use the word reasonable. I would say there's a difference between what's reasonable and what's logical. So like it's logical that X could happen, but it might not be reasonable. And that's what I'm saying.
Right.
There are two different words. Like I think people try to use the term logic to mean something that it doesn't actually mean.
Speaking about plausibility.
Depends on how you define it.
That's plausibility. That's plausible. That's what I was looking for. There's a difference between what's plausible and what's logical. And like I think a lot of times people use the term logical to mean plausible.
Yeah, I think plausible is very subjective.
It is, yeah.
I mean, for example, one of the arguments that fundamentalist Christians use is for the literal 6-day creation. Is God basically poofs everything into existence exactly the way it is, photons in mid-flight and all that crap. You can turn that argument around and say, well, he did that 5 minutes ago or 5 seconds ago.
Yeah. Last Thursdayism.
Or last Thursday. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah.
It just doesn't go anywhere.
It doesn't, but the thing is, technically, they're not actually defined. They're not. First of all, I don't believe the world is 7,000 years old. But technically, they're not violating a law of logic when they say that.
No, they're just making up a story that defies what we have been programmed with by our evolution and our experience.
I would agree. I mean, I don't understand why they keep on pushing that narrative. Like, why is it so important for them? I don't know. I mean, I know why. I think I do know why. I think it's because they say it's like a premise, and from that comes everything else. And I don't know. I just don't see it that way. I don't think that's objectively true. Like, that's just false. People don't become atheists because they read about evolution. They become atheists because they read evolution when their pastor was telling them that evolution is garbage.
And in fact, there are, in reality, many theistic evolutionists.
Tons of them. The imam of our mosque, masjid rather, he told me flat out, he was like, yeah, I accept evolution completely. And I was like, okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, even in Europe, or specifically England, majority of Christians here accept evolution. But you can see that that's also an example. I mean, if you were to realize that there was a demonstrable or overwhelming amount of evidence for evolution, and it's something that your pastor was lying to you about, that's something that you could clearly see would make you start to sort of question, well, what else is my pastor lying to me about? If he's lying to me about evolution, then maybe this whole religion is BS, and there's you know.
Yeah, I would agree. I really wish people studied logic more, and they don't. It's just not taught in schools.
I hope everybody at least knows De Morgan's Law.
I don't know what that is.
De Morgan's Laws? Oh dear.
I mean, I might know them, but I just don't know that term. A lot of times I know things, but I don't know the words. Oh, like, okay, I just Wikipedia'd it, like and/or kind of stuff.
Effectively, De Morgan's laws are used to, just like regular algebra, you simplify an equation using De Morgan's laws with Boolean logic.
Yeah, I mean, like, I program and...
If I remember that correctly, I hope.
Pre-calculus.
Embarrassing if I don't.
What language do you use?
A couple. C is probably my baby, and Python I've gotten really good at, and PHP I'm pretty decent at. And I'm currently learning, like literally currently learning Ruby, but
learn Haskell. Haskell is the best.
Haskell?
I have a book on it. Hold on, I have a book on Pascal. Hold on. I wager.
Not Pascal, Haskell.
Oh, never even heard of that.
Haskell.
Sorry, my English accent.
Yeah, it is. I don't know it myself. I do know Nadia knows it, but it is the model of functional programming languages. So you basically have to look up the functional style of programming, and Haskell will be basically at the top of the list. Although Lisp is also a functional programming language, Scheme more so than ANSI Common Lisp, because ANSI Common Lisp also supports object-oriented programming, imperative programming, and, well, everything. Quite literally.
Yeah, this is my little contribution to the Haskell community. The fastest Fibonacci in the West.
So here are the books. Here's one book. I don't know if it comes out backwards, but Z8080 assembly. I've actually never ever practically used this because I don't have a Z80 CPU other than my calculator. And then there's although it taught me like the idea of assembly and like binary, because I didn't know it before I read this, and then hex, and then Fortran, which I have never read, and it's my father's. And I just realized it has my mom's name written in Urdu on the back of this, so I don't know where that came from. And then I have a Pascal book, which was my brother's, but I don't know Pascal to save my life. And then here's a book that I did read. This is the only book on C I've ever read. Is this old school book? It's
you've got to get the K&R book.
I've never. I mean, I know C pretty damn well now. I've written kernel modules and like I've written hundreds of lines of code in C, but I've never, other than this is the only book in C I've ever read, and I read it in my garage in like maybe 15 years ago.
The K&R book is written by one of the. It's Dennis Ritchie is the fucking creator of C.
Yeah.
What wasn't
that doesn't necessarily
was
Kurahan, but that doesn't actually help with the.
Well, it's also a well-written book.
Well, it is. The guy who created it doesn't necessarily articulate it as well as anyone else.
Well, yeah, I think Brian Kernighan probably did more of the work than Dennis Ritchie did. But
I'll put up links to some of my code in the kernel.
But the K&R book is, as far as I'm concerned, not just the best book on the C programming language, but probably one of the best computer programming language books ever written.
Are you a coder?
My criteria is it's thin.
Yeah, you know
It's
what?
a terse book.
Fud Martin, I don't know how to pronounce your name. My issue with modern programming books is that they want to tell a nice flowery story. You know, like, hey, let's say you have a bunch of cats, and you want to have the cats' names. Well, a cat name would be a string, and their ages would be an integer. And I'm like, I don't care. Just tell me how to do a friggin' string. Tell me how to do an integer. 30 seconds. You know, you don't need like these nice little pretty stories about crap. And that's just,
Yeah, the K&R book is written for people who already understand what programming is and want to learn the C programming language. So,
Nadia, this is your code you've written? What is this?
That's some of my code in the kernel. Not very important code, but something I wrote.
How did you get this? Like, how did you get to be a kernel developer like this?
you make a contribution, it gets accepted into the tree I
worked for IBM.
That's right, you mentioned it to me.
Yeah, there's more stuff I wrote, like this, which doesn't actually mean much, but...
So the system that you wrote code that is currently running on my current computer.
Yeah.
So, like, share. So this is my personal computer.
Yeah, if you're running the Linux kernel.
Yeah, I am. Like 3.12 or 13, whatever. I don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah, I don't. I've written kernel modules that do very simple things. I work in security, so I wrote a I wrote a kernel module that if you this is like kernel 2.2, so before they had like memory protection, if you it would do a session hooking of a kernel module of a syscall, right? That's pretty simple. Everyone does that. And I did this thing where if you ping from a certain IP address, it will open the etc password file and it'll make an addition. So the backdoor was in the kernel, and it was like really untraceable, really hard to find.
I remember reading the kernel list for Linux, and this thing popped up. Apparently somebody tried to make a contribution to the kernel that said, if user ID equals 0, 1 equals, not 2, then blah, 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 blah. Well, if you know C, you would realize that would, as soon as that condition was tested, your user ID would immediately become 0, which is root.
Oh,
They
if
found
user ID
that
equals
before it made it into the official kernel tree.
So you mean like equals instead of equals?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It did an assignment instead of a because Boolean logic-wise, it's the same, except there's a side effect added, which is the assignment.
That's interesting. I might use that sometime.
Okay. Remind me never to use your code.
Well, fortunately, I don't. Actually now I'm a pen tester, so I don't really write code anymore. I mean, I do, but I don't write professionally. So.
Okay. And also, there's another interesting, since we're talking computer code, a very interesting ACM lecture done by Ken Thompson, who is the father of Unix. Showed how you bootstrap a new feature into a C compiler. He did it by assuming that the current C compiler did not understand the vertical tab character. So he did a bunch of code, well, he showed his slide of code and what you do to get it to understand the vertical tab character. Then he rewrote the code to use the vertical tab character and then recompiles it. And now the information has disappeared from the source view. It's buried in the binary. It's a brilliant article, in fact, and it's not long. I should actually just get you a freaking link on it because it's on trusting trust. So Ken Thompson, trusting.
I was just thinking about De Morgan's laws, and maybe the article you're even going to send. A lot of times, like, I know a concept, but I just don't know a term. That comes up a lot, actually.
Okay. Oh, all right, I found it. Now I'll put this sucker in the chat for you. This side chat. Highly recommend it. It's not long, and it's a good read.
Reflections. I tell you what, let me save this in my list, and I'll read it tomorrow, inshallah.
Yeah.
Actually, this isn't that long at all. When was this written? 1987.
It was an ACM.
Is that the Old Testament?
1984.
Yeah, that's the Old Testament.
Reprinted from Communication of the ACM, Volume 27, Number 8, August 1984, pages 161 through 763, copyright 1984, Association for Computing Machinery. Also appears in the ACM Turing Award Lectures, the first 20 years, 1965-1985, copyright 1987, blah, 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 blah. But at any rate, yeah, this is probably one of the most brilliant papers on the subject of trust, because he shows how you can basically subvert a compiler to insert anything it likes into your code.
I haven't done binary, assembly in forever.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
So, what kinds of topic change? What kinds of things do you guys think would, if anything, could anything, ever make you guys believe in God, or is that like a case closed kind of deal?
I would require personal revelation from God himself in such a way that I was absolutely stone cold convinced.
Personal revelation wouldn't be enough. I'd have to be able to go back and check with others to make sure it really happened. I wasn't hallucinating.
What if it was just to you?
Yeah.
Then I'd pretty much say I hallucinated.
Yeah, I think that's the same for me as well, to be honest. I mean, it's quite a hard thing to say because I really don't know what I would accept. I really don't know the future. For all I know, I could just read the Bible again and suddenly accept it on face value, kind of thing. So I really don't know the future or what I would accept. But no, similar things to what David and Nadia just said.
Yeah, I was being pretty loose with my answer because, like Nadia said, you can always write it up to hallucination.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to say that I would never do it again because that's something that I think that's quite a closed-minded view maybe. And I mean I don't know how someone could sort of make that claim. How could someone know that for sure, you know?
It's kind of a realistic thing, though. I mean, I don't know if you've ever, as a child, suffered from either night terrors or
I definitely did.
some ambulism, sleepwalking.
I had night terrors.
Well, it requires like overturning so many established beliefs or whatever you want to call them that Yeah, I would literally take something I couldn't verify against the rest of the world as hallucination. I mean, if it's not like Yahweh is newly written in the stars of the sky, and I can point to it, or amputees' limbs growing back en masse, some phenomenon that could be checked with others or something like that.
Yeah, get some photographs of it.
I think if honestly, I think
photographs, videotapes. Yeah.
I think like if people's legs started growing back in mass, like amputees' limbs, people would be like, "It is a natural phenomenon that we don't understand." There's some change in some atmospheric something or other, or whatever, I don't know, that has led our system to kick in like some dormant genes that were already there. That I don't know. I mean, I was making crap up, but that's what they would say.
Well, I mean, that would kind of be the sort of. I mean, if someone were to say that because that was happening then, therefore God, that would kind of be the sort of argument from ignorance, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like if that happened, like people's limbs started growing back en masse, like right in front of us, we would probably still make like an argument that that was a natural phenomenon. We just don't know what it is, but we'll find out sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like when people throw the question, Seitan Bergenkate, whatever, he likes to say, oh, well, God makes me know. And there are other people who use that idea, that apologetic thing. And I try to throw the evil demon rebuttal at them, and they always brush it off.
What is this? I'm sorry.
Well, the evil
precept.
Yeah, in precept they say, all knowledge comes from God. That is, you cannot know anything without God, and so everything you know is because God wants you to know it, or something like that.
Yeah.
And I try to respond with the evil demon theory, or argument, basically saying, well, Satan is way smarter than you and can basically fool you into believing whatever the hell he wants you to believe.
Okay.
And they always brush it off.
Wait, I don't get it.
I don't get why they brush it off.
Wait, Farhan, are you familiar with the precept argument?
No, probably not.
I'll just quickly explain it. Basically, to elaborate on what David said, it's pretty much trying to prove that you can't have any knowledge without God. So they do that by asking you, well, how can you know anything for certain? And with most things, you can't know anything for certain. The only thing you can really know for certain is that you're not omniscient.
No.
Or
can I characterize it?
Sure.
The underlying actual argument is called the transcendental argument for God, arguing that the transcendence of logic, the problem of induction, and I guess morality being, or I guess not being a moral nihilist, all require belief in a God, and they essentially the transcendental arguments floating behind this, I don't know, rhetorical scripture flourish or whatever. They pretty much do, for the most part, epistemic regress. How do you know that indefinitely? And for the most part, just try to trip up atheists, and somewhere in the course of that, or when getting back to external justification, it's kind of like internalist versus externalist justification, theory of justification, and they'll want to claim that reliabilist external justification is somehow circular or invalid or whatever.
I've actually never heard. I think I did that yesterday, actually. I mean, I've never heard that argument by that name, but I think I did exactly that just yesterday with that one objectivist guy. He was a good sport about it, by the way. But I was basically saying, like, he was like, how do you know that that's moral? Well, because of this. Well, how do you know that's true? And I kept on saying, like, you are making a lot of assumptions. Every position and any attempt to get at objective morality is ultimately subjective. I really do believe that. Like, there's no way to have, if you're like, if someone does not believe in God, that there's truly no way to be objective with morality. You can say that
God doesn't really solve anything. Divine command theory is subjective.
Why is that?
It's contingent on a mind.
I don't understand what you mean.
Subjectivity is contingency on mind.
Subjectivity is contingent on. I don't know what that means. Like
depends on a mind.
I'm not following you. I'm sorry. Can you dumb down your?
Subjectivity depends on a mind. Like, there is some mental process, and it's the outcome of, and that makes it subjective. That's what subjectivity means, and I guess many conceptions, philosophical ones, or
meaning like it's not based on anything. Like it's just like we just kind of assume like X, Y, Z to be the case. And I was saying the argument of yesterday, like a lot of environmentalists, they'll say that like what matters is like the number of trees, I guess, in the world. I'm making that up. They don't literally say that, but like that's what the measure of success of society is, the number of trees, and that's an objective measure. And then like a hardcore capitalist would say, well, it's the GDP, and that's the objective measure. And who's to say that which is actually the objective measure? And they're in opposites. Like usually, if the GDP goes up, the number of trees goes down. I mean, I'm being overly simplistic, but you know, who's to say that which is the actual true good thing that society should pursue? You know, it's kind of take your pick. But that's why I think some of these things are just subjective. You just kind of pick whatever you want and just kind of go with it. Like even like utilitarianism is subjective.
How so?
Because there's no reason for that utilitarianism to be like the basis.
There is, of course. We are driven by it.
Utility works.
That doesn't mean it's objective though.
It objectively works.
No, you could say
it is an objective fact. Things are driven by it.
No, but being driven by it does not mean it's like inherently true. Like therefore it's good. I'll grant you that we can be driven by it, but I still don't see that as objectively making something right or wrong. Yeah.
Well, what makes it right or wrong is that the innate repulsions to suffering and harm and attractions to well-being and joy are external justification, but the direct perception of what is good and what is evil.
That doesn't make it objective. That just means like we don't like it or we do like it. Because the utilitarian argument to me is basically like if I was to overly simplify it, is to say if we like it, it's good. If we don't like it, it's bad.
No, that's not what it is.
I'm simplifying it, but I don't see how that's not what it is.
No, it's something works or it doesn't work.
Okay, but like when you say work, you mean like it betters society, it's good for us, it reduces.
No, I mean it actually functions as advertised. Like take an internal combustion engine for your car. You turn the key, boom, your car starts up, it goes, it works. That's that's useful. That's utilitarian.
Okay.
No, that's not what utilitarianism means.
Oh well. Scratch everything I said then.
Okay, do tell.
Yeah, utility is sort of calculus of, I guess, what Bentham called pleasure and pain.
Right.
And ultimately, regardless of whatever moral system you care to superimpose upon people's, who knows what, desires, motivations, etc., you end up needing this calculus to guide you at some point.
How is that different than what I said? It's basically what you like or don't like. Pleasure and pain.
Well,
I mean, I oversimplified
it's
it.
not. It's not. But it's not. Well, it's not like or not like. It's the external evidence isn't interpreted on that flimsy basis. It's. I mean, first off, something in the matter of a broad survey. Second, it precedes conceptualization. So someone having an emotion of like or don't like doesn't actually matter by the time utilitarians have analyzed it.
Okay, I get your first point. I don't get your second. Because like, I mean, you're basically saying like, if it's you do a survey to find out if it's good or bad, but that's still the same thing. That's still we like it, therefore it's good. Because I mean, it's just a number of people. So if 1,000 people like it, you know, I'm just making up a number, it's good. And if 1,000 people hate it, it's bad. Which is
No, that's not how. No, that's not how it works.
So isn't that what you just said?
No.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong then.
These receptions of the, repulsions, pain, whatever, are like observations. They're instruments that are being read. Instruments whose readings are being taken. Right. You treat them like that as far as their sort of ontological status within the, I guess, framework. And they provide some amount of evidence of the objective standing of, say, an act or interaction or situation that these things are being put in.
So, like, if I could simplify that, you're basically saying, like, if we can measure that it's pleasurable for people based on some machines or, like, maybe, like, I don't know, like...
Other way around, using the people as machines.
Okay.
As measurement devices.
Okay, so they themselves will confirm that I like this or dislike this.
It's not like you're asking them.
How are you getting them?
Scanning their brains.
Okay,
Scanning their brains is similar.
Okay, so you scan their brains, but we scan their brains and we determine that they get a pleasure out of this, and therefore it's good.
There's.
I mean,
there's subtlety to it. I'm having a tough time conveying.
I mean, like I'm not as interested in the mechanism of how we determine it, but the idea is that, you know, whether we scan their brains or we check their blood, you know, it doesn't make a difference to me, but we somehow check them in some method that we can reproduce, and we determine that they get a pleasure out of this, and therefore it's good.
The thing is, it's not the thing that's so much being evaluated as their state.
Their what?
Right. Their state of being. They've been thrust into.
What does that mean? Their state of being?
Right. There's like someone who's had something inflicted on them has a state of being of like being injured. Right.
I mean, it still seems like you're saying what I said initially, which is like, if people like it, it's good. If people don't like it, it's bad. I mean, we can dress it up and we can say like you know, we check their brain or we check their whatever, but it's still, if we like it, it's good. If we don't like it, it's bad. I mean, I'm being crude about it.
That's not doing it. This is too crude.
But like, it doesn't change the fundamental thing you're saying though, which is, I mean, it's almost like saying like, it's not if they like it, it's if we can measure that they like it. Okay, fine. If that, you know.
One of the things that goes on in the utilitarian calculation is, you know, essentially, well, how do you deal with someone who's done wrongdoing?
Who's what?
You think how do you deal with someone who's done wrongdoing? How do you make the calculation that you know, it's right to restrain them or confine them? Well, they're obviously not going to like it, but it's still a good thing to do because it evades that suffering and such.
I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, I still see it any way around that is just dressing it up, but really saying the same thing, that if we like it, it's good. If they dislike it, it's bad. I mean, how we measure it, or I mean, obviously there are people who are crazy, you know, or like who just don't know their own good, but overall though, it seems like it's that. And I don't see that as objective.
Other way around. Well, okay. First off, in some respects, it goes the other way around, right? If it's good, we like it. If it's bad, we dislike it. And on the other case, you also have, you know, some of the instruments malfunction.
I mean, like these things are really like, okay, fine, they might malfunction, but honestly, like this is really kind of really making it like a, how do I phrase this? It's a very trivial issue, like distinction. It's like
it's not trivial distinction.
How not?
Well, first off, in the remediation case, you know, clearly the one confined or restrained or whatever, or it was, you know, has coercive debt collection imposed on them or whatever, as is that a situation they're not going to like? Second, rules are often adopted.
So
where
it's
not, yeah, it's not specifically or it doesn't actually have a like correspondence to like whatever, like, I mean, it's not like
if someone is restrained against their will.
Sure.
If someone is restrained against their will and it truly is for their own good, they might not appreciate that now.
It's not for their good.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
for
So
everyone
it's not for their good. Okay. So it's for everyone else's, right? So in that case, we're basically saying that whatever increases the happiness of the most people is good.
Even that's a little bit too crude, but
no, but like why?
I'll go with it. I'll go with it.
Yeah, and even then, like, well, why is increasing happiness objective? It's not. It's just subjective. We just kind of arbitrarily assigned value to increasing happiness. What I'm saying is, even with, because in economics, they talk about utilitarianism.
That's not subjectivity. That's not subjectivity. It's arbitrariness. Well, you claim it's arbitrary. It's not subjectivity.
Okay, you're right. I'm using the wrong term. You're right. Maybe arbitrary is a better word, but it's arbitrary, and like it's like we just assign, like, what if I was to say like whoever causes the most pain is a good thing, you know, versus like happiness is a good thing. You know, what's to say that causing pain is not like the truth, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's an arbitrary. Any standard of morality said to be somehow like holding truth in some capital T kind of truth way is ultimately just arbitrary. I'm using the term subjective, but arbitrary.
Well, your choice of God is arbitrary.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't see the relevance of that. I don't see how that really negates, or I mean, that might be the case, but I don't see how that really negates the previous, like how this related to the previous thing.
Well, utilitarianism is not arbitrary because we are driven by, connected to it innately.
I mean, it doesn't. That still does not make it less arbitrary.
No matter what. Well, no matter what you know, moral system you impose, people are still ultimately driven by such a similar calculus.
It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't matter. That still does not make it less arbitrary. I mean, yeah, it does not. No, it's still arbitrary. Because like, why is happiness less arbitrary of a measure to increase? It's not. It's just something we just say.
No,
How so?
happiness is built into us,
So?
and so is suffering.
No, so what though? So what though? That's I could. Why is that? How is that less arbitrary? How is that less valid than like pain, for example, or I don't know, like just because it's built into us does not make
Things
it.
have directions.
So what?
Things have directions. So what? You declare that some other moral system is floating around out there to quote-unquote guide people, and we'll actually try to do this sort of thing anyway.
I mean, I still, I mean, I didn't really fully understand. There's just no way. I mean, it's no matter what we say, it's going to be because someone
Now
else can come here.
try torturing someone and see how much they will do to evade torture.
Oh no, I agree. They will try to reduce it, but that doesn't make it bad. I mean, I do think it's bad, but I don't think that makes it in any non-arbitrary way bad. It's still arbitrary because like, what if like there's somebody who if you and there's not, I mean, there's a lot of people like this, if they get pleasure out of causing people pain. So, you know, maybe that guy's pain is you know, in that case we could argue that no, it's objectively the case. If you're saying that pleasure is an objective standard, then he will say that no, pain is an objective standard.
Well, at that point you have they are a malfunctioning instrument by the universalization, the comparison to all the other, you know, functioning instruments and so on.
That's a fallacy, though.
Which one?
Comparing other people, because number one, you don't know what is functioning and what's not functioning. He'll say I'm functioning and you're not functioning, and number two, it's appealing to like appealing to numbers, I guess. I'm not sure what the term of that would be, because there's more of something doesn't make it less.
Ad populum.
Yeah, that's the term. Yeah.
Oh.
Ad populum. Yeah, I like that expression. Ad populum. I'm going to use that.
Farhan, have you read The Moral Landscape by Sam Harris?
No, I have not. I don't like Sam Harris. I'm sorry.
Is it because of what he says about Muslims, or?
That's actually a big factor. Like, I'll read Dawkins. I have read The God Delusion. I don't know. It just turned me off. I mean, I'm not being like reasonable here, I know, but.
Sure. Yeah, what I mean.
I've listened to him though. I've listened to him talk a bunch of times.
Yeah, he does do a bit of wordplay with it, but he does show that he does make a very good case for some kind of objective morality. I'm pretty sure he's not saying morality is completely objective, but there are some things that are objectively bad, and yes, he uses science and to back that up.
I've listened to him talk about that book more than once because he gives presentations, and
right.
I have never seen him talk like, if I were to summarize what he says, it's the same exact thing that Nadia, you're saying, which is that if it causes pain, then it's bad. If it causes pleasure, then it's good. And he might say like, well, if it causes the most people pleasure, then it's good, you know, or something.
Well,
like
I think it's well-being. I strongly recommend reading the book. Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's well-being, but I'm saying overall though, I'm going to dumb it down, but it's the same thing. It's to say, in some variation or other, you know, we can add, you know, the most number of people, or we can add like over the longest period of time, or we can add whatever we want to add, but it still comes down to, if it causes pleasure, it's good. If it causes pain, it's bad. And that to me is an arbitrary distinction, the arbitrary definition. That's what it comes down to in his book.
Yeah, I would read it before making conclusions on it, to be honest, because there's only so much he gives away in his talks. Yeah.
What does it mean to be arbitrary?
We're just picking something. We're just like this is good.
No reason behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say there's a reason behind it, but I still think that reason itself is arbitrary.
Depending
random.
on will or discretion, not governed by any fixed rules. Exercised according to one's own will or caprice, therefore conveying a notion of a tendency to abuse the possession of power.
I'll say this
Despotic,
about
absolute power, bound by no law, harsh and forbearing and tyrannical. So,
I've read Dawkins. Like I said, I read The God Delusion. I've not read like what is it, like The Selfish Gene or all those other books, because I'm just not interested in them. But he's a biologist, and he has no business talking about religion, nor does he have any training or understanding about it. He's just kind of, and some of his like writings are like really ridiculous. Even like atheist philosophers are like embarrassed by it, and so like I don't know. I don't really think he's like this mastermind, like this trump card that the world has never seen before. And I feel the same way about really all of the four modern. I mean, I think like historical atheists are pretty cool, but I'm not that impressed by like modern atheist movement.
Daniel Dennett.
Daniel Dennett, Chris Hedges, Christopher Hitchens.
What's wrong?
Sorry?
Hedges. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Chris Hedges. Wrong person. Wow.
Christopher Hitchens.
Christopher Hitchens. Excuse me. Sorry.
What's wrong with Daniel Dennett?
Oh no, I've not read him. No, I've not read him. But I've listened to his speeches, and I don't know, like I'm just not impressed. I don't know. I was going to read his book on consciousness. I don't know why I haven't yet. I should, though.
The only thing I've heard from Daniel Dennett is a lecture he gave at University of Edinburgh regarding his theory of compatibilistic free will, which I didn't find entirely convincing. He was using the idea of avoidance, and he even tried to use a deterministic system, aka, specifically computers that are programmed to play chess, and having the different chess algorithms compete against each other, and was trying to argue for a compatibilistic free will on that point. The video is probably on YouTube still, but it didn't quite convince me.
I read the beginning of this book a while ago in a bookstore. I think it talks. I didn't even know he was an atheist. I thought it was interesting though. He talks about like if you want to be mystified, don't read this, but if you want to continue, read this. I think it. I haven't read this in a long time.
Yeah, so I got a link to.
I saw it.
Daniel Dennett's Consciousness Explained there.
Good to see you, Nadia.
Page 406, he says, "We are all zombies."
Yeah. I read like summarized works of versions of this book. He basically says everyone's a zombie, yeah. And I think he also says like consciousness as we define it doesn't really exist.
Right, that's the, I guess, being eliminativist about consciousness, which I am too.
So you don't think you think? Or you don't think you feel, rather?
I think that thought and feeling are, again, inappropriate conceptualizations of phenomena within the brain.
Do you think that there's some type of subjective experience that you're going through that others cannot experience that's real? And I use the term subjective.
Subjective is, I guess, dependent on mind, which is not there again, or contingent on mind. Inner is, well, curly false, given that, yeah, we can poke around with things ranging from brain scans to even just like watching a person's face with discern emotions or whatever.
Well, we can
and experience, which again depends on the scientifically falsified unity of consciousness, number one, or consciousness is itself, I guess, in question. And
Are you sick?
Okay. I don't know, but yeah, experience's dependency on the unity of consciousness is already enough. So it's all falls apart. All three components.
Maybe I didn't understand you, but I don't see how that really addresses what I said.
There is no subjective inner experience.
Yeah, see that. Yeah, there's no subjective experience. What I'm saying is like, I am experiencing it myself, and I know that I'm experiencing it in a way that I can't prove to you.
Well, the self is again
But I know I'm
conceptualization.
Like I'm experiencing it right now. You know. Can I prove it to you? No, but everyone experiences it.
No, there's no unity of consciousness.
And I mean, when I see that, like it's almost as if like someone's looking at if there's like a blue sky, and I look up at the blue sky and I see it, and someone's like, well, according to my calculations, the sky's not blue, and I'm like, okay, like I see it right there, it's right there.
Oh.
That's the way I see it. That's a bad analogy, is it?
Yeah, it's probably cyan. But Nadia, question. Since,
cyan.
Unless I have misunderstood what you've been talking about, you know, how can you say that animals are capable of suffering?
Have you not? See fibers fire, and there you go.
I have no reason to believe that they're suffering.
We can see that they have a central nervous system.
So?
We can observe that.
So?
Yeah, we have chemical reactions that happen in our brains, whatever.
Yeah.
Always sees chemical reactions. We don't see... If I take a chemical and I pour it into, like, my computer mouse here, is my computer mouse suffering?
No, there's no nervous system.
Wow.
I mean, I'm overly simplifying it, right? Because I don't know jack about the brain, but I'm saying like just because there's a presence of chemicals doesn't mean that it's suffering.
Let me clarify. Are you trying to argue that animals don't feel pain? Non-humans.
I do believe they feel pain, but I don't think we have a reason to believe they do feel pain.
Yeah, I believe they feel pain.
No, I do. I'm very like I want to get into hunting, but I'm too scared to pull the trigger because I don't want to cause pain to an animal. But
why would you hunt anyway?
For food and pleasure. But I don't want to at the same time. It's kind of like a weird paradox because I went to dinner tonight.
To me, it just seems unnecessary. So do you also believe that we don't know whether humans feel pain as well?
I know, I do believe we feel pain, but I don't think we can prove that we feel pain. By the way, just a quick thing, I went to dinner tonight with some friends, and I ate very minimal meat, but I had the option to eat a lot, and I didn't because I was like, I'm not a vegetarian, but I want to reduce the amount of meat I eat. But no, I think people can feel pain, and I think animals feel pain. I just think there's no way of proving it.
Do you also think that about humans as well?
What specifically?
Humans being able to feel pain?
Yeah.
There isn't.
But
there
I don't think we can prove it,
isn't.
though.
Wow. Okay.
Because like you think about it, what's your way of getting that they feel pain? Because they tell you, or because you see a chemical in their brain? I mean, which is it? It's one or the other.
The fact that they're sentient, we can see that they're sentient.
I think
have a
Nadia
central
just said they're
movement.
not sentient.
Nadia?
What?
Didn't you just basically say that people are not sentient in the way that like we think of it? They're just zombies?
Well, sentience is different from, I guess, conscious or whatever. In some ways, sentience is almost defined as being able to feel pain.
Depends on how you define it, to be honest. But yeah, No offense, I don't even see why it would matter what Nadia thinks of that. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
But
I mean,
no,
I do
yeah, I
believe
mean,
so.
yeah, I think I would define sentient as being able to sort of feel pain, or also kind of wait, actually, let me just get the actual dictionary definition.
But how do you know something feels pain? Like how do we know that anyone feels pain?
So it's able to perceive or feel things. So would knowing that they have a central nervous system and a brain and being able to observe them react to harmful things like, you know, I don't know, electric shock, or
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
would that not be enough, or would
No, that wouldn't be enough for me. Because like, okay, so all we've observed is that electrical shocks will damage the body. But why do we make that? Why do we say that means that person feels pain?
But what about what I said earlier about sentience, or central nervous system? Would that not be enough?
What does the central nervous system have to do with feeling pain, other than there's signals being transported back and forth?
That's how people feel pain from central nervous system.
I mean, that's kind of like to me, that's like an arbitrary definition. It's like saying like they just do. I'm saying how do we know that they do? Like we can talk about like there's signals being sent back and forth, but how do we know that they're feeling pain?
What is pain?
There we go. That's another question. What is pain? How do you define that?
You're using the word pain. So
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. And if we can't even define it, then it doesn't exist.
Well, no, but you're using it, so it would make sense that you define it.
Okay, so then define it for me, because
I mean, I'm not using the word. I mean, but okay, I'll try and find a good definition. Nadia probably knows one.
But the moment you say a feeling, though, the moment you say a feeling, I'm gonna say, well, what is a feeling? Okay, these things like pain or feelings or emotions or happiness or sadness are not things we can define in any objective way. Like if someone says, well, it's the presence of chemical X, I'm going to say, well, why is that the definition? Is it just arbitrary? And if you say it's arbitrary, then I'll say fine. Like that you might as well just say, not say happiness and say the chemical X was there, and remove that like human aspect of it. And in that case, if that's what we do, then there's nothing good or bad about it. It's just X is here versus Y is here.
In other words, you're complaining about bridging the Izok gap.
I have no idea what that is.
Reality.
Nadia, you're muted.
Fuck. I said you can apply the Izok gap issue to essentially any moral argument.
What is the Izok gap?
Especially that you can't derive an is or an ought from an is.
I don't know what that means.
A moral rule from a fact.
Yeah, that would be right. Yeah, I guess I would say that you can't derive a moral just from a fact, a rule from a fact.
Okay, then the fact.
Nadia, you keep muting and unmuting. I think it's because the Google was doing it because typing. Yeah.
Yeah, I said you can't really get any moral commandment out of the fact that your God made some kind of command or pronouncement or whatever. Either.
So what I would say to that, and I've thought about this a little bit, that it's almost like the way, like if I said, like it's not that God commanded something, it's that he created something called morality. There's something that exists called morality. Like an actual thing called morality.
Same kind of thing that we are attempting to discern an actual thing called morality.
Yeah.
By use of our I guess senses or whatever it is, perceptions, and ta-da, you have pretty much as good of standing for utilitarianism as your divine commands.
How so?
Well,
utilitarianism, like we said, is completely subjective.
No, it's not.
No, right. I just said not subjective, arbitrary. Sorry, wrong word.
Well, your divine command theory is arbitrary.
No, but it's not though. What I'm saying though is that this, like, for example, if I was to say like my cell phone on my desk, can you define my cell phone? And I defined it. That definition is not arbitrary. It really does. Like, we've actually said it's black and it's this size. That's not arbitrary, right?
No, that's a pure
observation.
Pure. Yeah, it's pure statement of fact, not a statement of what should be. Right.
Right. And
it
so
doesn't have Islamic gap issue
what I'm
with
saying
it.
is, if there was something that God created that actually was like a physical object called morality, and maybe it might be in some other type of existence, but something actually called morality, like this is morality. You could point to it. It would not be subjective then. It would be an actual thing called morality, and therefore it's not arbitrary. It's an actual existence.
Well, the actual thing called morality is something that people have to discern. I mean, there's no difference in the.
What I'm saying is, it would not be arbitrary then, because there is something that exists that has been.
Yes. It is no. There's no less arbitrary than utilitarian.
No, why not though? I just explained how that's not the case.
Justification doesn't really provide any distinction.
No, what I'm saying is like I was saying, like, if my cell phone, I say this is a cell phone. I point to my cell phone and I say it's black. It's of this size, like I think 5 inches across or whatever. I don't know, and it's this thing here is my cell phone, and I define it by certain parameters, right? And I call it, that's the cell phone. And then likewise, let's suppose, I mean, I'm not saying that this is the case, but let's say God created something called morality, and it's not a physical object, but it's like some type of other type of existence object. It's something called it's called
yeah. You have the Islamic gap. You have the Islamic gap there as much as you do anywhere else.
What's the Islamic gap again? I'm sorry.
Driving a moral sort of commandment or precept or whatever from a mere factual sort of fact or assertion or whatever.
No, I don't think so, because I'm saying that it actually exists. I'm saying the thing that we're talking about is an actual existence.
So?
I don't think it applies here. You're talking about you're talking about facts to moralities. I'm talking about that morality itself exists. There's something called morality.
Yeah, something called morality and utilitarianism as well.
Where is it?
Oh, it's apparently a law of the universe, much like law of gravity and so on.
What? How is it? Can you measure morality? Like, can you? What's the equation for morality?
Well, do brain scans of various sentient creatures as a see some kind of condition and so on that you're evaluating the morality of.
I don't think that really has anything to do with what I'm talking about. That actually would be is the gap you were referring to. I forgot the name of it.
Is ought.
It is ought. Yeah, let me Google this real quick.
Well, it is a fact of the universe. Carry out observations of it, right? How do you carry out observations? Well, I described about that. How do you carry out the observations of yours? Holy book?
How do I carry out?
Is that repeatable?
Is what repeatable?
The observation. How do you carry out the observations of your proposed morality? A holy book?
I don't know.
You only have one set of recorded observations you can never repeat.
Okay. But that doesn't. By the way, I don't think being non-repeatable makes something false. It just makes it not falsifiable.
Where utilitarianism actually can be repeatedly confirmed and survive.
No, it can't.
Repeating falsification.
No, it can't. I'm saying if you say utilitarianism is useful, I'll give you that. I'll give you that 1,000 times. Utilitarianism is useful. But if you say that utilitarianism is not arbitrary, I won't give you that. And repeating the functions of utilitarianism does not make it non-arbitrary.
Okay, by what measure of mere caprice or what is it again? Check the dictionary.
You know, I speak 3 languages, and you use a lot of words that I don't know in like my best language.
Yeah. So caprice, will, and discretion. In what way does our will or discretion, or caprice for that matter, determine the outcome of any of this? What way does our caprice, will, or discretion remove it from our concerns?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I don't think I even understand.
Justify that it's arbitrary. You said it's arbitrary. In what way does it depend on our caprice, will, or discretion? And
no, you're making the claim.
the thing is out there in our face.
I'm saying you're making the claim that it's not arbitrary. So you have to prove that it's not arbitrary. I can't
You're
prove
making the
it.
claim that it is.
No, I can't prove a negative.
I can prove negative all the time. I can prove the Abel-Ruffini theorem. I can prove Turing's halting problem affairs and Gödel's incompleteness theorems.
Okay.
They're negatives. Prove transcendence of pi. There doesn't exist any polynomial. Pi is root.
Okay. That is true. Yeah, that's a good point actually. But I think we're talking about like I think that's a little different though.
We have 5 minutes till the changeover.
Sure. So you don't agree with the idea of not being able to prove a negative? So you say like a person has to prove a negative?
Yeah, you can pretty routinely. You can pretty routinely prove negatives in mathematics and abstract affairs like philosophy as well.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, but you're not making an abstract claim. You're making a non-arbitrary claim, if you will. You're saying that morality is objective, and I'm saying that no, it's not. And I'm saying prove to me that it's not objective. It is objective, and I can't.
And you are actually claiming it's arbitrary, not subjective.
I keep on saying that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I claim on basis, right? It's not mere will caprice. It's something that's literally built into us. Something that's
that doesn't make a difference, though. Like
written into the universe, and we have no will or discretion to remove it from our concerns.
That still does not make it non-arbitrary.
Okay, then proceed with your argument that it's actually arbitrary.
Because there's no reason for it to not be arbitrary. That's my argument.
That's circular.
No, I'm saying that, okay, so when I say arbitrary, I mean like we're just saying that this is the case. Like it's just like here you go. I just made it up. Like that, this is just the case. And I'm saying that that is the definition because it fits the definition arbitrary.
I didn't just say it. I gave reasons.
So arbitrary based on random choice or personal whim. And I'm saying that when you say that it's utilitarianism, for example, that's personal whim. That's in the definition.
Okay. Personal whim is certainly not the nature of neurology. I mean, we don't redesign our brains from on a whim.
I think you're getting two things mixed up. I think you're saying that neurology is observable and objective. Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it's all based on.
But I would not. But you're taking a step you're taking it the next step, which I don't agree with, which is to say that a configuration X of the brain is good, configuration Y of the brain is bad. And I'm saying that you can't say that. You can't say good or bad from neurology. For example, if I was to say computer program X works and computer program Y doesn't work, here's the question: is the Linux kernel good, or is the herd kernel good? Which is bad? You can't say one is bad. You can say one might be better in some ways. You can say like it does something better, but you can't say one is morally wrong because it's outside of morality.
We have our changeover to do.
Okay, sure. Let me jump on board.
Well, I do both lists at once.
Well, good morning, Nadia. It's good to see you, as always.